your comfy seats, tea's about to get wild. We've got true crime tales and a mischievous smile. More life chaos, the highs and the lows, laughing through the madness, anything goes. It's talk time with Amy Boston and Kelly Farrell. Fun nights and stories we're telling. Everyone's welcome, grab your drink, come run. We love true crime, real life and fun, and free care and rejoice. Interviews, confessions, and a little bit of sass. Laughing till we're breathless, letting troubles pass. From mom squad missions to mysteries at night. Grab your crew, settle in, it's a wild ride. It's talk time with Amy Boston and Kelly Farrell. Fun nights and stories we're telling. Everyone's welcome, grab your drink, come run. He loves true crime, real life and fun. Hell, it's free care rejoice. Guys, talk time with Amy Boston and Kelly Free Karen Reed.
So while people were confused in the beginning as to what was going on, today the Sweeneys are going into the courthouse. They're invited. I don't know who's leading prayer. Do you know? Switch cameras here. Landscape.
So much action in my backyard, like no way.
Yeah, I hung around here for a couple hours yesterday. Dina was running the live here. We weren't exactly sure what was going on yesterday morning when we were getting word of court being canceled. So some of us kind of milled around here for a while. And then Dina and several others, including myself, traveled up to Worcester Superior Court for Aiden's 2 p.m. civil hearing where he's a plaintiff against fake victim Lindsay Gattani case. And Dina went live up there. And I was demonstrating out in front of the courthouse with my Free Turtle Boy sign and my flag. And the court officers came out and showed me a copy of Mass General Law, Section 13A, picketing a courthouse, and told me to leave the front of the courthouse where I was forced to go across the street. They asked me if I wanted a copy of 13A, and I said, I'm all set. I'm well aware of 13A and your misapplication of said statute. But I didn't feel like arguing with them because I was moderating on the Glarus show, and Bob Motta was on there live, and I was waiting for Dina to come out of the courthouse to go live to get footage of Turtle Boy as he exited court yesterday. So that was all going on simultaneous to me being confronted by the one of the chief court officers, and one of his subordinate court officers came outside to the front of the court and showed me a copy of 13A, picketing a courthouse. And I'm like, I disagree, and this is a public sidewalk. but I'm really not in the position right now to argue with you guys about this. And they would have to call the Worcester police to do anything about it because they don't have powers of arrest or chapter 90 powers in Massachusetts to do anything about it. They just basically came out and complained that I was out there. And I've demonstrated in front of that courthouse in the past and never been bothered. But I was standing in front of the courthouse and I was looking up to the clerk's office windows and they were all looking out. And then somebody from the public exited the courthouse and told me that, yeah, I was just at the clerk's counter and they're all talking about you're out here. Some of the court staff wasn't happy about my presence. And then 10, 15 minutes later, that's when the court officers came outside and showed me a copy of 13A, the picketing a courthouse statute, which they wrongly interpret and apply. Sergeant Hardman is here, CAT team. I mean, these antiquated and poorly written statutes such as 13A, picketing a courthouse, it goes way back in history. What that statute is meant to address and prevent is picketing of a courthouse. Back in the day, there would be people that would picket a courthouse and physically prevent people from entering and exiting the courthouse, including the judges, juries. Me standing in front of Worcester Superior Court with a Free Turtle Boy sign is not what that statute is addressing. So I disagree with them all day long on their interpretation of that law or statute. But that was not a battle I was willing to have at that time yesterday afternoon. I mean, even because the buffer zone doesn't technically start till 8 a.m. here, we're allowed to gather out here till 8 a.m. and then we march down to the new 400-foot buffer zone line where Karen Reed drives by and we greet her and her team and her parents driving in. And then when I come back through here, I have to put a bag over my sign and get down to the other 200-foot line where I post up. I mean, I've demonstrated in front of Leominster District Court for Turtle Boy hearings. I've never been spoken to about being on the sidewalk in front of the courthouse. Even when the buffer zone is not in place here, we demonstrate right in front of the courthouse on the sidewalk. We've never been threatened with a violation of 13A, picketing a courthouse. So I completely disagreed with the assistant chief at Worcester Superior Court yesterday regarding his interpretation of 13A. The law is obviously in conflict with the First Amendment, and I mean that's one of the reasons why we take offense or difference with the buffer zone that's in place at all, because it's obviously a violation of the First Amendment. I mean, I understand why a judge could say, if Bev Canoni had this court public, you know, Free Karen Reed people couldn't go into the courthouse and sit in the audience with Free Karen Reed gear on. I get that, but I don't understand how a judge in Massachusetts has the power to create a buffer zone like this. What authority a judge in Massachusetts has to override the First Amendment, to me, is something that's baffling. I don't get it. Um, and I think our insistence on being out here, no matter what rules they put in place, is important. Hopefully, some ground can be made regarding this buffer zone or any buffer zone in the future. I mean, at this point, we'd be just glad to get back the old 200-foot line on the end down there toward the church, so we have more space. But even that's a compromise I'm not really willing to accept. I mean, Bev buses in this jury every morning to the back of the courthouse. They don't see us out here, so I don't see what the issue is. If we were allowed to be out here, as long as we're not disturbing the court by, excessive noise or, trying to influence the jury in that manner. But I mean, you'll see big trials all around the country, and there's giant protests or true crime fans in front of courthouses all over the place. Massachusetts, I think, is sort of unique with this, the way they've been doing these buffer zones, especially for the Karen Reed trial 1.0 and now 2.0. I don't know what this latest ruling that supposedly Judge Cannoni has to make the decision on very soon, if that's going to gain us any sort of compromise here. But we'll see. So, Dylan, is somebody going to lead the prayer and the Pledge of Allegiance?
This is Jenna.
Yeah.
Hi, how are you?
Peter's daughter, Peter Murphy's daughter. So
Excellent.
everyone loves Peter. Billy did a great job. It was great. When I first saw him on Sean's show, and then he was
Yeah.
great guy. Dex. Oh, great guy.
Dennis and Tim are usually in the mornings. Somebody from our group
Watch yourself.
goes over and has their morning talk with Sergeant Hardman, who's in charge of the State Police Community Action Team here. We try to keep a good rapport with Sergeant Hardman, even though there's days where he makes decisions and does things that we don't agree with. We still have to keep in communication with him. I'm just looking at the time here and wondering who's going to lead the prayer and Pledge of Allegiance right now, which is our normal routine before we march up to the 400-foot line out of the buffer zone. Like I said earlier, Dennis and Brenda Sweeney are going into the courthouse today. They'll be sitting behind Karen and her defense team with the Reeds. I have nearly 7:45. Somebody want to do the prayer and Pledge of Allegiance soon? Brenda? Okay. Looking at the extended forecast, there might be some rain the next few days. Hopefully not a washout. At least the temperatures will be warmer. We don't mind the intermittent rain as long as it's not 45 and raw. They're wondering if I know the children were here yesterday. They're slated to testify once again I don't know if that's what will happen today. We also saw Lieutenant Brian Tully milling around down here yesterday. I don't know why he was around, if he's scheduled to be a witness soon. It's definitely difficult to figure out Hank Brennan's batting order regarding state witnesses.
This is sweet in a freaking camera.
Yeah.
Jaywalk. She's jaywalk. Okay. Oh. Somebody.
Yep. Same bus of kids goes by her at this time every morning.
I want this blow for the next 10 minutes, folks.
Yeah, I'd like to say a Hail Mary today because Karen's sick and likes Hail Mary. Hail
Yeah,
Mary,
Mary.
full of grace, blessed art thou among women, blessed is thy Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for us now and at the hour of our death. Amen. You can say the alphabet if you want.
Pledge allegiance
To the flag.
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Free Mary. All right, thank you. Thank you, say the rosary. Go ahead.
I knew I was gonna get a wise from him.
Big Holy Wednesday. We got a newbie? Watch the Channel 4 news. He's supposed to be coming down to
Is that who that is over there? Channel 4 up there?
Oh, yeah, he's got wants to come down here. He's a white explorer. You can see the red.
A lot of us in the movement down here, we get interviews with the mainstream media and they never make it past the cutting room floor. But the photographers for I think it's Channel 4 said that some of our interviews made the news last night. I didn't see them. But a lot of my interviews never go anywhere because I'm highly critical of the government and the judge and the DA, so they don't play well on the news. Morning. Like I always say, because I refuse to get an iPhone, I can't see the chat. I'm live on a link, but I can't really interact with the show or the chat because I don't have the StreamYard app running on my phone. So all I can see on my phone is what I'm filming. I mean, there is a way to back out of this screen and get to the chat, but I don't have good luck doing that. I don't want to lose the link and then have to go back into the show. For some reason, the StreamYard app is not available on the Google App Store. It's only available on the Apple. I haven't done enough research to figure out another way around it. But there's other days where I'm down here and I'm grabbing somebody else's phone that's running the app, so I can see the chat that way. It's actually easier for me at this point to go back to the other camera view. Yeah, so a few minutes will be marching down to the 400-foot border of the buffer zone. You know, Sergeant Harmon doesn't mind us being out here till 8 o'clock. So in his eyes, his interpretation of the buffer zone is it doesn't actually begin until 8 a.m. So we are allowed to be out here till 8 a.m. with our signs. And apparently break the law, picketing a courthouse, statute 13A. I was joking with Dennis here, saying, "Oh, can you bring your flags into the courtroom?" Depending where they get seated today, I don't know if they'll be visible on the court pool camera. I was invited into trial one of the days, and where I was seated in the courtroom, you couldn't see me because I was out of the field of view of the pool camera.
Only a one sign dated.
Okay. It's an important one.
Justice Rough, so keep us up to speed. We'll get that out.
Yeah. Yep. It's important. It's like even one of my signs, it's Free Karen Reed and Justice for Officer John O'Keefe. And some of the trolls or critics of the Free Karen Reed movement claim that we've forgotten about John O'Keefe, and we have not. But sadly, as this is played out, the fact that this investigation was not only botched, but it was purposeful in making sure that the true third-party culprits were never
Picture, Scotty. Give them a minute.
apprehended. Yeah. A few. Oops.
Oh.
This is always
Hi, Lauren. Get up, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see, guys.
Get that book going. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Move. Bring it down. Move. I know. Yeah.
The rate this is going, if we can take a picture for like 3 years, you'll be able to see us age. Look at Cheryl, she's
Yeah,
in
starting to feel that way. I mean, some of us have been down here in front of this courthouse since July of 2023. Cheryl's joke really isn't a joke. It's almost 3 years worth of pictures coming up here in July. This trial lasts that long.
Here we go. Move now.
Leading the march.
The ladies tend to gravitate toward
Yep, that's for sure. Was a great sunny day yesterday. Over there.
This is always sometimes a little awkward. Everybody's trying to march at the same time, and there's flags, signs. Trying not to decapitate people with my flag and sign. Oh, God. It's Grant. Grant's delaying the march. These trees need to be trimmed.
So I got to know her a little bit.
Some of us are hoping to get the old buffer zone 200-foot line back. We could have this area again. See, people still park here in the mornings, but it's within the buffer zone. So after 8 o'clock, you couldn't have vehicles down here with any kind of signage on them or anything, and apparel. Stupid. Get a decent amount of folks down here today. There's some days we have a lot more, sometimes less.
Obviously got worse. Yeah. Every time I see them yelling, they had kids, you know.
Can you hold this camera for me for a second? No, you can just hold it like that.
Can I hold some stuff? Are you gonna put the flag in? I was coming to you.
I wouldn't do very good at that.
My left hand killed me. I'm trying to hold the flag and the sign at the same time. We're getting some more signatures on this sign. We got Vinnie Politan to sign it from Court TV. And then after he signed it, I was telling him how much we hate the guests on his show. Vinny's all right though. He could take a ribbing. He was boots on the ground here a couple days ago. I know he's doing nightly lives, but I didn't see him boots on the ground yesterday or today yet. I know the other correspondent there, Matt. He's in the press pool this week, so Vinnie Politan was saying maybe possibly he'd switch seats with him 1 or 2 days during the week to be in the courtroom, but I don't know if he'll do that.
What?
Sometimes Karen's parents come earlier than Karen and her team. There's funny, a lot of people driving by sometimes are photographing us and filming us. We get down to this new situation here with this fence in front of this person's house. A lot of people like to spread out. Some like to move farther down.
Yeah, my sister said. We went to the club.
Court is not even in session. We're running the sirens already. Are you in the chat?
So the chart here, sky, stars, Pitkin, good morning, good people. Tell Sergeant Peter we say hi. So we will. Oh, there he is.
Yep.
Good morning, good people. Tell Sergeant Peter we say hi. Who's it from?
It's from Sky Stars Pitkin. There you go, but it doesn't matter.
No.
It's probably Joe down the road.
Good morning. We'll always take a good morning rather than a bad morning. I wish.
Right. How is everyone, Scott? Everyone doing well?
Yes.
Can you see the chat today?
I can't.
Oh,
So I just run this blind.
Great.
Instrument rules flying.
Let me just go to the back end then. I'll go in the back end, Scotty. So you can see some chat for now.
Can I say something?
I need 2 phones.
There you go.
Maddie and Kenny, it's time to get up to school. Come on, get up. Let's go. Have a good day.
Danny saying.
Thanks. Love ya.
He's on that
Yeah, 3 a.m. I'm like, all right. Ain't got no quit. 3:30. We're doing it. Nice to meet you too.
I'd have to do more research to see if there's any way to get the StreamYard app onto an Android phone. Can't see because I can take a link, but I can't see the chat because I don't have the actual app on my phone.
Right, right.
What time are we going? Scott, are you going on the duck thing?
Yeah, I guess I have to Venmo.
Do you know what time?
I don't know the itinerary. Dylan might know.
Sassy, hello, Sassy. No, my back is still painful, Sassy, but I'm a warrior. No justice to school. Erica wants to keep the kiss for me. I'll give Brenda a kiss, not Dennis, though. Some people. Bellend equals dickhead. Yes, Lucas. Hi, Lisa. Sorry I couldn't stop when I drove by. Oh, was that you? No, it's Lisa. Lisa Reed, hello. Denise, hello. Bag Frog. You can see some of the chart.
Mm-hmm.
You want to hold it? Oh, you got a hand. But I don't want to.
It's just like earlier down there. I'm trying to hold my flag and sign in the phone.
It's impossible.
And it's gets to the point where I just have to put the flag and sign down.
Yeah, no, don't blame me. You're good. You're good. I go stretch.
Dylan might need an American chiropractor visit.
At least something. I'm gonna go back. Erica wants. She's gonna get some heating tabs on me and stuff.
Yeah.
Should be fine. The sweeties.
Have you walk on your back?
They did a thing to me. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, sweeties going in today. That's good. It's been very smart. Do you show them, Brenda?
I kill them all.
Right here. You show them how smart she looks today. You're going in today, so it's just say to the chat you're going in. Yes.
I don't even want to tell you.
Yeah, like I was saying earlier, it depends where they get seated, if they're going to be on the camera pool view or not.
Oh, yeah.
Because there was a day in trial one where I was invited into court, but where I was seated, you couldn't see me in there.
That was by design, Scott.
Yeah, they didn't want you.
Right, he can come in, but we don't want him on the...
And the funny thing is, they have some tape to separate the end of those benches, and that's for the DA's office and other lawyers. And Kevin Reddington was sitting next to me because Jem McCabe was on the stand.
Right. Oh, so you went in for Jem McCabe. Wow.
Yeah.
That's good.
So that was her. That was the day where it was Matt McCabe cross and Jen McCabe direct.
Okay.
So Kevin Reddington is her de facto attorney, so he was there.
Can we give a shout out as well to all the mods out there? Thank you for everything you do. Maxie's still in bed, so we'll say hello to her later. Good morning to Tracy. We love you, Tracy. Dana, we tolerate you. Obviously, Kelly, Steffi, and Amy in Boston. They're also streaming, so hello, ladies. Mark Cunningham. But don't shout his name out. He will whinge like anything. So, Marky, good morning to you, sir. Good morning to everybody over in that chat. Good morning, Resistance Silence, and good morning, Water Corner. So, that's everybody. Thank you for being here, people. We love it.
Job to do later.
Oh, wow.
So if they do the children today, will they make people leave the courtroom?
No, but court TV obviously can't. I'm not sure about the journalists. I thought they were allowed in there, but not allowed to
live tweet or anything. Yeah,
but they can do it afterwards or something, maybe. I don't.
Because they were spotted here yesterday, but because court was canceled.
Yeah.
So it looks like they're up on the batting order here.
Yeah.
So I would assume they're going to do them today.
Yeah. I would say so.
Yeah.
I would say so.
And then we saw Lieutenant Detective Brian Tully milling around down here yesterday.
Okay.
I was coming out of the registry of deeds and he was entering. I don't know if he was a slated witness in the batting order or if he was here for something else.
Well, children should be in and out. They shouldn't even be testified.
No,
They
it's
shouldn't be testified.
actually
It's
terrible.
scummy move.
Yep, it is.
Scums. But if they are, it's only going to be very short, hopefully. So,
Yeah, the buffer zone appeal, wasn't it something like the federal court gave Bev like 48 hours to make a decision?
well, somebody said it's 24 hours now.
24 hours? Or it might be down to 24 hours at this point.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know. I
Yeah,
only saw
yeah.
the 48 hour bit. Jason Grant posted it, so I saw that. I've not seen anything more than that. So, but whether she has to make a decision in 48 hours or whether it's more of a,
She has to respond with her counterpoint.
or it'll be under advisement, or
Yeah, right. Yeah. Because, a lot of us are hoping at the minimum, if we could get the old buffer zone back, so we could be back over there.
And it was fine, we're fine. And
Yeah.
if the issue is deliberations, then restrict it during deliberations. That's fine, because it makes a difference for deliberations.
Well, we believe that the foreman on trial one that wrote the letter saying he could hear us out here, we believe that was a lie.
Which is fine. But again, it's deliberations. Who cares? Deliberations doesn't matter.
Yeah.
What matters is now.
Well, that's like Michael Bryant and these other reporters that have gone to many famous trials around the country. They talk about big trials where the jury couldn't help but hear the protesters outside.
Yes.
And there was no buffer zones in those trials.
Freedom of speech.
Yeah.
No. And everyone's well behaved. Well, I presume everything is well behaved last year. From what I saw. You always get one or two with that don't behave.
Yeah.
But normally the trolls that come down try to mix it up for everybody.
I mean, me, Erica, everybody, we were down here almost every day, and I never saw any situation where there was a loud crowd like yelling toward directly at the courthouse to purposely disrupt the jury.
No,
It just didn't happen. No.
Because unlike the Commonwealth, I think everybody wants a fair trial. The only people that don't want a fair trial is the Commonwealth. They don't want a fair trial.
No, they hate this.
Well, they got nothing. No.
They hate this demonstrating in front of the courthouse because it makes the state look bad. It makes the DA look bad.
Because it should look bad. Look what we got nothing.
Yeah.
What about this?
But when they write the buffer zone order, they say it's to protect the defendant and give her a fair trial.
Well,
Yeah, of course it is.
they don't give a shit.
Yeah, it's really. Every morning, Chili driving by.
That makes my morning.
Yeah.
I love it.
Well, I'm using Dylan's phone so I can actually see the chat. Yeah. Well, I'm on a StreamYard link. I'm not, so I can't see the chat. So I can see the chat on his phone. Yeah, that's possible. That when the food stamp 5 came, but they were kind of down. They didn't really go that far down past the church, and of course they got all the unwarranted attention from the mainstream media. Then there was one day that all the blue shirts were in front of the courthouse. That was the day Kevin Lenahan, aka Plevin, was out here, and there was like 20 of them. And Court TV couldn't wait to rush over there and film them and talk about fake news. But that's why it's so frustrating to watch some of these documentaries and news programs where they constantly show footage of the blue shirts, and they give the public the idea or appearance that they were constantly always here, and that there's two sides to this protesting thing, which is couldn't be further from the truth. So that's frustrating when you saw the media coverage and attention the blue shirts got to basically legitimize their non-existent presence here. So I know even that latest documentary, the ID Discovery HBO Max, they show quite a bit of footage of the blue shirts and the food stamp 5. So if you watch that documentary from afar, you're getting a false picture of what's really going on down here. So that's the way that they can craft a narrative and craft these news programs of documentaries to fit their agenda. Is pretty frustrating to watch because you know what, if you're down here, you know that's fake news. And even this time around, the second trial, even pre-trial, very, very early on in pre-trial hearings, maybe there was a couple blue shirts that showed up, but I haven't seen any in trial 2 really. But they'll pick a day to attack, quote unquote. They'll put the word out that they're coming, and the mainstream media seems to always know when they're coming, so they can create more fake news. Dennis is on the wrong side of the fence like usual, till the police see him. Some days the Dedham police that do the detail down here don't show up till quarter till 9ish. Sometimes the state police that are on the bicycles will be spinning a lap around here or two to check up on us. Yeah, the town of Dedham could be well served by bringing in some fill here between the sidewalk and the road. It's eroded away and turned into a culvert in some places. Yeah, true. You do hope Karen's feeling well today. I mean, that was never absolutely confirmed that it was Karen not feeling well that got court canceled yesterday, but it seems to be the running opinion. I know. I think it was maybe Jenna Rocco that had put that report out that it was Karen not feeling well. I mean, you see how involved Karen is in her own defense. She basically is at the hotel with her defense team, and they're working until late hours of the night on the case. So, I mean, at some point, I would imagine it wears them all down. But you could also have days in this trial where a juror just can't make it that day. It could be a lot of reasons why there's half days or days off in trial, especially if it's an personal issue with a juror. They're not going to put that out to the public.
What a handsome couple.
Yeah, I would imagine it can wear down Karen. It's a lot of stress, work, effort she puts into her own case. She's almost like another lawyer on our team.
Oh, come on, come on.
This is a situation where I could use an auxiliary battery pack when you're running these StreamYard apps. It drains your phone rather quickly. I'm looking at the time and I'm like, hope my phone lasts long enough.
Yeah, I don't know. My battery, what's it like? 822, 50%.
Yeah. It's amazing how much the StreamYard drains on your battery.
It does, yeah. That's why I need the battery packs.
Yeah.
Is it better with the chat?
Yeah, I've been able to check in here or there.
Hey, Roxy, love Scotland. Love it. I keep getting lost and like going off my phone. It's just fun.
You can have it back.
I'm just oh.
gabbing away.
Hey, Lulabelle. Scott McGuinness, she said hello. Hey, Lulabelle, nice to see you, my darling. Hippie chick will be here next Tuesday.
Oh, good.
Next Tuesday. So today was my arrival day for Boston. Originally,
yeah.
So I would have arrived this evening about, I think it would have been 7 o'clock or 5 o'clock. So, yeah, it's strange. It wouldn't have been enough, you know.
You homesick yet?
No.
No, not really.
Well, I know I'm going home in 2 weeks, so it's a bit different to if you were here for like a year.
Yeah.
You know, when you're like, oh, I want to go home. Watching for the Midlands. Oh, happy days, Karen. Nice to see you, my darling. All day in the Midlands. I love the Midlands. Now, they say that Curry was in bed. Oh, shit, I'm talking to my phone thinking I'm live. It's you.
Yeah.
It's you, that's fine. I'm looking at it going, yeah, so
Yeah.
there's a good curry in Birmingham. That's the capital of the UK for curries, Indian curry. We're at Birmingham. Get curry. Gorgeous thing. I don't know what people share. I don't know what they're sharing. I have no idea. Good morning, Fairyland Acres. Hey, Sally. Good morning, everyone. Jack's here as well. Have you shown Dennis as well with his new attire on?
Yeah. Get the pink tie.
Couple of handsome George.
I don't think Judge Canoni can say anything about Dennis's pink tie. I think he's good.
No, but she might be mean to the defense today because she had to take a day off yesterday.
Well,
Morning.
yeah. Yeah, Nathan a couple days a week, when he has the chance, he drives in Karen's parents. Some days parents drive themselves in. They're here early.
I just saw that this morning. Is it? That's right. Like my big home. Oh, yeah, it might be.
Keep it on the face.
It is. Well, I'm gonna come in first and leave it like 9. Oh, 9? Yeah.
We're gonna go home and read it.
Okay.
I've never been on a duck boat.
Yeah, depending on the time of Karen's arrival, sometimes we hope for a lot of traffic backup, so she's forced to slow down here.
How many people can you have on the? Okay. Yep.
So as long as, if you know you go in, yeah, it's just trying to. So it's basically flexible to yourself.
Yeah. Most seats are going already.
Hey,
Mine,
thank you. I owe
yours,
you.
yeah.
Yes.
Good morning.
Hi, everybody.
How are you? Good morning. It's the
Right.
photographer from CBS Boston. He always comes up here and tries to get footage of Karen driving by here. How are you?
To meet somebody special. This is my daughter Jenna. This is
Hi.
Terry. Very nice to meet you. She's in from California. All right. On business, but she wouldn't miss us. Here we
Yeah,
are.
excellent.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet
Terry does a great job covering his whole thing. You will see him run with his camera on beside.
That's awesome.
Down the side.
Last night. That's a really good shot. And like, just full disclosure, and I think Scott knows this too. So I work for CBS.
Okay.
I'm just covering the trial. I make no
Well, you can't.
things
Yeah,
either
you're
way.
not opinionated.
Doing the right thing.
Right. No, I'm just showing that you guys are here, and I'm showing that they're there, and everybody can get their point across.
Yeah.
So yeah, we did a story yesterday with Scott about
Oh, I saw Scott. Yeah, it was great.
Yeah.
whether or not Higgins and Proctor will be called to the stand. I don't know if they will or not, but it's an interesting question.
Yeah. Obviously, if the prosecution doesn't call him, the defense surely will.
I think so. No, I'm gonna get a couple shots. So he's going in today.
On my right, yeah.
The question is, are they going to let him out?
So I think this stuff is interesting. Also, I don't get to decide what we put on TV so much. You know, they look
You
at.
capture it and then
Good
they-
morning. But I think it's interesting that he's going in today. Yeah. I'll get some shots of him going in, and if they decide to use it, then
Right.
it's Christina Rex's. Yeah, she writes these stories.
Well, that's like I was saying to you earlier. You know, a lot of us in the Free Karen Read movement get interviewed by the mainstream media, but it never gets off the cutting room floor.
No matter what story you're doing, you're always.
Yeah.
Even if it's about, a dog that got loose somewhere, you might talk to someone for 2 minutes and they're only going to use 10 seconds.
Right. Yeah. But you've gotten some good footage down here with your phone,
I think that
keeping up with her car as she's moving.
it's pretty good stuff. I
Yeah.
will see whether they, sometimes they do like a 1 hour special when it gets close. Yeah. Really? So, not with Karen?
Kurt said he's happy to go live for a little bit so he can recharge the batteries and stuff. So
I'm just hoping my phone lasts that long.
how long have you got? How much have you got left?
Hope you get a good.
Bum cushion? Yo, yeah, right.
What, 40-something%?
Okay, you should be okay with that.
46%.
Oh no, you'll be fine. Should be here in 10 minutes, so then we'll pop Kurt on.
Man.
But Kurt's at Disney, right? Yeah. Yeah, he interviewed me yesterday. Who's that? CBS Boston.
Oh, okay.
He's the photographer for Christina Rex.
Oh,
It's like,
no one likes
when we're off camera, I'm like, hey, Christina Rex is gonna know who I am now because I criticize her all the time. Great. But I guess a small portion of my interview made the news last night.
What did it?
Yeah. Because he posed the question, do you think Proctor and Higgins will be called to the stand by the prosecution or the defense? Obviously, the prosecution's probably not going to call him. But
Dennis, say hello to Chuck. Outfit. Your outfit. Oh. See? He's looking smart. He's going to court today, people.
he's also standing in the
Look at
street.
the tie. I had to make his tie this morning. Put his tie on this morning.
I'm getting out of here.
Oh, here comes the Dedham police now.
You got that? So, yeah, Brenda and Dennis going into court today. So, it's a great day today for two stalwarts to go in, two lovely people to go in court.
Oh yeah.
It's amazing. You know, there's plenty deserving people out here, but two of them definitely are. Well, have a great time. You hate, oh man.
I'll have him drop that back. Let me get a picture before you go in. Dennis, one more picture. He loves that one more.
Okay, one more. We got it. We got this. Yeah.
Enjoy.
Brenda, if they don't let them out, we got bail money.
Yeah.
Don't leave him in. That's what I said. Leave him in. They're going down ready so they can get in.
Well, Dennis and Brenda deserve a day to
Yeah.
go in.
So many do. So many do. I mean, yourself included, Scott. You know. So
Yeah.
So I was glad to hear that you'd gone in first round.
Yeah. Well, sometimes I kind of laugh, like, because I'm so outspoken, against the judge and the government. Like,
Yeah.
maybe they'll never invite me in court again. I don't know.
It's just it's so limited, and it's nice for Karen to recognize some of the people. You know, these people are representing all the boots. Do you know what I mean? And I think no one would disagree with Dennis and Brenda going in.
Well, it's amazing, especially like pre-trial one. There was one day I was standing on the side of the courthouse because Karen's team would pull up behind, and she was walking by me, and I happened to be in an area where I was kind of alone. And I said, "Hi, Karen," and she goes, "Hi, Scott," and I was like flabbergasted. Like, how does she even know my name?
He knows everyone.
She knows a lot, almost everybody in this movement. She knows who they are. It's amazing.
First time she said, "Thanks, Dylan," I was like, "How do you know?" You don't think, do you?
Yeah.
Amazing. And she's got a great bunch of friends as well, who were here Monday in court. Jen and everybody, J Mark and Dana, and not our Dana.
But the funny thing is, the antis or the trolls, when they saw Karen like saying our names, that's when they were saying, "Oh, she knows them all. They're paid protesters." You know what I mean?
It would be great job. You'd be a millionaire by now. You're down here every day. You clock in at like 7 o'clock and then leave after 5.
Yeah, I've never seen a check.
This is a full-time job where you don't get paid. For you.
Well, that was one of the jokes in trial one. We were handing out fake $100 bills, taping them to the signs and stuff.
Oh,
So yeah. See, we're getting paid to do this.
yeah. Nuts, isn't it? Nuts. Oh, 7 o'clock.
So traffic's building up. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. 8:35. I bet you some of these local residents would be happy if we got back our old buffer zone and we wouldn't be clogging up the sidewalk every morning.
Okay. Good.
It's funny you see all these local residents walking through, and a lot of them are supportive, but sometimes you find somebody walking through like, "Hey, people, just go home." They're just disgruntled about it.
Yeah, there's only He's standing up for you guys, your voice.
So that this time of morning between like 8:30 towards 9 o'clock, the traffic volume here on High Street really picks up. So it actually helps us to get a chance to see Karen and her team. There's been some days here where she's like, her SUV's kind of just stuck here for a minute, to several minutes sometimes. So everybody that's here to support her gets a chance. Talk to her directly. People can go up to the SUV and hand her a card or a gift.
Okay, I know you will.
When the traffic backs up this far from the light, you're almost better off being down there.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a false alarm. She's not quite here yet. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah. Yep.
Peter Murphy's daughter is here from California on a business trip, so get a chance to be down here today. They went to put his flags away and get ready to go in.
Oh, all right. I had to make his tie this morning.
How you doing, Scotty? All right?
Good. How are you, Jack? I'm sitting here hoping my phone has enough battery till when Karen drives by.
You
Get low?
Get in the.
They run these StreamYard apps and it kills your battery fast. Yeah, it's really bad. Yep.
You should have said Jack the phone and said, "Come quicker, come quicker, Carl. We got
Battery getting low.
yeah."
Oh, Karen's arriving. And the phone goes black. Really?
Yeah, I know. I won't. Pessimistic, Scott. Glass
I'm
half
always
full.
prepared for the worst.
I know you are. Glass half empty. I know. But I'm half full, so we count
All right.
each other.
There we go.
You'll be fine.
You guys here yesterday?
No,
Yeah.
I'm coming myself. Thank God.
Yeah, we were here. Then we found out it was being canceled, and we went down and hung out a little while, anyways.
Oh, down the
Hey,
street
Michaela.
And then I went up to Aiden's hearing in Worcester for 2 o'clock.
there. I saw you there. Oh, I saw you on
Yeah.
the phone.
I'm very well. Don't worry about both really making
The court officers came out and kicked me out.
Oh, they did?
Yeah. They showed me a copy of 13A picketing a courthouse and said I can't be in front of the courthouse.
I'll find it.
I just went across the street.
Yeah.
I didn't feel like arguing with them
Right.
because I was trying to coordinate with the Galera to get Dina to go live when Aiden came out of the courthouse.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, I got a chief and one of his court officers showing me a copy of 13A, and I didn't want to get into the argument with them.
Oh, yeah, she's coming. This is my friend Jack.
Michaela.
Spread out so she can see us.
Michaela. It was nice meeting you.
What do I have to do?
Karen's SUV's at the end of this line of vehicles.
Should I do it this way? No. Okay. Okay. Okay, so where's she gonna stop? Real fast. Yeah, keep looking.
It's hard to gauge the next traffic signal where a vehicle will end up stopped.
Is she taking the drive-by picture to
Yeah.
Annie? Oh. Where did Annie go? Way down there. Because Brenda does it too.
It's so hard to gauge where she's going to stop in the traffic.
Right up to your car. Be nice, play nice.
Yeah.
Morning, Scott.
Morning, Karen. Good. You feeling well?
Yeah, thanks for asking. Yeah, I always feel ready. Ready today.
Good. Glad to hear it. We always are here. Good luck today.
Morning.
Ready to see this one and that one right there. Yeah.
We had a lot of fun. Have a beautiful person.
Which Canton?
Yeah.
They live in Canton.
Yeah, we had a good night. It was a beautiful night. Beautiful full moon. How are you doing this morning? Okay. Got his game face on.
Morning,
Got his
team.
game face on. I gave you credit for the game face. Have a great day.
See ya.
Love you guys.
Here he goes running, trying to film.
Gotta get that out of the
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, she said she's feeling better today.
Nope. I'll say it for you. Yeah. Can't object. No one can object to me.
The guy beside you's awful quiet.
We appreciate you.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Alessi,
Alan's
once
in
again,
the-
from
Alan's
CBS,
in the-
so you know.
Club.
In from LA.
My daughter Jenna.
Okay, thanks.
Who's in back? Liz? Liz, we got a California in here.
Go get him.
Go black.
See you guys in the morning. Free Karen.
All right, Terry.
Have a nice day. You
I'm actually going to do tonight.
Oh, all right. Thank you.
I'm going home. Yeah.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
With his daughter. Actually, I know.
Great day. Go on.
All right, Neil.
I didn't have I want you to meet did you meet Michaela already? This is Scott.
Hi. How are you? Good. Dylan, am I still live? Held out long enough. Now I have to bag up my sign, get down the other end. I think I got enough. He's supposed to segue into somebody else running the show at some point. Like Kurt said he might come on.
All right, I'll see you later.
Bye. Is Kurt still coming on?
See if not, then if we run our batteries, I think it's too bad. So we'll
Yeah, that was a good good morning to talk to her
do
today.
you speak to her? Yeah.
Yeah.
How was she?
She's feeling better, she said.
Yeah, we did.
But some days you can see that the entire team, including Karen, you know, they're not exactly you know,
feeling it.
yeah.
Just checking. I've messaged Kurt, but
All right. Good day,
he'll
everybody.
take care, buddy.
Good deal. Where'd you park?
Well, is somebody gonna pop the cord on soon?
Mexi does it.
Yeah.
She's always in the back, so you never have to worry. She when she's ready, she'll put
Good
her up.
deal.
She's not there yet, but Mexi will look after that. Never fear, Scotty boy. And if you ever just have lose our battery, you could just go out. I mean, it's not an issue. Never an issue. Never. We're doing this on the whim, you know, and this, you know, we're limited how many people can jump in. How many I'm about to run our battery as well. So, because people don't realize it drains. It drains. You know?
It is crazy.
Have you got battery pack as well to charge it?
Yeah, my truck.
Yeah.
Not here.
No, but you're fine with battery. You know?
Oh yeah.
That's fine.
Red Sox.
Oh, Kurt's here, right. Let me put Kurt in.
All right.
I'll do say goodbye, Scott. Now.
All right. Well, let Kurt get on, and I can head to the other end of the buffer zone. Bye, everybody.
Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to give Scott a little break. I apologize for not being able to be there, but I figured we could get some readings done and acknowledge some people that are checking in every day. I'm still in Florida. We are at the Riviera Resort now. We moved from the Polynesian, but anyways, good morning, October. Kelly Pepin, good morning. Laura Lou, hey now, to you. Jean, good morning. Mary Bag, thank you, Mary. Stacy, thank you very much. Yeah, my wife outdid herself. We have timeshare down here, but she really outdid herself this trip. We've got a 3-bedroom villa on the 7th floor, and it is absolutely fabulous. The pool isn't open yet, so it would be a lot louder, but the pool is right out in front of us. And just a, absolutely beautiful room. Good morning, Rhonda, Trip G, Rhonda Hinckley, good morning. Mike Brooks, hey now, Minion Mike, good morning. Mike in the house. Rhode Island lady, good morning to you. Jean, good morning. Thank you for letting me enjoy the sunshine. Caroline Forth, thank you very much. Good morning to you. Jackson's Nickel, good morning. Catherine, good morning. Catherine Barnes. See, it's right. Once you do it once or twice, you don't forget. Donna Hobbs says, praying for Karen Free. Walking in sued few guys. Yeah, too much for me to read. My eyes are still getting open. Yeah, support Karen. Yes. Yeah, Trucker. Good morning. Thank you. Susan B. Good morning. Double D. Dorothy. Good morning. Magic says beautiful. Mr. East of Boston. I'm a retired cop, homicide inspector. I did 37 years counties, and you guys are outstanding. Mr. East of Boston, what station were you in? Were you in East Boston or Boston local police or Boston police? The reason why I ask is my father-in-law was a Boston cop in Station 4 in the South End. Good morning, Robin G. Good morning, Kathy Slow. Good morning, Mary Bagwell. JK10. Laura Lou, hey now. Yes, Scott did a great job. He needed a little time. I was watching this morning while on vacation. We're having a pool day, so we're the fountain just came on. It's like a kid's play area. It's pretty cool. Scott did a great job. He needed to take a little break and get his battery recharged. Liz Tuplin, good morning, October. I'm going backwards, guys, just trying to catch up a little bit. I know Scott and Dylan were busy this morning. They didn't get a chance to say hello to you. And we appreciate all you guys checking in. I saw Jilly earlier, Jilly Bean. Wendy, good morning. Thank you. Nicole asked, good morning. Skeptical, good morning. Caroline D. JK10. Robin G. Brit Happens. SD in the house. Rhonda Hinckley, good morning. Amanda J, good morning. Amanda J, we wish you lived closer too, but thank you for your support. Amanda Jackson, thank you for showing up. Yeah, Tucker. Yeah, Scott's gonna come back on. I was just gonna try and give him a chance to get to his truck and get his phone charged for a little bit. I believe Boston Brandy is coming in around 10 o'clock. Hippie chick, El Chatty is the best. Lisa Reed, good morning. Troy, good morning. Sky Stars Pitkin. Good morning. Cynthia Caldwell, good morning. I think I'm pretty well caught up. October, I think I got you, Rhode Island lady. If I missed anybody, I apologize. Paul Lynch, Jack, Mayflower, Justice for John O'Keefe. I just LPX picks. Good morning to you. DJ Garden, good morning. Christine Fortunato is asking a while back. She asked, "Why can't you go in the courthouse?" Um, I don't. I think Dylan has gotten an invite. I'm not 100% positive. I'm pretty sure he got an invite, but I think he would prefer to be out on the streets. It's kind of like myself. I have got offered a chance to go in, but I would rather be out on the street with the people. The chairs in there are not comfortable at all. You can't really make eye contact with anybody for too long of a period of time. You can't show a whole lot of emotion. You basically have to sit there like a robot, and for some people, it's very hard to do. You can ask Dina about it. I know Dina's talked about it in the past. Lulu Bell, I'm not sure if I got you. Daffodil, LPX. Stacy, good morning. Good morning, Jackson. I got you. I think we're caught up. If not, oh, there's a new one. Vic's Logic. Hey, Dylan. Not new one, but I'm going backwards on the chat. Judy Bastieri, good morning. Nicole Salem, good morning. And BH. Amber, good morning. All right, we're at the beginning again. We're back up to where people are just chiming in. Laurie Marie, good morning. Sam Poop, good morning. Handsome Brian, good morning. Jerry Garcia's Ghosts. Dave UM, good morning. Yeah, nobody wants to sit in hard wooden church pews. Some of the people that go in tell me they either bring like a cushion to sit on, like an outside cushion to sit on, or they'll bring a sweatshirt, fold it up and sit on that.
now open, you may be seated.
All right, so Mr. Clerk, you say council wants to see me?
They did, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't I see council at sidebar? Jim? All right, so.
All rise for the court, please.
Yay. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning again, council. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, James. So a couple of things. We appreciate your patience this morning. Remember I told you the other day that we're trying to cut back on sidebar conferences. So we took some time now to address issues that we would have otherwise had to do that way. So we do appreciate your patience. And also, I really appreciate your patience about and understanding about yesterday. Sometimes during trials, things come up that are completely unavoidable. And I tried to cancel you as soon as we could so you wouldn't even have to come to court. So I appreciate that. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were last here? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation on this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no or shook. All right, can we have our next witness, please?
May I?
Yes.
The Commonwealth seeks to introduce two clips.
Okay.
The first clip the Commonwealth would seek to introduce and show the jury is clip 20.
There's any window here that you guys have really been going at it. This was sort of had like a last date element to it. Was that going on?
That was not going on. Don't made it clear to me. I'm never breaking up with you. Not never that we're in this good or bad, but you're the best person I've ever.
The Commonwealth would ask to show clip 19.
Okay.
I don't see how John would have known about my text with Brian. And I'm not sure if he knew he would have reacted very strongly. I think we would have broken up, but I don't think John would have lost it and caused a fight. I didn't feel like John's emotions with me got really strong.
Thank you.
Sure. All right, Ms. McLaughlin, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, our next witness is a juvenile by the name of Miss Kaylee Furbish.
Okay.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover remind me of? That the world is unfortunately very unpredictable. And I'll tell you what, having a great lawyer matters so much. That is where a great partner and sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, comes in. This is a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. You know why? Because they win a lot. In the past few months, Morgan & Morgan secured a $9.3 million verdict for a car crash victim in Florida, a $5.6 million verdict for another car accident victim in Atlanta, and not to mention $1.8 million in Kentucky after insurance offered them a mere $5,000 in that case. And even if you think your case isn't worth millions of dollars, why not start a claim and fight for what you deserve? Morgan & Morgan makes it so simple. You can start a claim from your phone in just 8 clicks. That's it. It can all be done on your phone. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC Live by clicking the link below or scanning the QR code on screen.
Hello, is everybody there? Can you hear me? I'm losing my mind over here. Hi, Colleen. Hi, making changes. So apparently, what I did not know is when you get put on Lunesta, which is like a sleep med, it only lets you sleep for a couple hours, and it's known to only keep you asleep for a couple hours. So I was up at 2. But I'm still feeling good. I fell back asleep for a little while. I'll probably hit me later. Amber, how are ya? Hi, Melanie. Hi, Hate. So I hate that they are even having the children testify. I mean, I know they're like 16 and 14 now, but still, they've been traumatized enough. I don't understand why the state keeps bringing them up there. And defense isn't going to say anything to him. And the defense is going to say, we have no questions. Thank you. Sorry about your loss, because that's what's going to happen. And that is why would they, just like with Peggy, they're not going to say anything to the children. I'd be shocked if they did. So I'm having issues with Facebook. It's driving me crazy. I can't friggin' figure out my password. My old password. Make it a new password. And that's why what I've been working on for the last 40 minutes. Trying to be crazy. Excuse me. Oh my goodness, you guys. Someone's got to keep me awake. Who's going to do it? It seems that what is my trying to like figure out my social medias. I have too many passwords saved. You know what I mean? It's driving me crazy. But so what's going on with all of you guys? Anything new in the last 24 hours? I feel like I haven't seen all you guys. Well, seems like we've had everybody leave. Nothing happened there, huh? Going fishing? Patrick, fun. We've been taking noodles. Where you been? I say we like I have. My husband's been taking Declan fishing at a little pond by our house, and he been catching little bluegill fish, and that's his new favorite pastime. Except he wants to go every day, and okay, so we'll turn off the street noise apparently, and well, I'm in Orlando, so your first time out this year. Do you have a boat, Patrick? So I grew up in Lake County, Florida, which is the chain of lakes. And all the lakes are connected in the county and through canals. And I grew up fishing on those lakes and swimming with the alligators and all that other stuff. So it's about 45 minutes from where I'm at now. My sister still lives there. We never owned a boat, but my dad used to rent pontoon boats and take us out for the day. So mostly freshwater, so no boat. Freshwater is good. See, here when you go fishing, more often than not, the saltwater boats or the boats out in the ocean are a lot bigger than the ones around locally. So, believe it or not, I have lived here my whole life and I have never been deep sea fishing, and I would love to. I'd love to go deep sea fishing. I also live in Florida and I hate the beach. So there's that one for you if you can figure that out. Everyone thinks I'm crazy. I just don't like sand or salt or hot or cold. I like my little cave in my house. I do. You missed nothing. You missed 2 clips that they played of Karen that pretty much was the dumbest clips I've heard. And hey, Amy, you're back. And then you missed them saying, okay, we're going to have the kids testify, and they put it on the ceiling fan, and now we're just watching the outside of court. So, you know what? I love living in Alaska, Patrick. I take it, I did not go deep sea fishing, but I did go fishing in Alaska. And I will tell you, I'm probably the only person, well, besides my 2 friends that were with me, that almost got hit by a whale. Yep, we almost got ran over by a whale in the middle of the ocean, wherever. I guess I have gone deep sea fishing if you count, like Alaska. I forgot about that. Like I was thinking about here. Yeah, we were on, so in the Coast Guard, you could rent tiny little boats to go out in the water into the bay. And we would rent these boats. They were like $25 to rent for the day. And so we went to go, and I was pregnant with Connor. I was with my friend Erin Kate and her husband Jay. And we stopped and put our poles. You hear the birdies? Yeah, he likes to tweet. He doesn't like to stop. We stopped and put our poles in the water, and next thing you know, Jay like freaks out and he's like trying to slam it in gear. And I looked to the left, and there's this whale breaching on one side of us, and then it went under our boat and then breached on the other side of us. And I was like, only we could almost get hit by a whale. Like in the middle of this huge ocean bay, only the whale would find me. I swear to God. It was fun living there because we lived on Koyak Island, so we could drive out and like to the ends of the road, the end of the road, pretty much, because you had to go to the end to go back because it was an island. And we only had access to one side of the island. If you wanted to get to the other side of the island, you had to take a plane, like a ski plane or whatever, but water plane. And you're not gonna see me on one of those because I don't even like puddle jumpers. So, Patrick, we would see like you go out there and just like stand by the ocean on the side of the water, like at this restaurant called End of the Road restaurant, or no, it was Road's End. Sorry, Road's End restaurant because the road ended, and it was called Chiniak, Alaska, and we went out there and we parked and we were about to go in. We were facing the water. And my husband at the time, my ex-husband, was like, "Oh my God, look." And I looked out and there was whales breaching out in the water, like up in the air, jumping out. Not just breaching, like they were jumping out. And that was kind of cool to see, especially when you grew up in Florida. I don't know. I kind of feel like I lived a little sheltered life here. Patrick, I can't tell you, if you can go to Alaska, go to Alaska. Like, don't not do it, because if it's on your bucket list, then that is something you need to really experience. I lived there for 3 years. And at one point we were almost going to go back. Then I got divorced. So, that stopped that. But we had to take, so when we got to Alaska, Caleb, my oldest, was 6 weeks old when I left. We got to Alaska. He was 10 weeks when we flew into Anchorage. And then my ex-husband met us at the airport and we took a ferry boat to Kodiak, which first you have to drive 2 hours to the coast to get the ferry. And then you get on the ferry boat and you take the ferry boat with your car underneath it. And then we had like a room on the ferry boat, really tiny room. And it's a 12-hour ferry ride to Kodiak. And that's how we got our car there and everything. I love Florida, but Florida's really this is where I grew up. So it's all I've known. Like, my dad worked at Disney for 25 years. My uncle that just passed away, he worked at Disney Electric Company for 35 years. My next door neighbor worked as a secretary at Wide World of Sports at Disney. You know what I mean? Like, so this is all I've known. I grew up going on the boat and taking our fishing poles on our bikes and going wherever. You go fishing in the lakes around the house and catch yourself a hook. I can tell you, I was telling Declan, I have so many scars from hooks when I was a kid. But I was also telling Declan the funniest story that we have with Caleb and Connor is when I used to, their dad was, we were in Sacramento at the time, and their dad was on deployment, and me and my friend Crystal, her son Wyatt, was a week older than Caleb, so they were best friends from the time they were like 3 until now. They still talk every day. And Wyatt, we decided to take them fishing at this local like little park by our house. And we pack everything up. We go get worms from Walmart, and we, we're those moms. We go out there and we hook the worms and do all that stuff. Well, I remember Connor was like 4 or 5 years old, and I said, Connor, do not cast your pole near that duck. What did Connor do? He cast his pole and it landed right next to the duck. And what did the duck do? It went down and grabbed the hook, and he caught a friggin' duck. So we had to slowly reel the duck in, me and Crystal, running around, like trying to slowly reel it on this kid pole and like not hurt the duck, because we weren't going to leave it. I wasn't going to just cut it and leave a hook in its mouth. And so we ended up finding a towel that we had with us. And once the duck came in, I jumped into the lake and I put the towel over the wings, and I held it while Crystal sat there with a pair of pliers and got the hook out so that we could let it go. But I'm like, only my child would catch a duck after I told him not to. I can't make this stuff up, you guys. Prince Edward Island, Canada. Is that so? Forgive me with my mapping skills, Amy, but is that like I've been to Victoria, British Columbia? Is that on that side, or is it on towards this side? Is it like towards Niagara Falls side? You love fishing stories like that. Yeah. Well, I feel like
Hey,
I'm
Mitch.
because they're leaving. Hey, you.
Prince Edward Island, Canada is absolutely gorgeous. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Amy?
It is. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me? Check your AirPods. Ames. Check your AirPods.
Hello. Hi.
Can
Yeah,
you
I
hear
had to
me?
change my earbuds.
I
Prince
knew
Edward
it. That's
Island
what
is
I
absolutely
said.
gorgeous.
Where's it at?
Let me mute this.
Oh, I
Hold
have it
on.
just, I muted it on my side. That's why.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful. It's its own island in Canada near Nova Scotia. It is one of the most stunning places you could ever go. Like Alaska's on my bucket list, but if you guys are looking for something stunningly beautiful, is Prince Edward Island, Canada. I have a
Yeah.
lot of family there. Yeah.
No, he wasn't trying to be mean. Hate. It was fun. It was actually, we laugh about it now. But I'm like, my child would be the only one to catch a duck. Like when I told
Who?
him not.
Yeah, you don't want to catch a duck, dude.
He
Up
didn't
at
do it on purpose. I said,
No,
don't
I
catch
know.
it there. And then he was like, oops. And then the duck was like, bye. And I'm like, here we go.
We've
This
been
is my
going
life.
to the same New Hampshire cottage forever, and there's a ton of ducks, and we used to be able to feed them, and now you can get fined for feeding the ducks, and I feel like my son is missing out because they used to
Really?
come right up to you, and like they would take it out of your hand. They knew that we were friendly, and they would come right up and like their mama duck and the baby ducks. But now, if the marine people see you do it, you get fined. It's really sad. They're like, don't feed waterfowl.
That's crazy. Well, here they have signs that say don't molest the alligators.
What?
Yeah, that's what the sign says on the lakes. Don't molest the alligators. But it means like mess with them. Don't like whatever.
I mean,
but
that's a really weird verbiage, but I get it.
it was in Tampa area, so that's all I can say. Said no molesting alligators. I said, trust me, I don't plan on it today.
Who the fuck wants to go near an alligator? Listen, your girl, I have not left the Massachusetts area, like New England. Like if I vacation, I go to like the very top of New Hampshire near like the Canadian border where it's like beautiful, or Maine or Cape Cod. I mean, I've been other places, but not much. I don't like wildlife, and I certainly do not want to see an alligator. That is like, I think I've faint. Do you want to hear something? So I have like a.
One in person or like up like in the wild, or would you go?
I don't even like see on video.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
See, that's how I am with
snakes.
That's how I am with snakes.
I guess I have an irrational fear of snakes. I don't like garter snakes. I don't want to see them. I don't want to hear them. I don't want to watch. I don't want to watch them.
Think it was funny, my older ones, to put fake snakes on me, and literally I would be in a ball in the fetal position crying, and they were freaking out like, what is wrong? And I'm like, like no, I can't even.
We don't do fake snakes here either. I have a traumatizing situation when I was younger. My brother got one and coiled it up and then called me over, and I come running and there's this huge snakes like coiled up, and I fucking fainted on the spot. Boom. Another time I was in Brookline. Now all my Massachusetts people, probably know what Brookline is. It's extra city. Like you would never expect a fucking snake anywhere. I'm coming out of my girl's house. I'm coming down her cement stairs. All right. Doot, doot, doot. A snake right in front of me is stuck slithering on the pavement, passed out on the spot. Boom! Passed out. I can't
Oh
do
my
it.
gosh. I
Yep,
had the
passed
boys.
out.
I was coming home with the boys when Liam and Kayla, or Liam and Declan. Declan was still in the brand new, like in a car seat where you carried the carrier, and Liam was like 2.5, and I was bringing them in, and I saw a gardener snake on my front porch, and I swear to you, because they're curious, so they lift their heads. Like they won't hurt you, they'll chase you, but they won't hurt you. They're more eating bugs or whatever. But I still don't want to see it. Like I don't care what you are, don't come near me. And it lifted its head. It was on my front porch. This thing was so
Wait, what
long.
lifted its head? Wait, what?
It was a gardener snake or a black
It
racer
lifted
snake. Sorry.
its head.
A
See,
black
no.
a black racer. It lifted its head up and like looked at me, and I was like, hail to the no. I jumped in my car. I was in tears. I called Steve because he was in Tampa area helping a friend. And I was like, baby, there's a snake. There's an anaconda on our front porch. It's going to kill me and the boys. And he was like, why are you calling me? Call National Geographic if there's an anaconda on the front porch. I'm like, shut up. I'm so scared. And I end up having to
Like
I
in
found
my
the tool.
mind, all snakes are anacondas. All snakes
They
are gonna
are.
hurt me. I don't give a flying. I don't give a fuck if they're venomous or not. Stay away from me.
It's
Stay away.
Anaconda. I was like, it's an anaconda. And he's like, do not call me. Call National Geographic. And I was like, shut up. I hate you. Like,
Bro, when I was little, my dance teacher, who I still absolutely love and adore, her husband had a python, and I was little.
that's no rope for
Okay.
me.
So I like vividly remember this. I was like Caden's age. Like I was so they wrapped it around me and it started to tighten, and I'm freaking out, and everyone's standing there laughing. Like, oh, it's so funny. It was not funny.
I hate that.
It wrapped it around me and
Why do
started
people
laughing.
enjoy other people's fear and pain?
Misery.
Like,
Bro,
it is
I was bugging. My mother was like,
like there is
Um,
nothing worse. If I see someone scared, I'm like, stop it. Don't do that to them.
yeah,
Like
don't do that.
I'm that girl, the crazy girl that when I was a kid, I used to love like clowns. My mom used to not like circus clowns, but like there was another clown that was out there, and
Oh
he
my
did like
God.
these little pretty, he was amazing like artist of the type of clown he was. But my mom would buy me these these expensive figurines, and so I had clowns all over. And then I saw it, and it was on TV. When it was on TV, and I didn't sleep in my room again. So my parents went and got every freaking clown out of my room, and I refuse to look at clowns. I won't go near clowns now. Still,
I don't like people. Clowns don't necessarily bother me. I don't like people in masks. Like during Halloween, I'll do my makeup and stuff, and it looks. I not to pat my own back, but I do really good makeup for Halloween. But I don't like when people come up to you and you can't, and they have masks on. I don't like that. I'll knock you the fuck out. Get away from me.
I mean, I just like my friend's husband had this mask that was a clown mask, and he would put it on and hide until I came around the corner, and I literally would run into the master bathroom and slam the door shut and lock myself in because I was in tears. Like my ex-husband thought it was funny when we went to Vegas. Let's go to this place and hang out. I'm like, cool. Where is it? We pull up to the freaking hotel. It was Circus.
Yeah.
What do you have to do? You have to walk through every clown section in there to get to the stupid game room thing. I'm like, this is not fair.
Yo, did you just see that Tar Heels son just killed a 2.5-foot venomous snake in her yard? That my homegirl here, my Alabama Slammer sister, is from Alabama, and they're actually a fun fact. You know how the weather guy that was up on the stand, how he was talking about the Blue Hills. Blue Hills is like a huge thing. Like I went there as a kid every weekend. We climbed the hill to the top, and you were able to see the city, and it's gorgeous up there. Until I found out that place is one of the only places in New England that have rattlesnakes.
Nope.
And that's real. That's a real thing. They have rattlesnakes there that have adapted to our weather. And people have been bitten by these things. So that
That's
was the
not-
last time I did that.
That's a
Yeah.
big no for me.
That's a hard fucking no for me. Yeah.
Yeah. See, gators don't bother me, but it's probably because I grew up with them. But like snakes, and I know that they're in the water too around here. But cottonmouths, what she said, we call it
Yeah,
their water
cottonmouth.
cottonmouths. That, and then we have the coral snakes down here too.
Yeah, fuck. We have water moccasins.
Yeah.
That's a hard no for me.
A water that's what we call cottonmouths or water moccasins.
Oh, okay. So we have water moccasins. That's what we call them, and they're vicious. And we have like watering holes like down the street from me. I would bring Kay to like dip in like a really hot day, and it got closed down.
That's
for
big no.
yeah, fuck that. It gets closed down a lot, and I actually like read why it was being closed down. Because there was an influx of water moccasins where the kids were swimming. So now I take the boy to either the ocean or splash pads because I'm not dipping in any type of pond, lake, nothing.
Oh, and the thing of Florida, like you can't even if we go to a splash pad, there's always a chance that there can be a snake around there because they're in the grass.
Oh,
They
the
go-
water, yeah.
So it's
No,
like
our splash pads are usually on like cement, like they're not in water, they're not on grass.
Yeah, ours are too, but the grass they're always at the park around them.
Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Florida
Well, that's
has-
just it. Okay, so I'm the girl. Okay, don't judge me, but I don't walk across grass ever. Like I'm taking the long way around because I'm not going to be scared
I'm white trash.
by anything.
Just
Who's white trash?
I'm white trash. I'll admit it right now. I never wear shoes if I don't have to.
No, me either. Neither does my son.
I will walk in the grass. I will walk in the cement. I'll walk on rocks. I don't care. I don't want to wear shoes. I am the white trash girl. You will see.
Me too. But I mean, I'm saying like if I can avoid walking, like I like to sit in the grass. I will do that. But I'm saying like a huge field or something like that. Like you will not catch your girl walking through because there's a chance that there is a snake out there that might meet me, and I don't know how. I told you I've passed out cold from seeing a garter snake. Like
yeah, no, that's not a thing for me.
Yeah,
I mean, I found out I was moving to Alaska, and I was so scared that because I didn't know, like, how do you live? Like, I lived around alligators. Okay, so I know how to take care of myself with that. But I was moving to a place called Kodiak where they had the Kodiak bear. Like, okay,
cool.
Do you know how big those are? Do you know how they just break into people's houses? Like, yeah.
Right.
And so I was like, okay, we're moving to Kodiak. And all of a sudden Discovery Channel has like, what do fun people do for fun in Kodiak? Oh, they go watch the bears at the dump. And I'm like, I'm not going to the fucking dump.
Do you want to hear the coolest thing? I think Kaden was like one or two. We were up at Santa's Village. I don't know if you don't know where that is, but it's really far up in New Hampshire. And it's exactly what it sounds like. Santa's Village is amazing. We were driving home and I saw a huge moose with two babies. And we stopped and we took pictures and we go outside. She didn't like charge us or anything. She just like let us be. And it was the coolest experience. They were probably like 10 feet away from us just eating. It was the coolest thing.
Yeah, when you live in Alaska and you're driving down the road, like literally there's just a moose in the parking lot.
It's so cool. Those things are enormous. I'll tell you what, they're as fast as a train.
I know, you don't want them charging at you. We were like, get in the car. Get in the car now. Everybody get in the car.
It was the coolest thing.
But yeah, I mean, I will never take back being able to live in Alaska. That was probably my favorite thing in the world, but I was scared to death of the bears.
I'm jealous.
Even when I lived there, I would my ex-husband thought it was fun. Let's go look for bears. And I'm like, yes, this is what I want to do with my time. And so he would drive and I would literally have like my hands over my eyes because I was afraid we were going to come to a bear.
Do you know what we have an influx right now where I live is coyotes.
They're around here. We have them too.
Yeah.
They're baby.
They're like coyotes. They're dangerous as hell.
We were out walking we were out walking. It was Heroes when Hero was with us. We were walking him, and another guy said he just saw a coyote on the other, like around the other street, and he's like, "Be careful." I'm like, "Hurry your asses up, people! Let's go."
What?
Pizza's done.
Okay.
It's been beeping.
I'll be right back.
All right, rabbits. See, we don't really have. We found a baby rabbit in our yard in Tampa area, St. Pete area, or Stillwater area. And well, my dog found it, and so we took it, took it back so that we didn't touch it. We put like a cover, like a plastic bag around our hands, so we carried it back to where we found where we left it and left it there, so it would go back. So it was gone after that. We don't really see the rabbits. It's not like, I mean, everyone says, oh, they're freaked out about gators, but it's not like gators. It's not like you're just like go outside and there's gators in your yard. You know what I mean? If there's here's what they say. If there's a body of water, there is probably a gator in there. But if you're not messing with it, it's not messing with you. And as long as you ain't feeding it, it ain't gonna mess with you as long as you're in your mating season and doing all kinds of crazy stuff.
As far as I know, like as long as they're not hungry and you're in your mating season and you just leave them alone. Like I leave all wildlife alone. Just so you know, I'm not a camper. I don't camp. I don't do tents. Because you like listen, there can be a snake in your tent. They're slippery little suckers, and I'm not doing that. If I will glamp. I've glamped with my sister who has like a huge
glamper, not a camper. I glamp. I don't camp.
Yeah, I'm a glamper. And I want to be on like a reservation that has like, you know, the amenities. I want a pool and I want like a spa. I'm not a camper.
Put it on live. That's what I did my entire life. I grew up in the lake, swimming with the alligators. The only thing is you have to make sure that they just don't go under. When they go under, that's what you have to worry about. You can see their eyes, you're good. It's when they go under the water that you don't want to be around. You know?
No, I like the Four Seasons. Like I want to go to like the DoubleTree Hotel with the saltwater pool. Like I'm just not that girl. You know what I mean? Do I look like that girl? Do I look like I would go camping? Amber, I love you, but I'll be down the street at the DoubleTree.
Disney too. What are you talking about? Everyone got those high-end hotels, and they're at Disney too. I mean,
what? Gators?
Gators? Yeah, all the lakes at Disney.
My brother lives down south, and he'll go like golfing or whatever, and then I'll get a picture of like an alligator like on the golf course, and I'm like, get away from him! What are you doing, bro? What are you doing? You are from High Park. There's no reason why you should be anywhere near a gator.
I won't get that close.
We don't have gators and shit in Metro Boston. Metro Boston, I think the biggest thing I saw until I was in my 30s was the rats down in Fenway at the fucking train station. You could ride those things.
Like Declan's school, we went to Gatorland Zoo in the beginning of December, and he had, I mean, like, you know, we got to see the gator, the wrestler, like, or the gator that kind of sat on the gator and opened its mouths and showed you like all his teeth and stuff like that. But I mean, there's hundreds of gators, but the other thing they have there is you can actually zip line over the gators. And I was like, that's a big nope. That's not happening.
Yeah, that's a hard no. That's a hard pass.
Do you know my luck? Do you know my luck? It's not very good.
Listen, I love the beach. I love the beach. Like one of my favorite beaches is at the very tip of the Cape. And I've taken my boy there, and my mother and my son share a birthday. So I've taken them away every year since Caden was born. And we go down to the tip of the Cape. It's called Herring Beach. And you can see sharks and you can see all types of shit. But that's fine because they're in the water and I'm not.
A shark?
They're not coming to get me. Yeah. And I can tan. And my son can play in the what?
Did you say sharks or
there's
sharks?
Great white sharks. There's great whites down there. You shitting me?
Girl, you were so into your talking that you didn't even realize that you totally said shocks instead of sharks. Like it was so boss. No. It was so boss. I've never, I've heard your accent thick, and that was the thickest I've heard your accent. I was like, did she just say shocks or sharks? What's she talking about? You were so into what you were saying.
The shocks, bro. The shocks.
Kevy Kev, you know.
But like, they can't get me. They're not worried about me. Yeah, Kevy Kev knows. Kevy Kev's from the city too, bro. You know that you don't like you. The biggest thing you've seen is a raccoon or a Fenway fucking rat. That's a
Okay, look at that. Even Tar Heel said shocks. What's a shock?
Shocks. They were shock. And no one parks a car in Harvard. Yeah, that's illegal. Don't do that. We got
that's the one
knick-knack.
thing everybody
shit.
tries
Hey, girl.
to do.
Hey.
Hey, girl.
Hey. So yeah, I
Um,
don't to your ocean effect, Amy. I don't swim in the ocean. I refuse to. If I can't see
Oh, I
what's
swim in the
under me,
ocean, but I don't like swim out.
Nope. I refuse to. I'll get in just to like get my body wet, but I will not swim.
I don't like
Period.
Same.
I mean,
Same.
dead
I mean, Caden will
bodies
go
and
in there, but
everything go in
that's when
there.
he gets the fucking blisters, though.
Yeah, no,
That's when he gets the
mm-mm.
blisters. Bro,
I
the last time
refuse.
I brought Caden was like 2 years old. I brought him down the Cape to Yarmouth, and I kept applying the fucking sunscreen, but because of the ocean and the salt
Yeah, it was so
water and
sad.
him wanting to be in the water, this poor kid was so burnt and so bubbled. I was like, I'm never
remember.
bringing him out in the public again.
It was so sad. I remember.
I want to go to the Cape to see Shockies. Yeah. Bro, Wellfleet got shocks. Provincetown got shocks. That's where I like to go. Herring Beach is on Race Point. They all got shocked. And you can see them, like you can see their fins, but they're not trying to hurt us. They're looking for seals. Just don't go in the water.
Always has shark attacks.
I'm pretty sure. I don't quote me on this, and if he's listening, which I don't think he is, but I'm pretty sure that the Lord went deep diving with sharks, like in the cage thing. Yeah.
Yeah, fuck that.
Lord our
Yeah,
Savior.
right. Fuck
I mean, if you're in a
that, all
cage,
the way
that's
off.
cool.
No, don't they? You've
thing
never
is,
seen the
sharks don't
videos where they
wanna
come
eat
through the
us.
fucking cage, James? Are you kidding me right now? No.
Oh no, I have. I love
Dumb
that
ways
shit.
to
I
die.
love that
There's
shit.
a reason they
Bro,
make shows like
listen,
that.
Dumb ways to
we
die.
are not tasty. We are not tasty to sharks. As soon as they feel it, as soon as they know that we're not a seal, they let go. But they fuck
I ain't
you
gonna
up
be
and
the
then you
one to test
die.
out that
So there's
theory to see
that.
if it likes my.
No,
Me
there's
either.
that. You won't go near an alligator, but you'll go near a shark. It's kind of the same shit.
I mean, yeah, but listen, I
Have
watch
y'all
Gator
ever heard
Boys,
of
all right? So I
Fisher-Cat?
know what to do. Oh
You
yeah,
watch
God,
Oh my
I grew
god,
up
those
with
people
Fisher
that
Cats.
tackle them.
So
Look what happened to Steve Irwing. Look what
Yeah, he
happened
got
to him.
killed by,
This
he got
man
killed by a stingray. He didn't even
stingray,
get
yeah.
killed by a
Stingray!
gator. It was a stingray.
Of all
And
the
it
ways
went right,
to go.
and it went right through his heart too.
Yep. It was
It
like
went right to his
freak. It
heart.
was like a freak thing.
Yeah, it was a
But
freak thing.
so like
Exactly, making changes. Patrick's right. As soon as they get your leg, they let go because they're like, this ain't meat. This is like, this is
Well,
people.
Tell that to the amputees who are amputees.
I mean, yeah, they get
Oh,
your
it's
leg and they're like,
terrible.
bye, I don't want to be with you anymore. I
Yeah,
mean,
they're
gators
like,
just drag
fucking
you under.
see ya. Yeah.
Gators will just do this the spin
Yeah.
roll, the death roll.
How about the people that get bit by a bit? How about they already got bit by a shark and the surfers and they continue to surf? Like that has to be a mental illness. I don't know.
There's that one girl that does it. She's what's her? I don't remember her name.
Oh, bye, kids.
Bye.
Bye.
Amy, unlock or undo your mute.
Do you currently work?
And when you initially joined the Massachusetts State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And can you please describe to the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
Yes. I attended the 83rd RTT, or Recruit Training Troop, with the state police, hosted in New Braintree. It's approximately 6 to 7 months in duration. It included criminal law, criminal procedure, motor vehicle law, defensive tactics, emergency vehicle operations, etc.
Now, when you initially joined the state police, where were you assigned?
I was originally assigned to the State Police Sturbridge Barracks, or C5.
And how long were you at the Sturbridge Barracks at C5?
Approximately 2 years.
And where did you go from there?
From there, I transferred to the Crime Scene Services section in 2020, and I spent 3 years in that unit.
And what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services section?
Upon entry to that unit, troopers assigned are put through an in-house training program hosted by the state police. It's the lion's share of a year. Begins with the history of the study of fingerprints, biology, morphology. It progresses to supervised casework, processing techniques, evidence collection, and culminates in a competency exam for any of the disciplines that the trooper is assigned.
Now, when you're working for the Crime Scene Services section, how are assignments made typically within that unit?
Typically, troopers work on an on-call schedule. They're given advance notice, and they're on call for 24-hour periods. Most often, if a call is received or a request is made for crime scene services during that call period, the trooper assigned responds.
And sort of geographically, as far as the on-call trooper is concerned, how is that sort of divvied up?
So I was assigned to the Maynard Laboratory. The Crime Scene Services section is organized by crime labs. Maynard encompasses a large area, upward of 50 cities and towns. Some of the more northern towns would be Lowell and Billerica, and it goes all the way down to Canton and Stoughton. The trooper on call for that 24-hour period covers that entire region.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to the Canton Police Headquarters.
And approximately what time did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 9 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I was met by the requesting officer, Michael Proctor.
And what was the purpose, or what was described to you initially as the purpose of you responding to that location?
The request was made for me to assist in documenting a search warrant that was being executed on a vehicle housed at the police department.
And who do you recall being present during your time at the Canton Police Department and during that search warrant execution?
Trooper Proctor was present. There was a forensic scientist from the crime lab, Maureen Hartnett. There were various members of the Canton Police Department. There were members of the State Police Crash Reconstruction Section, Trooper Joe Paul, to name one. There were members of the Norfolk SPDU as well.
And if you know, in addition to Michael Proctor, how many other members of the Norfolk SPDU were present during the search warrant?
I'm aware of at least 3.
And what was it that you were asked to document at that location?
Namely, it was Karen Reed's vehicle.
And where was that vehicle located within the Canton Police Department?
It was in the garage bay.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of your documentation or memorialization of that vehicle that morning?
Yes. Typically, upon arrival, I would consult with the requesting officer to determine the scope of the search warrant. In that case, it was Michael Proctor. He described that the vehicle was being searched for a variety of things, to include biological evidence, communication devices, alcohol containers, receipts, infotainment center data, etc. He asked me to document the vehicle with digital photographs. I then consulted with the forensic scientist who was present as well to determine the order in which the vehicle would be documented and processed. I began by documenting the vehicle's exterior with photographs prior to any manipulation or movement, and then proceeded to document the interior and its contents.
Now, any items that were seized during the execution of that search warrant, how were they photographed prior to being seized?
They're photographed in place prior to being moved.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use typically while photographing items for crime scene services?
The main piece of equipment we would use is a digital camera. We wear protective equipment, namely gloves and a mask typically, often a scale, so that the images can be calibrated to true size upon examination later. Sometimes placards or ruler tape we placed on items of interest or items that will be collected.
Now, on this occasion, you mentioned Maureen Hartnett from the crime lab was present there as well.
That's correct, sir.
And what did you observe her doing as far as any sort of documentation with relation to certain things or items or areas of the vehicle?
My recollection is that she was chiefly concerned with the exterior of the vehicle, namely the rear right corner, and she was looking for DNA and trace evidence, I believe.
And as far as, was there any delineation that you saw her place on the vehicle with respect to certain areas of the vehicle?
Yes, she marked various locations on the vehicle with ruler tape.
And is that something that you would photograph both prior to and afterward when she would place those stickers or labels on the vehicle?
The area would be documented during my overall photographs prior to her placing any placards or ruler tape. And then once those placards are placed, they would be photographed again.
Now, in addition to the photographs, what else did you do with respect to the vehicle?
I was also asked to process the front right passenger compartment of the vehicle for friction ridge impressions.
Now, what is a friction ridge impression?
A friction ridge impression is it's a replica or an impression of the friction ridge skin on the hands or the feet. Friction ridge skin is an evolutionary adaptation on human beings that allow for better grasp of objects. What makes it unique and significant to policing is that that friction ridge skin has unique patterns. They're formed through ridges and furrows or hills and valleys, and they're unique to every individual. In the hundreds of years that fingerprints have been studied, no two individuals have ever been determined to have the same fingerprints. Analysts are trained to examine these patterns, more importantly, the individual ridge events, and conduct examinations that can lead to identifications or exclusions.
Now, just briefly, can you describe for the jury that process of how you do that?
I would document the vehicle with photographs first, and then determine what medium would be used to process the vehicle. In this case, white fingerprint powder was selected. The particular area processed was relatively small. It was the front passenger compartment, interior and exterior. I focused on surfaces that were more conducive to friction ridge impressions. Certain surfaces are far more conducive than others. Typically, non-porous surfaces like glass, polished metal, dash surfaces are better for impressions, are more likely to yield impressions than porous surfaces, which is items like paper or unfinished wood. The area was processed with white fingerprint powder, examined, and no impressions of value were determined to be present.
Now, just briefly, Trooper Clark, when you say no impressions of value were determined, can you explain to the jury a little more, expound upon what that means?
Analysts are trained to determine during the analysis phase if an impression is of value for comparison. What that means is whether or not the impression, if any, has enough quantitative and qualitative detail where it could be compared to a known impression or an exemplar and make a finding. In this case, there were no usable impressions.
Now, upon that initial documenting of the vehicle, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was also requested to respond to 34 Fairview Road in Canton and take overall photographs of a scene.
And when you say overall photographs, can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Overall photographs are essentially just like they sound. They're typically taken from a distance. They're not examination level photographs. They're general area photographs. This particular case, it was an outdoor scene. I was directed where to focus my attention, and I took a series of photographs of that area.
Now, did anyone go with you there?
Not that I recall.
And when you say your area, your attention was directed to certain areas, where was your attention focused?
The requesting officer explained that upon my arrival, I would see an area in the front lawn or close to the street at that address where a significant amount of snow had been partially cleared away near a flagpole. He asked that I take overall photographs of that area, given the lighting was preferable, and to focus on the front of the residence, that cleared area, and the street around it.
And Trooper Clark, what do you recall in reference to the snow accumulation on the area of the lawn near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road on that date of February 1st?
My recollection is that there was a significant amount of snow present. Snow banks were apparent from what I presume to be plowing. There was an area that did appear to be cleared and heavily trodden by footwear and tires. Still, even in that area, there was a significant amount of snow with certain spots of grass showing.
Now, while you were there, sir, did you or anyone else do any sort of excavation of that front lawn area?
No.
Now, following that, where did you go?
I returned to the Canton Police Department.
And why did you return to the Canton Police Department at that point?
I had finished my assignment with 34 Fairview, and I was asked to return. I believe the forensic scientist was continuing to process the vehicle. At that time, I would re-encounter her and determine if there was any additional photographs required.
Now, in addition to the photographs that you took initially at the Canton Police Department, what else did you memorialize with reference to the vehicle that day?
They took general photographs of the vehicle, the contents. At one point, a bag was presented to me with evidence by one of the Canton officers.
Let me ask it this way, sir. At some point, you mentioned there was a reconstruction trooper who was present at the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And so what, if anything, did you document with respect to that reconstruction trooper outside of the Canton Police Department?
Trooper Joe Paul asked while I was there to document a series of brake and acceleration tests with digital video that he was performing with the same vehicle. I was also asked to take photographs and video of the vehicle's backup warning system, which was activated as they performed some tests.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Sergeant Clark, showing you the disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
And what do you recognize that to be?
this is the crime scene photos.
And what's contained on that disc, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed both inside and outside the Canton Police Department with respect to Ms. Reed's vehicle, as well as the scene at 34 Fairview on February 1st?
I presume it is.
Your Honor, Como will seek to introduce the minutes of next exhibit.
I'm assuming that that's all that's on the disc, and if that's the case, then we have no objection.
You've seen it.
I haven't seen that particular disc. We have received the photos in discovery. I'm not concerned about that.
Oh, that'll come in.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Exhibit 133.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish a few of those photos to the jury.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I approach the witness
Yes.
just briefly? Your Honor, I'm presenting you with three photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in each of those three photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize depicted in each of those three photographs in general?
I would describe these as mid-range and a close-up photograph of the vehicle's dash area.
And Your Honor, separately, may I call to seek to introduce and admit as the next three exhibits?
All right, but I'd like to do it as one exhibit.
ABC?
Please, yes.
It's 134A through 134C.
Thank you.
And my apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I now publish some of those photos?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2616. And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to zoom in on the steering wheel just above the L for the Lexus sign. And Sergeant Clark, do you see what's depicted up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And from this photograph, just above the steering wheel on the right-hand side, what do you observe there?
Vehicle's odometer reading?
And is that what the odometer read as far as when you took this photograph outside of the Canton Police Station on February 1st?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2617. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the center of that photograph. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph.
This is a mid-range photograph of the vehicle's display screen, the center console, with what I would describe as the backup warning system activated as the vehicle approaches a pedestrian.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, the next photograph, which is 2618. And again, Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
More or less the same as the last photograph, sir.
Closer up image than the prior photograph, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Giannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Trooper.
Good morning, sir.
Your earliest involvement in this case was on February 1st of 2022.
That's correct.
You ended up, and by the way, at that time, you were a trooper assigned to the crime scene services section,
That's correct.
and that was in which town in Massachusetts?
Where I was assigned, sir?
Yes,
Maynard.
Maynard, okay. About a year later, you actually joined the Norfolk CPAC unit or the Norfolk Detectives Unit, correct?
That's correct.
And when you joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, Lieutenant Brian Tully was the supervisor of that unit, was he not?
Yes, he was.
You are still with that unit, correct?
That's correct.
So you've been there for approximately 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years.
That's correct.
And so you were there when Lieutenant Tully was removed as the supervisor of that unit, correct?
That's sustained, and folks should to disregard that.
Now, if I could request an instruction.
Jurors, pay no attention to that question or answer. That is not properly before you with this witness.
Is Lieutenant Tully still the supervisor of that unit?
Yes.
I'm going to see you at sidebar for just a minute, please.
so going back to February 1st of 2022, you learned that Michael Proctor had called your unit, resulting in your involvement in this case on that date, correct?
That's right.
And Michael Proctor had requested that you go to the Canton Police Station?
That's correct.
At the time, were you aware that the Canton Police Station, or the Canton Police Department, I should say, had a conflict of interest with this investigation?
Objection.
Rephrase it. Rephrase it.
Well, were you aware when you were called out on this case that John O'Keefe had been found mortally wounded on Brian Albert's lawn?
I was advised of that fact upon my arrival.
Okay. And you were you advised of the fact that Brian Albert's brother was a Canton police detective?
I did not know that.
All right. Still, it was the Canton Police Station and not a state police barracks where Michael Proctor instructed you to go, correct?
That's right.
Was he there before you, or did you arrive there before him?
He was there before me.
When you got there, where did you see Michael Proctor within the Canton Police Department?
Inside the garage bay.
And is that also called a sally port?
Yes.
And when you got there, was Michael Proctor the one to direct you to the Lexus SUV?
Yes.
And when you got there on February 1st, that was the first time that you laid eyes on that vehicle, correct?
Yes, it is.
There was no other investigator from the State Police Detectives Unit or the CPAC unit there with the Lexus SUV except for Michael Proctor, correct?
There were other investigators from the Norfolk District Attorney's Office present that morning.
In any case, you had no personal knowledge prior to your arrival of how long Michael Proctor had been with that SUV before you got there, correct?
That's right.
You have no personal knowledge about whether anyone was monitoring Michael Proctor while he was near the vehicle before you got there.
That's correct.
And before you got there, you had no idea how much access Michael Proctor had to that vehicle, right?
Correct.
Your assignment was to take photographs and to process the passenger's compartment in particular for fingerprints.
Correct.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Bless you. About a year and a half after that, on July 18th of 2023, you participated in this investigation again, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And that was because, in part, you had now joined the Norfolk CPAC unit, correct?
Correct.
And you participated in an interview of Colin Albert at the Norfolk DA's office, right?
That's right.
You knew at the time that Colin Albert was the nephew of the homeowner, Brian Albert?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Did you know that at the time?
Could you rephrase the question?
Sure. At the time that you were called in for this interview and told that you would be participating in an interview of Colin Albert, you knew that he was Brian Albert's nephew, correct?
I was advised that prior to the interview, yes.
You conducted that interview along with Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
At the time, Michael Proctor was a state trooper in that unit, correct?
Yes, he was.
And you knew he was also the lead investigator on the case, correct?
He was the case officer, yes.
At the time of that interview on July 18th, before you began questioning of Colin Albert, had Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family?
Sustained.
Will you approach?
Go on to the next area. Let's see if you can come back.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruiser?
Sustained injuries. I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard.
I will hear you. good time to take our morning recess. We'll see you in about 20 minutes. And Sergeant, you can just follow up.
For fuck's sake. Swear to God, this lady. All right. Let me send this to you guys.
Not to brag, but I am stocked up on Airheads.
You suck. That is bragging, and I'm not happy about that. But if it makes you feel, it makes me feel better to tell you that I just had a toaster strudel.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we...
Did you have that? No. I had that.
So this is a fucking shit show.
What
Bev
the hell?
is was pre jury or someone complaining about her. She is trying to keep evidence out, and it is so blatant. And I hope the jury sees right through this bullshit. They have spent more time at sidebar and breaks. And then yesterday, I know it was Karen not feeling well, but they are behind schedule, and Bev is just blocked. She's like the Commonwealth's goalie. Like fuck that bitch.
Tell me how you really feel.
That's how I really feel, Kelly. Fuck that bitch.
I don't really understand. Could you kind of go into a little more detail?
Fuck her. Fuck Proctor. Fuck Bukaki. Fuck Tully. Fuck them all. Fuck them all.
Love you.
And who's this dude? He looks like a strung out John Cena. Who is he? He wasn't here at fucking 1.0.
And your sister's not answering the phone.
Zach, I love you so much.
Oh
my God. Yeah, Mark, you're cool. You're cool. You're cool. You're not cool. You can fuck all the way off. Wait, Mark, where you going?
Man, where you think you're going, boy? You're related to us now.
Mark, you're my little brother. You better get your ass back here.
Zach's shown his ass already today.
Zach's always showing his ass. He comes here for the abuse.
He said not leaving, Zach. It's a movie.
Zach likes to be objectified.
I said, I missed your face. He's like, that's my butt. I was like, damn it, I knew it.
That's my asshole.
Show me his ass.
It's a short break. 20 minutes? 20 minutes is not a short break. What are they trying to hide? I thought they were going to voir him, but look now we're looking
trying to hide the fact that Tully is no longer their superior.
Amen.
He resets his farewell. Yeah, they're trying to hide that Tully has an internal investigation, and he was demoted and moved.
Rehomed?
He was rehomed. And he is no longer what he was. That is what they're trying to do.
Yeah. No, I love Airheads. I really shouldn't be eating them.
Are you calling us Airheads hate? Or are you just saying like Airheads in general?
No, the candy, Kelly. Get it together.
I know, I'm just teasing her.
I know.
She's like, sorry, Airheads. My little nephew loves those things. Okay, well, sorry about that.
Airheads. Oh my God. I had to go to CVS last night, me and my son, and everyone just loves Kay. And the pharmacist like gave him like a bunch of Kit Kats and like a lollipop. And I'm like, excuse me, I'm his mother. Like, can you ask first? Not that I would have said no. But then I like
it was Tora instead of Tully.
Yeah, Cora lives with Tully now.
Tora and Cora live together.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, well, honestly, you sent that video of him laughing yesterday. I almost peed myself. I was like,
wasn't that funny? He has the best laugh. Him and my niece are like butt buddies. There's like that. You know what I love? They're only 4 years apart, and I know they're gonna be like each other's rocks for the rest of their life. Like, it warms my heart.
Zach said, we interviewed a 5'3" Asian female in New Hampshire, and it's definitely Tully. Trust us, bro.
The fucking Zach. Oh my God.
He is hilarious. Yeah,
He
I
is
mean,
hilarious.
we got Tora and Cora living together. That's what she's trying to keep out right now. Is and it actually tripped it. Almost
Why
tripped Janetti, though.
keep
If you
it
heard, got
out?
stumbled
It
through his
is.
word.
The thing is, like, they have like the weatherman coming, and that was totally fine, even though it had nothing to do with the case. But you're gonna keep out the fact that these fuckers got rehomed and fired because of this case, because of their behavior. What's really going on, Beverly Canoni?
Right, Miss Canoni.
Miss Canoni, can you imagine being married to her? Poor Frank. Poor Frank.
Dude.
Her kid.
Ugh. She would be like, sustained. No, you sustained.
I'll allow it.
You
Oh my
cannot.
God, Tahil.
I am
Tahil
sustaining.
sent me a voice note one day, and I almost pissed myself. She was like, I think that Beverly, when she's having sex, she'll be like, I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Oh my God. Tar Heel. That's hilarious.
Tar Heel is a nasty bitch. Yeah.
That's funny as shit.
Oh my God.
You didn't get timed out this morning, Zach?
Wow. That's a first. I thought you were timed out for 24 hours.
Well, it was already 24 hours yesterday.
Oh, true. True.
But Auntie Deb usually times him out for a bit, and then he'll tell him to go apologize. I was watching his one yesterday, and he was like, you go apologize, Zach. You go apologize for that. You got her muted. I was like, Zach is trouble all over the place. And I swear to God, he follows me around YouTube. I swear to you.
No, Zach's the best. He's everywhere, and he's hysterical.
Like everywhere at one time.
Mm-hmm.
I went to Omar's chat, and he was in Omar's chat. And then I went to the expert. All of a sudden, Zach shows up. I'm like, dude, I was here first. Go away.
Yeah, me and him are cool from a chat that I used to mod in, and that's where Hood Book account came from. He's my Hood Bugger brother.
You almost felt bad, but you didn't. That's kind of like my daughter when she said, I almost felt like he was going to kick me in the face. And we were like, almost felt like he was going to kick you in the face.
Well, like, I laugh when people fall and stuff, and like I even do it to my son. Like, it's an automatic reaction when something happens. Like, I make sure he's okay first.
That's what a good friend does. That's what a good friend does. Ask my best friend when she fell at St. Jude last month.
Oh my God, it tickles me. Yo, Caden busted his ass in the hallway the other day, and like my first reaction was to bust out laughing. I made sure he was okay, and I comforted him, but I was laughing my ass off.
We were walking back from the hospital to Tridelta, where we're like the hotel on St. Jude, and my vet Christy, she tripped on like the sidewalk because she thought it was thicker than it was. It went like further in at that time, and she tripped and she caught herself, and then like she kept walking, and then like all of a sudden she tripped again, and then she fell on her ass, and I literally I couldn't stop laughing. I had to like, I'm like, okay, hold on, are you okay? Like I was trying to stop myself from laughing at her, and she was like, you truly are my best friend because you just sat there and laughed at me, and you didn't even. She's like, you checked on me afterwards, but I was like, I had to. It was
my 79-year-old mother like stays with me on the weekdays because I work really early, and she helps me with my son. God bless her. But she has like a little walker scooter thing that she can like sit on too. I don't know. I don't explain it. She's in my kitchen and she's cooking, and I am like behind the counter. I can't even stop laughing even thinking about it. This is terrible. You guys don't think I'm evil. She goes to sit on the little scooter thing, but she like hit it with her legs first.
Oh my God.
The scooter went flying, and Nana was like, boom,
Poor
straight on her
Nana.
ass.
Be nice to Nana. Nana is
I
our love.
helped her, obviously, but like I was uncontrollably laughing. It's not like the fact that like she fell. I'm glad she's okay, and like I helped her up and stuff. But when I tell you, I laughed so hard, and then she was like, "Amy."
I will tell you, some of our funniest things in our my family have come from either somebody getting hurt or saying the wrong thing or autocorrect. Like,
yeah,
we call my friend Amy, my sister Amy, and I, we call each other Oodle. So all of us to each other. And if you watch my video I did on my mom's eulogy on Mother's Day, you'll see I say it started because we were making fun of my mom because she took the dog and put it up to her mouth or to her face, and she was like oodle doodle 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 doo, and we were kind of tipsy on the pool deck. And I went to Amy and I grabbed her face and I went oodle doodle doodle doo. And then she was like oodle doodle doodle. And then it just became a whole oodle doodle thing. And so now it's just oodles. So like the joke of oodle came because we were making fun of my mom.
I love that.
She thought it was the funniest thing ever. And so yeah, that, and then like we have another family one, it's called Pata. And that was because when we first got the iPhones, my brother had an iPhone, he got rid of it. And so he's like, here, I'll just give you mine. I'm not going to use it because it was like brand new and I hadn't had it yet. And so we went to have it hooked up to my account from my cell phone company. And it was our Christmas time. And we went to go to other stores to get stuff. And so my brother's like, we got it hooked up. We dropped him off at one place. And my sister had to go to another place down the way. And then I was like, I'll wait in the car. Misty comes out to call us or text us when you're back out and we'll come get you. And he said, we're ready. And my sister went to write Otay, O-T-A-Y, like, Otay, we're on our way. And she said Otay, and it auto-corrected to Pata. And she was like, what? And so she went to do it again, and it auto-corrected again. So it was like, Pata, Pata. So now that's how we tell each other we love each other. Pata, Pata.
I love that.
See you later, Pata, Pata. Because
Me and my sisters address each other as like, what's up, ho?
Yeah.
Stop, ho. I'm not the person that you want to be sitting near in a serious situation.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not that person you should be.
You're
Don't
that
look
person
at me.
Don't
look at me.
I could see
Nothing.
that.
No.
I could totally
Yeah,
see that.
no, don't look at me. I keep my head down.
That's funny.
I think it's like a nervous thing too. Like I mean to laugh, but it's like a nervous habit that like in serious situations I crack a little jokey joke or I just laugh.
Yeah. Well, and it's, I mean, that's the thing with, I mean, Christy's a lot like you. I see my best friend Christy a lot like you because she can be serious, but like she gets so uncomfortable in such situations. Just see her, panic in her face. But I mean, but we've been best friends since like second grade. We've, she's like my sister. She's probably more as close to me as my sister, my real sister is. I know I'm closer to her than her sister. She doesn't want anything to do with her sister. So
yeah, Blue, that's right. The fans getting more attention today. The case, I hear ya. Yeah, me and my friend since I was 14, like me and her can look at each other. We don't even have to talk. We can just look at each other and just know.
I saw a TikTok today. Speaking of the fan, it was early this morning, and someone's like, "What happened yesterday? Why was there no court?" And someone said, "I figured it out," and it was a broken ceiling fan, and it like had. And I was like, "Oh my god!" People are crazy. People are cracking me up. It's got, you know what? This went from not being on TikTok hardly at all to being all my entire timeline. Hi, Dee Marie.
Hi, honey.
My entire timeline is now Karen Reed.
You've missed nothing, love. Nothing's happening. No.
The kids testified. We didn't get to see that.
That was fast.
Yeah, they did. I'm just because the defense probably didn't ask him any questions. Defense will probably
why would you? Why even bring those kids up? Listen, Peggy should never have come up, and those kids should never. They have nothing to do with it, and all it is doing is re-traumatizing those kids over and over and over.
Hank and Peggy honestly should be ashamed of themselves.
Yeah.
Because and Lally. I mean, Lally called him up the first time. I could possibly see the first trial. It's like
Peggy allowed it.
But why are you letting them come? You're going to let them testify again for the second time against Karen in court, and they have to now relive their uncle's death for the third time, as well as their parents' death.
Those kids have been through enough. Peggy is allowing it. Shame on her. I would never allow my son to do that ever. And they listen, they offer nothing to this case. What? John was upset with Karen because she spoiled them. Oh God, no, that must mean
They
she's a
said,
murderer.
oh,
Fuck out of here.
there was one thing that supposedly like his nephew had said that she yelled at him about eating something, and when you actually what they were talking about was the video was actually totally different. It shows that they were laughing, and then I guess they tried to have him change what he was eating to make it sound like it was a different time.
Mm-hmm.
And so to make her look bad, but it's like they're just so, all of them are, you can see the lies just like seep from their skin.
And the thing is too is like the little girl, if Kaylee her name is, I think, I don't want to say her name, but like she's been so poisoned by other people's opinions, because Jen McCabe, you have to understand, got to Peggy first.
Yep.
And she poisoned Peggy. Like Peggy, I know she didn't like Karen for as all accounts saying that she didn't like Karen prior to this, and she's mad she dropped him off, blah blah blah. But Jen McCabe got to Peggy first. And
yeah,
Jen McCabe is wait. Jen McCabe's daughter is friends with Kaylee. And so she's gotten to Kaylee as well. And they, like, I hate to say this, but they're not thinking for themselves. They have been poisoned, and they think what Jen McCabe tells them to think. And
exactly.
It's really unfortunate. Kelly, can you imagine sitting in that courtroom and thinking that Karen fucking did it with all of this evidence, everything in front of them? They still believe Karen Reed did
If I
it.
were Paul and Peggy, I would be ashamed, and I would not be coming.
I would be fucking ashamed, just like Mr. O'Keefe. He breaks my heart when I see him.
Even a little bit. Say I believed it, and Jennifer, I was okay. I believe her lies, but after Bukkake, I would have been
Honey,
like, no.
After the first trial, I would have went to the DA's office. Like, don't take the charge away from Karen and find out who actually did this.
Oh no, they still believe though. They still believe fully that she did it. That's why Paul did that interview on Christina Redd.
Like, they already have a civil suit against Karen. Already have a civil suit against her, and it's been stayed because they need to get through this trial because of all the what are they called? God, I can't think of the word.
Depositions.
They'd have to no. What happens when, like, a lawyer before court, you go and do not a proffer,
what yours?
No, it's not. I would say they go and they talk, and you can ask anything you want. Okay,
that's a
you can
deposition.
get all the information.
A deposition.
A deposition. Yes, deposition. So they go up and do depositions. They go out. So the civil suit is stayed for Karen because they're going after her money. Paul O'Keefe. All he wants is money. He took the GoFundMe money. He took the insurance money. Peggy never like you have to understand, John O'Keefe fought to be those kids' parents and to get them away from Peggy. Keep that in mind, okay? I'm not saying Peggy's a bad person. These are just facts, okay? These are facts. He didn't want them with her. Why? Because she raised him and he knew better.
Andy
did right. I hate this. Absolutely hate.
Heyday, yeah.
I don't think that they care what the truth is. I think that they hate Karen and all of Karen Reed's supporters so much that is blinding them. It has to. You have to be absolutely ignorantly blind and hate people to not think that Karen Reed is innocent.
Dee Marie
They
will be
hate
here.
Turtle Boy. They hate us. They hate Yannetti. They hate Jackson. They hate all of us because they're fucking blind and poisoned. Yeah, it was hate. I agree. Yeah, she was estranged to him. Thank you, Melanie. She had nothing to do with John. They were estranged.
Paul and him
and
were
so
estranged.
is Paul. They still don't talk, bro. They look like fucking strangers sitting in those pews. Listen, everybody got a fucked up family, all right? I got a fucked up family. You got a fucked up family. Everybody got their shit, all right? But I'm just pointing out facts. Paul and Peggy are currently estranged. Peggy looks like she was a fucking Dorchester bar rat mother with a cigarette hanging out of her mouth that just so happened to move to Braintree because she got a couple of bucks, right?
I
Mr.
totally just.
O'Keefe and her don't even live together. Oh,
I
hold
know
on
they
a second.
don't.
My son's home.
He's
Hold
still
on,
in
hon.
He's still in Braintree. She's in Canton. She got a pretty new house and everything. We all have family drama. I'm not gonna lie. There's part of my mom's family that my kids have never met and my kids will never meet. And there's a reason for that. My mom's sister and her daughter or her kids, they met my mom's sister at my uncle's funeral, but they will never meet her children, who are older than me as well as my age. Two of them have passed away from drugs. The other two all of a sudden think that they can just comment on my posts on Happy Mother's Day and be like, well, she was amazing. She was this. And I'm like, where were you when we were calling people to tell her that she was on life support? But I mean, everyone's got drama. Drama. Oh yeah, I had a nice long little message left on my Mother's Day post by one of her daughters. And it's funny because my kids met her like 4 years. It was 4 years ago. My oldest met her, and Kayla was like, "Who is she?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's my aunt. There's a reason that you don't know her aunt. Sorry, my aunt. There's a reason you don't know her."
Listen, it's auntie. All right, it's an
said it
aunt.
right. Changed it. There's a reason though. She doesn't. There's a reason my children never met them. I mean, like, her daughter was literally 6 miles away in the hospital after a drug overdose. And my mom was like, "You want to go see Linda?" And I was like, "No, I have nothing to do with her. I don't know who she is."
Bro, I got my own family drama, and like it is what it is, right? People see whatever they see, and just because you'd want to hide the truth doesn't make the truth not the fucking truth. All right.
Right.
Peggy looks like she was not like an attentive mother. All right. John probably disliked her when he grew up, and he had every right to. Paul doesn't got nothing to do with her, and she has those kids. That little girl got into a prestigious high school that Peggy didn't send her to, that Paul was out celebrating that night because she got into a prestigious high school. But no,
Hey
I'm
there,
sorry,
Karen Reed
John.
trial watchers. You know what a lot of the trials we cover in my...
Hold on.
Yeah, she got into a really good high school. Do you think she went there? No, she went to the free high school in Canton where Jen McCabe's kids went, and Peggy didn't want to pay for. Like,
Well,
what type of person is she?
The one that was called, and Auntie Deb did it the right way when he put there's a video I took of him when he was watching Jen's prior testimony from last year. He said, "You called her you text her, and then you called her while she was in the ambulance, asking for Carrie's number."
Yep.
You wanted Carrie's number. And why did you want Carrie's number? Because you wanted to get a hold of Peggy. And she's like, "If you don't have their number, you don't need to get a hold of them. There's nothing you need to do with them. If you guys were that close, you would have his parents' numbers. You would have a way to get a hold of his parents." Like when you, Amy, were in surgery and we were waiting, and Nikki had access to your sister, was able to message your sister and find out any information we could find out. Like we had a way to access that because we knew who the people were. There's a reason. We might not know them personally, but my sister Lori, hi. No one family is perfect. 50 years I never saw one. The more money, the more problems. I'm glad I'm not. I am rich in love, and that is what it is, honestly. I tell my husband that all the time when he gets stressed out, but I tell him all the time, what we have is what we created, and we created amazing men. 2 amazing men and an amazing daughter who is in college. I just finished her first year of college, and what we have in front of us is huge, and they're both successful, and they both do amazing at their jobs, and they, there's nothing else in life that we need for that. I just like my Mother's Day was complete. The fact that all of my kids came by. Nothing makes me happier than a Friday night when the boys just stop by for no reason at different times. Like it's just. And then last Friday, Olivia came home from college. She's at the table with Declan. Connor comes over after work. He's at the table. They were playing that smash a pie in your face game where you twist it until the pie slips up. And I looked over and they were laughing. It was like looking at the kids when they were like Caleb, Connor, and Olivia when they were little because they were playing with him that way. It was so cool.
Yo, my son looks at me with stars in his eyes. All right. Like, I make sure every day I tell him how much I love him and how much he means to the world and how he is my son is one of those kids at school, no man left behind. He don't bully nobody. He wants everyone inclusive. And like the way you raise a child means a lot. Okay. This little boy, he's 4 years old, and he was so proud to give me the best mom ever cup. Okay, that he picked out with my mother. And he was so proud to tell me that I was the best mother ever. And what he doesn't know is that he makes me the best version of myself.
Yep.
When I had him, he saved me from myself. And how he treats people and his personality and everything speaks volumes to the home he's raised in. And
So
it kills me for those little kids that John's little nieces and nephews who lost their parents, they lost John, and now they're living with Peggy. Like,
yeah,
that's horrible. Like, that's just, I mean, I don't know their life, but Peggy don't seem like she offers many I love yous, you know.
she doesn't seem very.
She doesn't seem very loving. Right, exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I've always told I told Caleb because, when I got pregnant with Caleb, it wasn't planned, but I also told him he wasn't an accident. He was just a happy surprise. It was like, surprise, you didn't know it, but you're having a baby. And he's who made me who I am. They're all what made me who I am.
Bro,
I mean, each of them.
my mother had her tubes tied, and 8 years after, she didn't want no more kids. Surprise! Your girl is here. And my brother, my sisters and brothers will call me an accident, and my mother says I'm her miracle baby. So
You are.
depends on who you ask, right?
Well, Declan asked if he was an accident. I'm like, no, you're pretty much the only one that was truly planned. Everybody else, I mean, Liam was planned, but like Connor was because I was married and we were just had another baby. You know what I mean? Like it just happened. It wasn't like we were trying. But see, there's three things you can do in Kodiak. It's called the 3Ds. You drink, you get drunk, or let's see, what is it? What do we used to say? Basically, it's have a baby, drink alcohol, and one of the other things I can't remember anymore. I totally missed it. But yeah, all we did was. Is she doing that, Dave? I haven't even paid attention. If she's doing that, they need to say something to her.
You guys, I gotta hop off my break, son, but I will be in chat. Love you guys.
Love you too. I'm gonna go off here too, and we'll wait till it comes back on. It'll be on here in just a few minutes, hopefully. It's been over 20 minutes, so let's see what happens.
All right, so I'll see council at sidebar.
Goes back in session meeting.
Council.
Rise to the jury.
Exhibit II for ID.
Thank you.
Tour of the session, please be seated.
All right, may we have Sergeant Clark, please? Yes.
Sir, when you went with Michael Proctor to interview Colin Albert, you knew that the case originated on January 29th of 2022?
I was aware of that.
And the date that you conducted that interview was July 18th of 2023?
That's correct.
Did you ever ask Michael Proctor why he waited a year and a half to interview Colin Albert?
I did not.
Once that interview was concluded, one of the two of you had to write a report to document what Colin Albert had told you, correct?
That's correct.
And Michael Proctor, as the lead investigator, was the one to write the report, correct?
Michael Proctor wrote that report.
You did not write it.
Correct.
He chose the language to use in that report, correct?
Correct.
And you weren't standing over him while he was typing it up, correct?
Correct.
And he wrote that report to his supervisor without running every word by you, correct?
That's correct.
Did you ever review that report to check whether it was accurate?
Not before it was published.
And the only other thing I have for you, sir, is you were called to photograph evidence on February 1st. Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road on February 8th to photograph and document evidence supposedly found on that day?
No, I was not.
Were you ever asked to go to 34 Fairview Road to document any evidence on February 10th?
No, I wasn't.
How about February 11th?
No, sir.
And then on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, did anybody contact you to ask you to come out and photograph and document evidence that was supposedly found 3 weeks later?
Ask it differently, Mr.
Yes.
Yannetti.
Were you called out to 34 Fairview Road on February 18th of 2022 to photograph and document anything?
February 1st was the only date I was called to 34 Fairview, sir.
So the answer to my question is no, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you, sir.
Is there any follow-up, Mr. Lally?
No redirect.
Sorry?
No redirect.
Okay. All right. You're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, folks.
Next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth called Evan Brent to the stand.
Okay. Excuse me.
You solemnly swear to be able to execute the court and jury in the case now here and to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Morning.
Good morning.
All right, go right ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
My name is Evan Brent, B-R-E-N-T.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police?
For just under 8 years.
And in what capacity do you currently work with the State Police?
Currently, I am a sergeant and I'm assigned to the Leominster Barracks.
Now, going back to when you initially joined the State Police, did you undergo any training?
Yes, I did.
And could you please describe for the jury, generally speaking, what that training consisted of?
I went to the State Police Academy in New Braintree. I attended the 83rd Recruit Training Troop from August 2017 until January of 2018. And I learned about different topics that you would expect to learn about at an academy, such as criminal law and procedure and motor vehicle law, to name a few.
Now, when you joined the State Police, where were you initially assigned?
I was initially assigned to the Holden Barracks.
And how long were you at that barracks?
For about 3 or 4 months.
And where did you go from there?
I went to the Charlton Barracks.
And how long were you in Charlton?
For a little over a year.
And then following Charlton, where did you go from there?
I went to a unit called Crime Scene Services.
Now, what specialized training did you receive in relation to that work with the Crime Scene Services Section unit?
New members assigned to crime scene undergo a progressive training program that consists of completing a series of modules, each of which has assigned readings and a written test for each one. moves on to assisting in the lab, and then eventually assisting in the field. There's additional assigned readings, classroom instruction, and it concludes with a series of competency tests that must be passed before you are assigned your own casework.
Now, when you're working for the crime scene services section, how are assignments, or how are you assigned to a particular case or investigation?
As cases come in, if you're on call, you would own that case if it's your call day, if something comes into the lab or something you need to respond to.
And how long do those on-call periods typically last for?
Typically, when I was there in Maynard, it was 24 hours. So you would own a day starting at 7 in the morning, and it would go all the way until 7 the next morning.
Now, how big of an area does that particular unit, the crime scene services section, how big of an area does it cover?
The Maynard lab covers somewhere between, I think, 50 and 55 different municipalities.
Now, sir, were you working with the State Police Crime Scene Services section on February 3rd of 2022?
Yes, I was.
And where were you requested to go on that date?
I was requested to respond to an address in Canton.
And do you recall what that address was?
It was 34 Fairview.
And approximately what time did you arrive at that location on Fairview Road?
It was about 9:45 in the morning.
And who did you meet upon your arrival there?
I met with several members of the State Police Detective Unit for Norfolk County.
Do you recall specifically who those members of the State Police Detective Unit were?
Yes, there was Lieutenant Tully, Sergeant Buchanan, Trooper Proctor, Trooper DeChico, and Trooper Moore.
And when you arrived there, what were you asked to document on that occasion?
There was a search effort digging through some snowbanks that they were looking for some items. They wanted me to document it with photography.
Now, during that search effort, were items located and recovered?
Yes.
Now, can you describe for the jury the process of item recovery that you observed there on that day?
So once an item was excavated, I would be alerted. I would come over, I would document the item in its place, and then one of the detectives would use a gloved hand, and that item would be bagged and documented on the bag.
Was that the same with respect to each item that was photographed by you and then bagged by the State Police Detective Unit?
Yes.
Now, if I could just ask you, if you could expound a little, when you say excavated, what do you mean by that? What did you see being done that day?
They were digging with shovels.
And as far as the items that were recovered, do you recall where they were in relation to the snow pile and the ground itself?
Some were on top of the snow. So there was some significant snow melt. I think that day it was raining out and it was much warmer than it was the previous 3 days. So some had been revealed by this melted snow, so they were on top. Others were under a foot and a half of snow.
Now, what kind of instruments or tools do you use in addition to your camera when you're photographing items?
So items of interest would be documented with a scale, so that way it would show how big the item is.
And why is it that you use a scale as far as photographs are concerned when it comes to certain items?
Because some of the photos, you wouldn't be able to tell how big the item is or proportionally what it looks like. So it has the scales, just a little ruler that shows exactly how big the item is.
Now, sir, upon your completion of documenting recovery of items at Fairview Road, were you asked to go anywhere else?
Yes, I was.
And where were you asked to go?
I was asked to go to an address 1 Meadows Road.
And who went with you there?
Trooper Proctor.
And once there, what were you asked to document and memorialize at that secondary location of 1 Meadows Ave?
There was a vehicle in the driveway that he wanted me to document.
And was that a Chevrolet Traverse? Is that correct?
Yes.
And were you asked to document anything else with respect to the home adjacent to that driveway?
There was a camera up above the garage that he had pointed out, so I just documented that as well.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
We were showing you a disc. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
So what do you recognize that to be?
it's a disc of crime scene photos.
And the photos on that disc, are those the photos that you took at each of those respective locations on February 3rd, both 34 Fairview and 1 Meadows Ave?
Yes,
And what's contained on that disc and those photos, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed at each of those respective locations that day?
yes, it is.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit.
And same caveat, as long as that's all that's on that disc, we have no objection.
Okay. Coming in.
Exhibit 135.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you a series of 7 photographs. Do you recognize generally what's depicted in those 7 photographs?
Yes,
And in the first 5 of those photographs, is that essentially taking photographs as you walk around the Chevrolet Traverse in the driveway that day?
yes, that is correct.
And the last 2 were of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seeks to introduce in the minutes at the next exhibit.
No objection.
Exhibit 136.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish those photographs in relatively short fashion with the jury?
Sure.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7749. And Trooper, just briefly, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The front entrance to that address, 1 Meadows.
Ms. Gilman, 7752. And Trooper, same question, what are we looking at here?
That was the vehicle in question.
And if you could, Trooper, just describe sort of perspective-wise, what portion of the vehicle we're looking at in this photograph?
So we're looking at an angle view of a Chevy Traverse, the back of the vehicle, and part of the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7758. And what part of the vehicle does this depict, Trooper?
The rear of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7759. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is going to be an angle view of the rear of the vehicle and the passenger side.
And Ms. Gilman, 7769. And again, Trooper, what portion of the vehicle in this photograph?
This is the front of the vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, 7771. Again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
An angle view of the front of the vehicle and the driver's side.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7777. And again, Trooper, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the driver's side rear quarter panel.
And Ms. Gilman, 7791. Now, you also took photographs of the garage doors at 1 Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and how many garage doors did you observe there that day?
And 2 garage doors.
And which of the 2 was this?
This is going to be the right garage door.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7795. And which of the 2 garage doors is this, Trooper?
This will be the left garage door.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, thank you very much. You can take those down. Now, Trooper Brent, from your observations of those photographs and your observations personally, visually on scene February 3rd at 1 Meadows Ave, what damage did you observe to the garage doors at that residence?
I did not observe any damage to them.
And again, both from your view of those photographs and your in-person visual observations of the Chevy Traverse from all angles on that date of February 3rd, what damage did you observe to that Chevy Traverse?
I observed no visible damage.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Good morning, Trooper.
Morning, sir.
To be clear, the Chevy Traverse that you photographed at 1 Meadows, you did so on February 3rd of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you realized at the time that was 5 days prior to the incident in question, which was January 29th of 2022?
5 days after, not prior.
Did I say prior?
You did.
Thank you for correcting me because you're right. You were photographing it 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say, sir, that your earliest involvement in the case was February 3rd, 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
So you don't know, and you didn't know at the time who had access to that Traverse during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
Now, as of February 3rd of 2022, you, I believe, testified you were part of the crime scene services section of the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
Yes, sir.
You met former Trooper Michael Proctor on February 3rd at 34 Fairview Road in Canton?
Yes, I did.
At the time, did you know you were at the home of a Boston police officer named Brian Albert?
I did not.
And February 3rd was the first and only time that you responded to 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That is correct.
With regard to anything that you saw on the lawn or on the snow that day, you have no personal knowledge as to how any of those items got there, correct?
I do not.
And 5 days after January 29th, you had no personal knowledge at the time of who had access to that front lawn during those 5 days, correct?
That is correct.
You had no information that a guard had ever been posted near that lawn?
Not that I'm aware of.
And when you got there was no crime scene tape, correct?
No, there was not.
There was no tent?
No.
Other than the police officers standing there on February 3rd, the lawn was open to anyone who wanted to look at it, just like any other lawn on the street, right?
I'm unaware of that. I don't know.
Now, in terms of your actions that day in documenting the scene with photographs, you did not write a report on what you saw and what you photographed, correct?
I took notes of what I saw and what I photographed.
Michael Proctor was the one to write the report in which he reported that you were the photographer on scene, correct?
I don't know what Michael Proctor did for a report, so I can't testify to that.
Okay, but you didn't write a report.
I wrote a report of what I did, showing up at the scene and taking photos and then submitting those photos to the Norfolk County Detectives Unit.
You knew at the time that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator on the case, correct?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to other dates in February, on February 8th of 2022, were you asked to go back to 34 Fairview Road to document and photograph anything found on that day?
I do not believe so, no.
What about February 10th?
No.
February 11th?
Again, my only involvement was on February 3rd.
So that means that on February 18th, nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, you were not asked to go back to 34 Fairview to document or photograph anything on the lawn that day, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Any questions, Mr. Lally?
Very briefly.
Okay.
Just for clarity, Trooper Brent, you did write a report in relation to your response documentation on February 3rd, 2022, correct?
That is correct.
And you mentioned that you also took notes, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did those notes entail?
It detailed several items that were collected, my response times, and who else was there on scene.
Now, when you were there on scene, as far as 34 Fairview on February 3rd, what did you observe as far as these? You mentioned that the weather had gotten warmer, some snow had melted. What did you observe specifically as far as the snow accumulation on that front lawn area in the area of the flagpole of 34 Fairview?
Objection beyond the scope.
Sustained. Sustained.
As far as these items, again, when they were recovered, several of these items were under how much snow?
I would estimate about, there was one particular item that was about a foot and a half under the snow.
Nothing further.
Nothing on that.
All right. All right, Trooper, you are all set, sir. Thank you. Who is the Commonwealth's next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Brian Gallerani to the stand.
Okay.
Your Honor, as this witness is approaching, can I just move into evidence clips 19 and 20 that were previously played for the jury?
Yes.
Thank you.
Exhibit 137.
Thank you.
Did you solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case now here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court?
Brian Gallerani, Gallerani.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm currently employed as a sergeant for the Needham Police Department.
And how long in total have you been a member of the Needham Police Department?
19 years.
And how long have you held the rank of sergeant?
2 years. It'll be 2 years in July.
Now, prior to holding the rank of sergeant with the Needham Police Department, what did you do before that at the Needham Police?
I was a detective for 8 years.
Now, over the course of your work as a detective with the Needham Police Department, what training have you received in regard to collection of biological samples?
I've been certified by the Mass State Police since 2015 in collecting DNA.
Now, can you explain just briefly to the jury sort of what that process of certification entailed? Sort of how did you become certified?
Excuse me. So specifically, I was certified in DNA buccal swab, which is the process of obtaining cells suitable for comparison, DNA comparison, by swabbing a person's cheek, cells, and gums.
And that certification that you received, is that up to date at this point?
It is.
Now, at some point on January 16th of 2024, did you have occasion to collect buccal swabs or samples in relation to this case?
I did.
And before I get to that, just briefly, as far as with your work as a Needham Police detective and or sergeant, you had no involvement with any investigation either by the Canton Police or the State Police in relation to any incident in the town of Canton, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to that date of January 16th, where did you go?
I went to Norfolk County DA's office in Canton.
And who did you meet with, or who did you collect samples from on that occasion?
I collected samples from Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Buchanan.
And again, briefly, can you explain to the jury the process of that collection of samples from Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor?
So I swabbed the inside of their mouths with a cotton swab. I let it air dry, put it in the kit, sealed it, and photographed it.
And then following your collection, what did you do with those collections once you had them?
I brought that back to the Union Police Department and entered it into the evidence locker.
And as far as that collection process that you were describing, did you do that in conformity with the training and the certification that you referenced earlier?
I did.
Now, with reference to those items, at some point were you informed that those items were to be transferred or transported to a Bodie Technology Lab in Lorton, Virginia?
Yes.
And were there any specific instructions as far as shipping that you received from the lab in reference to those items?
There were.
And did you comply with those instructions as far as how those items were shipped from the Needham Police Department to the Bodie Lab in Virginia?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Any questions from the defense?
Very briefly, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Chief Berkowitz of the Canton Police Department?
Thanks.
I'll allow that.
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Detective Kevin Albert of the Canton Police Department?
No.
Were you ever asked to do any buccal swabs of Lieutenant Brian Tully of the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you very much, Sergeant. You're all set.
Thank you.
Next witness for the Commonwealth?
Commonwealth calls Maureen Hartnett.
Follow me, ma'am.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You can sit or stand wherever you're comfortable. Just please keep your voice up, okay? Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and offer the spelling of your last name?
My name is Maureen Hartnett, Hartnett.
Could you tell us where you presently work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Before you began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, did you receive any education, any further schooling after high school?
Yes, I did.
Could you share that with us?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Bridgewater State University and a master's degree in forensic science from the University of New Haven.
After you graduated with your master's, did you begin working at the crime laboratory or did you work somewhere else before?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
How long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory for?
I've worked there in total approximately 9 years.
Can you give us a basic understanding of how the crime laboratory you work at is broken down, the different departments and what you do?
There are various units within the laboratory. There is the criminalistics unit, which is the unit I work for, the DNA unit, the Office of Alcohol Testing, the Arson and Trace unit, and each of those units is comprised of civilian workers. And there's also portions of the laboratory that are made up of sworn or troopers that work for Crime Scene Services section as well as the Firearms Identification section.
Would you consider your role a civilian worker or are you a Massachusetts State Police trooper?
I'm a civilian worker.
You mentioned that one of the departments that you work in is the criminalist unit.
The criminalistics unit.
Could you give us a little more detail about what the unit does?
In the criminalistics unit, we examine items of evidence for the possible presence of biological fluids. We conduct trace identification, damage analysis, as well as gunshot residue collections on evidence.
Do different employees do different things in that unit, or do all the employees, are they trained to conduct all of those different type of testing?
There are specific types of analysis that only certain members of the unit will conduct based on the fact that those types of analysis are not requested very often.
Is the unit broken down by level of experience? Are there different roles within the unit based on experience?
Yes, there are.
Could you explain that, how it's broken down, the structure of it for us?
Generally, a training analyst will be a forensic scientist 1, which means they're in training and they're not performing any type of independent casework. Once an analyst is authorized to perform independent casework, they are then a forensic scientist 2. And that above them would be their supervisors, which are forensic scientists 3. And that is specific to the unit. And then as the chain of command goes up, there are additional levels as well.
Do you have a particular level that you've achieved?
Currently, I'm a forensic scientist 2 in the criminalistics unit and crime scene response unit.
In addition to your education and your master's degree, do you receive any specific training when you enter the unit?
Yes, every analyst will receive generally the same training when they enter the unit. It is written in our protocol, so it is standardized, and that is completed once they enter the unit. It takes approximately 9 to 12 months to complete that training.
Is there any ongoing training involved when you work in the criminals unit?
Yes, as a part of our accreditation, we also receive ongoing education yearly.
You mentioned accreditation. Can you briefly tell the jury what that means as it relates to the unit and the lab?
Accreditation is a voluntary quality assurance program that the laboratory is a part of. And basically their role is to ensure that our protocols, our procedures, our equipment, and our personnel are held to a certain level based in the scientific community.
In your role, do you do all of your testing at the office or in the lab?
As part of the crime scene response unit, I will respond to crime scenes and I will perform some testing and collection at crime scenes as well.
How long have you been involved in the crime scene response unit?
I've been involved with the crime scene response unit the same amount of time I've been in the criminalistics unit, which is approximately a total of 9 years.
As part of crime scene response, do you actively go to an ongoing developing scene, or do you arrive somewhere after the event?
It depends on the circumstances. Oftentimes we are called out to a scene directly after the incident takes place. There are times when we also will examine additional items or additional scenes after the fact.
How many scenes have you responded to as far as crime scene response where you were the person who was in charge?
I would say approximately 300.
When you are asked to or assigned to go to a scene, a crime scene, whether it's active or whether it's later in time, do you make an assessment when you get there, or is there a plan developed before you leave your office and get to the scene?
I'm sorry, can you be more specific?
Sure. How do you decide what you're going to do before you get there?
Generally, when I arrive on scene, I get a brief description of what they think may have occurred. Of course. I will take an overall sketch and diagram of the scene, and I'll also take some notes of the scene before I perform any type of testing or collection.
When you arrive at a scene and you start engaging in an analysis and determine whether you want to do testing, are you allowed to use your own independent judgment?
Yes, I use my training and experience to determine what items I would like to test and what items I would like to collect.
Is there ever any input by whatever law enforcement team or officer is at the response scene?
Yes, there is.
You mentioned that you've been to a number of crime scene responses. I want to ask you specifically about a response on February 2nd, 2022. Do you remember that?
May I check the date on that?
With the court's permission, please.
Yes, you can. Thank you. So I responded to a crime scene on February 1st of 2022.
My apologies. Where did you go on February 1st, 2022?
I was dispatched to the Canton Police Station in their garage area.
When you went to the Canton Police Department, did anybody else from your lab go with you?
There was a crime scene services trooper that also responded at the same time, but there was no additional crime scene responder from my unit that responded.
Did you arrive at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Is there a garage that you were directed to?
Yes, I was.
When you arrived at the garage, which sometimes may be referred to as a Sally Port area, were there any other people there when you arrived?
There were Massachusetts State Police troopers as well as some Canton police officers.
Did you know who they were?
I did know who the Massachusetts State Police trooper was, yes.
Okay. Was Michael Proctor there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Dunn there?
Yes, he was.
Was Trooper Clark there?
Yes.
You mentioned Canton Police Department officers. Do you know Lieutenant Gallagher?
Yes, I did have an interaction with Lieutenant Gallagher as well.
When you got there, did you have a chance to look at an item?
Yes.
Tell us what your focus was on. What type of item?
I was asked to examine a black Lexus SUV.
And was there a black Lexus SUV?
Yes.
As you were observing and analyzing the item, did you see whether anybody was taking photographs?
Yes.
When there's a person taking photographs, do you ever have any input or direct them, or do they do that totally independent of you?
After they're done doing what they're required to do, I will ask them to take specific photographs because I do not perform that function at a crime scene.
When you first arrived, did you have a chance to walk around the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
Did you observe the vehicle from standing behind it, looking at the back of it?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
No, thank you, Mr. Brown. I'm handing you a document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is the rear of the black Lexus SUV.
Does that photograph, does it appear to be substantially accurate to what you saw that day?
Yes, it is.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
May I approach again?
Yes.
I would move this into evidence, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 138.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P145.
Okay.
Ms. Hartnett, is that what you saw when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
Did anything stand out to you when you first looked at the back of that Lexus?
I noticed there was some damage to the rear passenger area of the vehicle.
You can take that down, please. Did you have a chance to walk around and look at the vehicle from the driver's side of the vehicle, the left side?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the driver's side of the Lexus.
Did the Lexus appear to you the same as it does in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Exhibit 139.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to show the jury P144.
Okay.
Could you describe what you saw, ma'am?
Yes, so this is the driver's side of the black Lexus.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you get a closer look from the right side of the Lexus to pay detail or attention to what you described from the back view that stood out to you?
Are you referring to the damaged area?
I am.
Yes, so I did take notes of that area and as well as had additional photographs taken of that area.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a close-up photograph of the rear passenger side tail light area.
Does that photo depict what you saw that day?
Yes, it does.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I'd like to use that as an exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit 140?
May I show it to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
P161, please. Could you describe what you saw?
Yes, that is the rear passenger tail light of the vehicle.
Is that how it appeared when you first walked in that day?
Yes, it is.
You can take that down. Thank you. When you examine an item like a car, do you take any type of efforts to protect from contamination?
Yes.
What do you do?
Before processing or touching any item of evidence, I'll put on gloves. I use disposable instruments whenever possible, or if I need to use reusable instruments, I will spray them with a 10% bleach solution prior to use. I also change gloves often while I'm examining a vehicle and keep my notes and my pens that I'm writing my notes with. I don't put on gloves when I touch those, and then when I go back to examining the vehicle, I will then re-put on gloves to protect the evidence.
If you see something of note, something that stands out to you, do you have any way of marking the item?
Yes, I take diagrams at the scene and note on my diagrams anything of note. And as I had said, if there's anything that I also want close-up photographs, then I will request the crime scene services trooper who's assigned to crime scene to take those photographs.
Do you ever put any type of markers on the item itself?
Yes, generally I will mark the items with either a letter or a number so that I'm able to refer back to them both in my notes, and I'm able to refer to them when I look at the photos.
When you mark different items or observations that you make, do you give a specific number to each item for to memorialize it?
Yes, I either use a lettering system or a numbering system.
And how do you memorialize it? Do you put it in writing?
Yes.
What do you do?
On my diagram, I will refer to something, for example, as letter A, and then I'll also mark that item using a marker on the item of evidence with the same letter so that I can connect and associate the photograph with my notes and anything that I collect as well.
In addition to the broken taillight that we just looked at, did you make observation of any other things? And I'm just asking generally, not asking you to specify.
Yes.
Were there other things that stood out to you?
Yes.
Did you take any swabs to see if there was any biological evidence?
Yes, I did.
Where did you take swabs from as far as trace for blood?
I screened for blood on various areas of the undercarriage of the vehicle.
And what was the results?
Those were negative.
What does negative mean?
It means that there was no blood present in that area, or if there was, it was below the level of detection of our test.
Did you make any observations where you saw items or marks of interest?
Yes.
I want to ask you about any observations you made of the back bumper. Was there anything significant that you saw relative to the back bumper of that vehicle?
Yes.
And share with us what you saw.
There were scratches on the bumper as well as apparent pieces of glass on the bumper.
When you saw what you believe to be pieces of glass on the back bumper, what is the process you follow?
I gave those an identifying letter. I noted those items in my diagram, and then I eventually collected those items.
How do you collect them?
I would have used either disposable tweezers or tweezers that were cleaned with a 10% bleach solution.
After you collect the items, for example, glass on the back bumper, what do you do with that?
In that moment or later on?
Take us through from the moment you have it till the end.
So I would put those pieces of glass into a glassine envelope, which are then packaged in a larger manila envelope. They are sealed and dated and initialed with my dates and initials. Eventually, when I return to the lab, those pieces are given an item number and then secured in our cold room.
Is each piece of evidence given a separate item number?
Yes.
As far as the entire case, your entire response, not the separate pieces of evidence you may find, is it assigned a particular number or a case number?
Yes, each case will get a larger case number, and then each item within that case gets an individual item number, so that item can be tracked throughout the lab.
Do you remember from your memory what the case number of this investigation as far as your response was?
Yes.
Could you share that with us?
The case number assigned to this in the laboratory information system was 22-2184.
I want to go back to the glass on the bumper. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
And could you generally describe what you see?
This is a close-up photograph of the apparent glass on the bumper of the vehicle.
Can we listen to evidence, please?
Objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 141.
Court permission, I'd like to show P167 to the jury.
Okay.
There are 2 pointers in front of you. Would you mind pointing out for the jury what stood out to you? And Ms. Gilman, could we get a little bit of a close-up on that bumper, please?
So I can see one of the, it's a little difficult to see, but I do see one of the larger pieces of apparent glass right here. Would it be better if I use this one?
Could you? Do you mind?
So this piece here is a larger apparent piece of glass. I think that was the largest one that I saw.
And those 2 white stickers, could you tell us what those are?
This sticker, this sticker here is marking where the apparent pieces of glass are.
Is there
And
another
I-
sticker above, or is that?
I'm not sure, if you could close up, I'm not sure what that is. Yes, so that is another sticker, and next to that sticker are additional pieces of glass.
Those items to the right of that picture, are those pieces of glass?
Yes, I would say that's an apparent piece of glass here, and this one.
And could we just go down to the bottom part again, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that down. Did you collect what appeared to be items of glass?
Yes, I did.
Were they assigned a particular number?
Yes.
Do you know that number offhand?
I would have to refer to my notes.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please.
Those items were given the item number 3-3.
Did you focus on the right rear side of the vehicle beyond the broken taillight?
Yes.
Did you notice any damage, any scratches to the right quarter panel or the right side of that Lexus?
Yes, I did. I noticed some scratches as well as a dent in the rear door in that same area.
Let's start with the scratches first. When you notice scratches, is there a way you marked them?
Yes, I would have given them a letter.
And did you do that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What does it depict?
It is a close-up photograph of one of the scratches on the right rear area of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Exhibit 142.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P172.
Okay.
Could we close up just a little more, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. Starting at the bottom, what is that, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the scratches that I noted in that area.
Could you zoom out again, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that on the back bumper or the right quarter panel?
I believe it's on the right bumper. It's a little difficult to make out in that photo.
Could you zoom in again and move up just a little higher, Ms. Gilman? Thank you. You have another sticker on the top?
Yes, I do.
Do you know what that is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is an apparent hair that I noted in that area.
So that doesn't designate a scratch, that's something entirely separate and different.
That's something different, correct?
We'll get to that later. I just wanted to point out that it's not a scratch. Now, you mentioned that you saw a scratch. Was it a singular scratch or a number of scratches? Could you zoom in, please, Ms. Gilman?
It was a couple of scratches.
Is there a number you designate if it's not a physical item, if it's something like a scratch, or the designations just for actual physical items?
I use the designation for both observations as well as physical items.
Would there be a number for the scratches?
Yes, well, there's a letter, yes.
Do you know what that letter is?
Yes, I believe it's D.
D. Okay, thank you. Take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you another photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes.
What is it?
That is damage that I noted on the rear trunk door of the vehicle.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
When you say damage, what type of damage did you notice?
There was some scratches as well as a dent.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 143.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show the jury P176. Can we zoom in just a little bit more, please? You told us that you saw both dent and scratches. Starting with the scratches with the pointer on the TV to your right, could you show us where you saw further scratches?
So the scratches are up above, and then down here there's chipped paint and a dent.
And where is the dent in relation to the? You mentioned a hair. I'm going to ask you some questions. How many pieces of hair did you find attached to that Lexus?
I found one apparent piece of hair on the Lexus.
Was there a designation number for the hair that you found?
Yes.
Do you remember what that number is?
I used the letter A for that particular item.
Did you say letter A, ma'am?
Yes, correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you two photographs. You take a look at the first photograph, please. You recognize that picture?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a photograph of the apparent piece of hair I noted on the rear area.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day?
Yes.
Turn to the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photo of the apparent hair on the vehicle.
Both photographs of the same piece of hair?
Yes.
And the second photograph, is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw?
Yes.
I'd like to move these two photographs into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, is A and B, please.
144A and 144B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P173 to the jury. If you could get in as close as possible, Ms. Gilman. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And can you share with us what you saw?
This is a close-up photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
What did you do when you saw that, what you thought to be a piece of hair?
I marked it with the tape. I designated it as letter A, and then I asked the crime scene services trooper to take a photograph of it.
Did you try to preserve it in any way?
Yes, I did.
Tell us how you preserved that apparent piece of hair.
I collected that hair with either disposable tweezers or tweezers that had been bleached with a 10% bleach solution. I put them in a glassine envelope and then put them in a larger manila envelope. In a larger manila envelope.
What happens to that larger manila envelope?
It is returned back to the lab. It is submitted under the same case number and given its own individual item number.
Did you bring it personally back to the lab?
Yes, I did.
When you brought it back to the lab, do you remember where you brought it when you got back to the lab?
After it was entered into the computer system, I then sealed it, I initialed and dated it, and then I would transfer it to the crime scene response holding area in our cold storage room.
When you pass it along, is it to protect it in evidence, or is it for a purpose of further testing?
At that point, it's just to store it in evidence, and then it will make its way into whatever unit needs the piece of evidence first.
And you did all that with that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
I'd like to show the second photograph that you identified. I believe it's P165. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's an additional photo of the apparent piece of hair on the rear of the vehicle.
In the two different photos, are they taken from the exact same angle?
I believe they're taken from slightly different angles.
And the hair is, could you point that out with the pointer of the hair that you found?
This hair is the apparent hair.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Regarding the damage to the broken taillight, did you have any interest in maintaining that piece of evidence?
Yes, I did.
What did you want to do?
I wanted to collect the entire taillight housing.
Why did you want to do that?
If there were pieces from the taillight that could be later matched to the taillight, I needed the entire housing to be processed at the lab.
Did you make efforts to try to maintain or remove or preserve that entire taillight housing?
Yes, I did.
What's a taillight housing?
Excuse me?
What is a taillight housing?
I'm referring to the entire piece, including the back, the glass covering, the light bulb inside. So it's in the entire unit.
Did you attempt to remove that entire unit yourself?
I did.
Were you successful?
No, I was not.
So what did you do?
A Canton police officer that was in the Sally Port at the time offered to help disconnect it with some tools that he had.
Have you ever seen whether there's video that memorialized that entire event?
Yes, there is.
And have you ever watched that video?
Yes, I did.
Does that video show you attempting to remove the housing and then receiving assistance from somebody?
Yes.
When that housing was removed, what happened to it?
I then placed it in a box, I believe I placed it in a paper bag in a box. And then once I brought it back to the lab, I added additional cushion with additional paper to protect it from any further damage.
Were you going to keep that housing, or were you going to put that in evidence for other reasons?
That was put into evidence storage for the time being.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of the taillight housing back at the laboratory upon examination.
Is that in substantially the same condition as when you saw it?
Yes.
Any differences whatsoever from when you saw it?
Not that I noticed, no.
Is that photograph fair and accurate of what you saw that day?
Yes.
All right, move this photograph into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 145.
With the court's permission, I'd show photograph P187 to the jury, please.
Okay.
Could you tell us what that is?
That is a photo that I took of the taillight housing at the laboratory.
And that's after it's obviously removed from the vehicle.
Yes, that's correct.
And that was packaged and preserved?
Yes.
You could take that down, please. Do you have the actual item, the actual housing with you?
I believe it is here, yes.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the witness to be able to open the item, show it to the jury, and then I would move it into evidence.
Okay.
Thank you. If you would you please remove the item from that box?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you have gloves available?
I brought gloves, yes.
Very much. could hold that so the jury can see it. If you could hold it up high, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you could return that to the box. I would move this item into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's the only item in that box?
There are additional items in that box as
Oh,
well.
I only want to introduce that one item.
Okay, so that bag, you need to take that bag out.
There are also other items in that bag.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Yes, why don't you call him? Actually, Paul, the lunch is here. All right, sure, the lunch isn't here, so this seems like a good time to take a break. We'll see you in about 50 minutes. Dash, of course.
Okay, jurors, right this way, please. Please rise for the jury.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Anybody else want to come up? So I was able to find Christina Rex. And so only
Describe what she's doing. See what they're doing here.
Quiet, folks, still on the record, thank you.
I can't run in there. Agreed.
Anybody else notice that Hank looked a little nervous when that happened? Just now. He's like, I don't know where to go. I don't know where to go. I did put the invite link in the chat. You're more than welcome to come up if you want to. But I did find out that only the niece testified. And I'll kind of read you guys what was said. Christina Rex did a little article on it. So the nephew did not testify, only the niece. They were not allowed to have electronics or anything in there. They were only allowed to have paper and pencil. So it says they were not allowed to have electronics or anything in there. They were only allowed to have paper and pencil. So it's they were not allowed to have electronics in there. They were only allowed to have Amy, I just muted you because it was.
Sorry,
going.
hey, bitch. I have like 8 different things.
No, I know.
going.
You have like everything going. So I just muted you to make sure it stopped because I could hear myself like 12 times.
YouTube. Say like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe. Don't like and subscribe.
Don't like and subscribe. What?
This kid is fresh. Do it the right way.
Like and subscribe.
Subscribe. You have to. You said it like that. You have to subscribe.
Hey, I just wanted to hold wait. I don't know if you saw in chat. I have to go to a doctor's appointment to check a girl out. Not feeling too hot. So I will be MIA for a couple of hours, but I will be back before closing of the day. So I just want to let you guys know that I'm leaving soon.
I hope you feel better.
He loves you guys too. He's such a ham.
He's so sweet. Yeah, I don't have to pick up the boys today, so I'll be here the whole time.
Okay, cool. I gotta go. I gotta run. I love you guys. See ya.
Love you too. Okay, so it says, here's the link again in case anybody wants to come up. It says John O'Keefe's niece was the first witness to take the stand at the Karen Reed trial Wednesday morning. The niece, who WBZ TV was told will not identify by name, is now a high school junior. However, McLaughlin named her before they even went off camera. So she was around 14 years old when John O'Keefe died. She has a younger brother who testified during the first trial, but did not testify during the retrial. O'Keefe's niece is his sister Kristen's daughter. Kristen died of a brain tumor in 2013. Her husband died shortly after of a heart attack. John then became the legal guardian for his niece and nephew and moved in with them in Canton. No cameras, laptops, phones were allowed in the courtroom during her testimony. WBZ Christina Rex was in the courtroom and took these handwritten notes. Direct examination by Miss Laura McLaughlin. Niece testifies on her relationship with Karen Reed. Apparently, these are the bullet points. First bullet point, it was kind of dependent on the day. Second, some days were more on good standards and other days weren't on good standards at all, and she would favor my brother. The third says she would not ignore me, but it could feel a coldness. And then it says, brother. Outside is loud. Then it says, brother and Reed, they were pretty close. It says, niece testifies about John O'Keefe and Karen Reed's relationships. Lighthearted in the beginning. It changed by the end of 21 and beginning of 2022. They were fighting a lot. When I saw the fights, it was normally at my house or on the phone. Oh, it gets worse. Worse, Melanie. Worse, Melanie. This is bad. When I saw the fights, it was normally at my house or on the phone. And when they would fight, Karen Reed was very angry and upset and a lot louder than John. Niece testifies about the Aruba vacation. Reed and O'Keefe had an argument in the niece and nephew's hotel room. O'Keefe checked on them and told nephew to get off his iPad. Reed defended his nephew and started yelling about how he had kissed someone else and she had witnessed it. It was really loud. She was very upset. Niece testifies that the relationship changed after it. January 2022, O'Keefe and Reed in the kitchen fighting while niece was in the room next door. Their relationship was good, but it had run its course, she says, O'Keefe said to Reed. I don't remember exactly what she said, but she was upset. He asked her to leave the house. She did not want to leave. O'Keefe saw niece in the other room, got angry that she witnessed the fight, asked Reed more aggressively to leave, and then went upstairs to the bedroom. Reed followed them upstairs, banged on the door. In later days or weeks, I could tell that there was tension, the niece says. They were cold to each other. A couple times a week, tension and arguing. I heard the defendant on the phone, and she was saying that me and my brother were really worried. On one occasion when she was trying to get John O'Keefe to come home when he had left the house for a drive. Niece says she wasn't actually worried. Niece just testifies about the night John O'Keefe met the death. Karen had a rule that she had to charge her niece her phone. Her niece had to charge her phone in O'Keefe's bedroom at bedtime. First of all, I had that rule with my kids too, especially when they would stay up till 4 a.m. After her friend left before midnight, she was home alone and put her phone in O'Keefe's room and went to bed. Reed came into her room at 4:30 in the morning, shaking her awake. She told me my uncle never came home. She was very frantic. Reed asked niece to use her phone to call O'Keefe. No answer. Reed asked for phone numbers she didn't have, including Jen McCabe. Then how did they get a hold of Jen McCabe's? Niece remembers things Karen said on the phone, but not necessarily to whom, because there were several calls, like, what could have happened? Could I have done something? Could he have been hit by a plow? Here, her memory had to be refreshed with prior testimony from trial 1. Maybe I, hit him. Niece says she never ever seen Reed like this before. Reed came back to the house with Jim McCabe and Carrie Roberts. Jen checked on the niece, and was level-headed. Karen did not interact with niece. At this point, niece was very nervous. Karen Reed came back later that morning after the hospital with her dad and her brother. She said to me and my grandfather that she felt like she was living in a nightmare. She was cross-examined by David Yannetti. Not very long. It says, Yannetti asks what Karen Reed spent all this time. When Karen Reed spent all this time with you, you didn't call her the defendant, right? No, the niece says. You called her Karen? Yes. John DePietro did put on X that David Yannetti told her not to call her the defendant, to call her Karen. And that's completely wrong. So he's a lying ass. Things Karen Reed would do with the niece. Nails done once a month. Hair done at the salon. Reed attended your basketball games, ? Possibly, but so did my uncle. Softball, ? Soccer, ? Yes. Help straighten niece's hair? Well, maybe once a week. Plan birthdays, 2020 scavenger hunt? Yes. Would stay with Karen at her house in Mansfield? Yes. He questioned her in the Aruba incident. Reed took kids for Italian dinner and ice cream. Niece doesn't remember. O'Keefe was in the room with you the whole night with Karen Reed and nephew, Yannetti asks. She doesn't remember. She just remembers after their fight that he fell asleep in niece's bed for a few hours. Is it your testimony that JJ rang in the new year asleep? Yannetti asks. Niece doesn't remember. I had just gotten dumped by my 8th grade boyfriend, so it was a bit of a crisis, chuckles heard throughout the courtroom. Niece testifies about the relationship after Aruba. There was never any physical contact between the two of them, correct? Yannetti asks. Correct. Yannetti asks if Reed continued to spend a lot of time at the house with the kids. It was the same amount of time, but it wasn't the same, she said. Following the niece's testimony, Massachusetts State Trooper Zachary Clark took the stand. So that is her testimony. I would like to kind of go over yeah, she was, Melanie. And it got worse with the Aruba trip. Like, she didn't remember the Aruba trip. I'm sorry, my kids remember everything. Even what I said that I don't remember what I said. They got her so brainwashed she doesn't want to piss off Peg. Exactly, Natalie. It was horrible. She was scripted, thanks to the courtesy of Peg, and Paul. She's old enough not to lie. And she's also on the civil suit with Paul and Peg. She's only 17. She shouldn't be on a civil suit. She actually most likely receives money from Social Security because both of her parents passed away. Anytime a parent passes away, Social Security, they become eligible for Social Security death benefits. So, exactly, Rozzy. None of it. That right there. I guarantee Karen kept her composure. She needed to. I mean, she already talked about people already talked about the jury calling, resting bitch face and all that other stuff. So, it's sad. I read that and I was just like, oh my God, I have to send this to you guys. And then there was a X thing that was posted that I saw. that apparently Bev called Yannetti an asshole. Did you guys hear that? When he was coming after, when she tried to, hold on. When she tried to tell, first he had asked to be seen, a sidebar, and she said, keep going. And so that's when he said, did you know about them being in the car and drinking together on the job? And that's when she called the break and everything else, because he knew by saying that she would say it, but apparently she said something about United being an asshole. It's on X, but I don't know if let me see. I'll play it for you guys, but I don't know if you'll hear it.
At the time of that interview on July 18th, before you began questioning of Colin Albert, had Michael Proctor revealed to you his connections with the Albert family? Will you approach?
Go on to the next area and see if you can come back.
Did Michael Proctor reveal to you that he and Kevin Albert had socialized together by drinking alcohol in his cruises?
Sustained injuries, I'm going to ask you to strike that question. Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
Right there at the end. Did you hear it? I can't say for sure that was Bev. That is right at the end.
Disregard.
I need to be heard at sidebar.
I will hear you.
So, I heard it, but I cannot guarantee that is Bev. So I am just sharing the info. I'm just sharing the info with you. It could have been, but it's not as obvious as Kill Me with Greeno. She does get hangry, Natalie. I've actually created a game of trolling people on X. It's quite fun. It is quite fun if you learn that you don't take what they say to heart. Instead, you come back and bite them harder. It's a lot more fun that way. Amy will call me and I'll be like, just doing my thing, minding my own business, trolling people on X. It's fun. If anybody else wants to come up here with me, I would love it. I don't want to be my only one. I like our panels. I love that Yannetti went ahead and did it. Like that's how he got his sidebar. That's why she called it. But you could tell she was mad because she said, mm-mm. And then also, did you guys hear? Where is Lucas? Lucas, we see you in the chat. You're being all quiet today. We don't like it when you're quiet. The Menendez brothers, and I would like to hear other people's comments on this, were resentenced yesterday, and they received 50 years to life with possibility of parole, which means they would both be eligible now for parole. Now, I absolutely agree with this. I believe that they should be released from prison. And people might not agree with me, but I'll tell you why. They were abused. Both of them were abused their entire lives by their father. And other people have came forward as well to say that they were abused. Yeah, they were resentenced. So in California, there is a new thing that it's like a juvenile status law. So if something happened when you were considered still technically like in a juvenile status, they rearranged the age. But let me see if I can find the rules. Resentencing. Why? Let's see. Maybe I could type. Why would you be? I can't type, man. You guys would think I'm Jennifer McCabe right now. Be resentenced in California. They did. They killed their parents to protect themselves. And it doesn't want to bring it up. Hold on, it's coming. So it says, a judge resentences the Menendez brothers to 50 years to life in prison, which makes them eligible to go before the parole board. The state parole board would need to consider the case and issue a ruling on whether to release the brothers from prison. Hearings in the resentencing motion in the case were held on Tuesday. Attorneys for the Menendez brothers argued they had been rehabilitated after serving more than 30 years of life in prison since August of '89. Mark Garagos, their attorney, called several witnesses to testify in support of the brothers. Their entire family, except for, I believe, 2 family members, were supportive of them. The Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office presented the case against resentencing, arguing the Menendez brothers have not taken full responsibility for their crime. However, it has been released that they both have taken responsibility for their crime. It says Los Angeles County Deputy District Attorney Brock Lunsford, who wrote the original resentencing recommendation, responded to today's resentencing rulings, saying it further validates what he initially proposed in October of 2024. While Nancy Thieberg and I paid with our jobs, I am still grateful to see the rule of law prevail over politics today. When former District Attorney George Gascon decided to recommend resentencing for the Menendez brothers last year, he had assigned Thieberg and Lunsford to review the case. Fellow inmates say Menendez brothers accepted full responsibility. So why 50 years to life and not a lesser sentence? While Judge Michael Jessic said he believed Lyle and Eric should be eligible for parole, he said he took seriously District Attorney Nathan Hochman's claims that the brothers were not ready to be released today. By sentencing 50 years to life instead of a lesser sentence, the judge has effectively passed on the decision to release the brothers to Governor Newsom and the state parole board. Basically, they had an clemency order trying to get clemency for the boys as well. Boys, they're men. I still call them boys. While the sentence reduction is a major win for the brothers, defense attorney Mark Garagos said he'd been seeking to have their charges reduced to manslaughter, which would have allowed them to be immediately released. So here's my thought on it, because lawyer, had posted last night about something that he wanted to, he asked what people thought, like if it was the right decision. He said, probably the most likely result, was it the right one? breaking news, Menendez brothers' murder sentence were reduced, giving them a chance at parole. Los Angeles County Superior Court Judge Michael Jessic reduced Eric Menendez and Lyle Menendez sentences from life to parole to 50 years. What do you think? Well, you know, when Kelly is not sleeping at night and she's all over the internet because she has nothing else to do to make herself tired, you have people like Miss Parks in the house, who I love and adore. She said she thought it was the right decision. Someone, they said they should be released yesterday. And says, the other person said, so a judge of the future can overturn the decision of a trial from the past. Why bother anymore? I feel like there's more to that. So a lot of people said that they were where they belong. They should not be able to do it. My response to this is, let me, I said, I absolutely agree with the decision. They are not free men yet. They still have to go in front of a parole board and prove that they are eligible to be released in society and have live productive lives and be safe. But I said, just because someone wakes up one morning and is suddenly 18 years of age doesn't magically make them an adult. Legally, sure, but let's talk science. The male brain does not fully develop until around age 25, especially the prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for decision-making, impulse control, and rational thinking. And as a mom of 26 and 23-year-old men, I have learned the value of giving grace. Growth takes time. Experience matters. And trauma can make people do things they don't always make sense on the surface. We are really quick to judge, especially when it comes to how women versus men respond to their abusers. I consider their mother as one of their abusers. I do. I don't think that she was complicit. Sometimes enabling and turning a blind eye can be just as damaging to a child. The narrative is often skewed. Take Gypsy Rose. The world watched her trauma unfold and found sympathy. But when it was a male victim, the same grace isn't always extended. And that is the problem. That was my post. And maybe I have a different view because I have boys around that age now when it happened. But abuse makes you do, especially like other people have come forward and said that they were abused. Oh, you're so sweet, Blue. Oh my goodness. The smart one too. Preach it. They have served enough of their lives in prison. They deserve to be free, go on a healing journey. Granted, am I giving them a pass for what they did? No. What they did was horrible. What they did was disgusting. But when you're abused like that, you tend to do things you would never normally do. And that is why they did what they did. And that is why they probably didn't even realize exactly what it meant when they were doing it. Sadly, they knew what they were doing, but I don't think with the trauma that they had experienced. What? Lucas is cooking dinner again. That's it. Done with Lucas. He's been a bad boy today. I just don't feel that because the thing about it is Gypsy Rose did this. She was abused, Munchausen by proxy. She was abused horribly. And she planned her mother's murder meticulously. She found a man or a young man who has autistic traits. She told she loved him. She told she would do anything for him. And she got him down there. She bought his tickets. They had set it up the first time. I mean, and then when she went to court, she got 10 years. 10 years for murdering her mother. Even though she might not have wielded the knife, she did it. 10 years. But Nick, whatever his last name is, I can't remember, starts with a G. He's got life in prison. Life in prison for something that she convinced him to do. And yes, she had to deal with a lot of abuse. And that is why it's okay up to other people. They think, oh, well, I feel sorry for her. She got out in 8 years. Like, she needs to be, yes, I read about that. That one got my heart. That one got my heart. It's just, like, trauma makes you do things that you would never normally do. And Gypsy Rose got to come out and live her life, and she is just like her mother. I agree with it. Do I have sympathy for what she went through? Yes. Has she been released from prison? Yes. But her mother taught her how to manipulate, and she does it very often. And now she has a little baby of her own that she can do it to. So that's a little scary. She also thinks she's a movie star now. However, the Menendez brothers have created programs. These men had resigned to the fact that they were never going to be released from prison. They knew that they were going to die there. They had no idea that this could happen. So up until a couple of years ago, they had resided there, and they decided they both got their degrees, their bachelor degrees of college. They both started numerous programs in the prisons. They have worked directly with the prisoners to stop like the gang violence and things like that were going on, and the racial divide. They have really worked hard to make prison life better, as much as you can get better, for other people as well as themselves. And the other thing is sometimes that people are saying, well, they just got into trouble recently, apparently. Well, you get into trouble because someone comes after you and you get with somebody else to have protection, and stuff happens. You know what I mean? Like, there's reasons why. It's not like they're not doing things that are wrong. They're just probably protecting themselves or things like that, because you always get strays that come in and do everything. But I firmly believe that they need to go in front of the parole board separately. Don't put them in there together. Put them up there separately. And let them have their own meetings with the parole board, and let the parole board decide whether they are released or not. One could possibly be released, one could not. They both could be released. That was actually not the governor. It was the Blue Eyes. It was the previous DA, and people said he was doing it because he is a election year, except that he lost his job from the election year because of it, and he was voted out, and the new DA came in and didn't want any of it done. And they pushed it back because they wanted them home by around, they were trying to get them home by like Thanksgiving is what it had happened. What did I miss? So I am actually happy for them that they get the chance to become part of it and part of a society. They both are married, which that's another thing I don't understand. Women who search for love in prison, like, makes no sense to me. I'll also tell you that if you watched the docu-series, like the movie series, about them, it was not completely correct, but I will tell you that the young man who played Eric has attended every court hearing in support of them. Yeah, she was. So Kim Kardashian got her lawyer degree in another fashion. She was able to work as like underneath other lawyers, and kind of like, I don't know how she did it. She didn't have to go. She has still to pass the bar and everything, but she was able to do it by working and not just going to school. But yeah, the boys did play tennis with their late husband or with her late dad. She did work a lot with Mark Garagos. Mark Garagos is a very big known name when it comes to celebrities, and I guess I don't call it, the Menendez brothers aren't celebrities. They're well known because of what happened. Good women want to turn the bad boys good. I mean, I agree. I agree to a point. Everyone thinks they can. I'm one that thinks I could save people. But I had to learn the hard way that I could not. So I do agree, but you would never see me doing that. No, she did pass, from my understanding. She passed. And she's working with the Innocence Project. That's another thing, like the Scott Peterson case. I have issues with that one and why the Innocence Project has taken that one up, because I was there in that town when that happened. Nothing about his case to me screams he was innocent, because if we remember, this I agree with, but I also agree with Lucas. There's good women who want to save men, and there's good men who want good men, real men. But some people get confused. Exactly. Some people get confused. I mean, think about it this way, Natalie. They're trying to say that the DNA evidence is proving that he didn't do it. Well, why was he on the run near the Mexican border, dyed his hair blonde, grew out his facial hair, and when they opened his trunk, he had tape and or duct tape and rope and a bag of what, $10,000 in cash? To me, that does not scream I'm innocent. So, but I mean, what this case has done for us, and I believe this, and you guys can say what you want about it. I believe that the Karen Read case is bringing to light a lot more of what people would never understand. I don't even like when Scott, when he talks, they show him talking. I don't like it. Like, he just creeps me out, especially after knowing like he told his little, whatever her name was, the one that his girlfriend, that he had just lost his wife, and literally like picked up a phone call while I was attending like a candlelight vigil for her missing. He's one that's just, I don't know. I don't know. Amber Fry, that's her name. I give her props. That girl was tough. For her to come forward and then to record his calls, it's a big deal. Because if he killed his wife, you never know what he could do to you. And she had a little girl too. What else has been in the news? He did. He never showed emotion. When he went on the news, he never really truly answered questions. He skirted around some of the questions. And I can't say that everybody, everyone's different with emotions. I cry at everything. I cry if you make me laugh. I cry if you make me sad. I cry if I'm hurt. I cry if I'm mad. Like, sometimes I cry and I can't even stop the tears. You get so angry that you're crying and the tears are coming down and you don't even know you're crying. Look at that. Woot woot. But I believe that he's in Southern California. I don't believe he's in San Fran. San Fran is middle north of the state. It's not, it's probably, so LA from Sacramento, where I lived, was a 9-hour drive. So I believe he's in Southern Florida. Southern California. I did hear a rumor that President Trump says he wants to rehab Alcatraz and use it again. I don't know if that's true or not. Anybody else hear that? Because San Francisco is my favorite city in the world, and Alcatraz is just, I look at it in awe and think of the people who actually, what they did to escape from that place and the waters and stuff like that. Yeah, so you heard it too. Then I'm not alone, Melanie, because sometimes my husband will tell me stuff and I'm like, what? And sometimes I'll just ignore it because I don't think it's the truth. Other times I'm like, really? That's kind of odd. But yeah, I heard that they want to bring Alcatraz back, which if he's gonna do it, full on do it. It will take forever to rehab, yeah, because it's not in good shape. But if you can do it, it's an ideal kind of prison on an island. So it's just a weird, I don't know. I just want like some of these people, like Lori Vallow, she's back in court today too for her, I believe, pre-trial hearings. Lori, I believe she is back in yeah, she is, let me see. This is her son, Colby, watching her pretrial hearing.
And is this witness FBI or something to that effect?
Nicholas Balance. I think he is an FBI agent.
Correct, he is an FBI agent.
And he's a relevant witness because of why?
According to the state's notice, he created a PowerPoint regarding some of the Wi-Fi or cellular data
Cellular
location.
and Wi-Fi use, yes.
I have the utmost respect for Colby.
I have no real objection to him being obscured. I don't know how they'll do it, but.
All right, so I'll direct the media during trial when witness Nicholas Balance is called to testify. They can't broadcast his face out. They can focus the lower part of the witness stand or something like that, but his likeness. Or
Yes, she's literally
should not be broadcast
representing herself again.
to the public. So I'm essentially granting the state's
Master
request in that
volume.
regard. Next, we have
Is it Chrome extension? You can
state's
download to
amended
this volume.
request for Rule 609 hearing and the defendant's response. When I read the amended request, you're simply adding.
I did see
the
that.
most recent
I
conviction,
haven't followed her
correct?
case though.
You didn't really respond to that in
So
your
this one is
reply. You
her
kind of
case
just talked about
and conspiracy to commit murder to Brandon Boudreaux, which is her niece's.
That's really quiet.
I saw that, but I didn't know what the law was since I wasn't sentenced for that yet. So I wasn't quite sure where to go on that, so I left it off.
Okay, with the 609, I think it's similar to the last trial. I'll put that off. And depending on if you testify or not, it only really becomes relevant if you decide to testify. So we'll table that for the time being. Next, I have
The fact that her
right. Motion
became what he has
who is a
with her as a mother and losing his entire family.
evidence scene technician type person from
Heartbreaking. Oh my God, I cried with him, Calypso, when he watched the verdict. He was so relieved.
I just got it, and I am in the middle of responding to that. But I do have a request in that regard.
Let me see if there's another
The
drink.
state,
I love
since
Colby.
it was,
East.
given to us, and I'm sure that the state had that information clearly before now.
I thought they would have it on there.
file a response where you think that is relevant, something that you can get into, an incident that happened 4 years later. I guess.
Melanie, she's not. She's already claiming that she prosecutional misconduct, juror misconduct, everything.
I don't know when does that response necessarily due, Your Honor.
It was filed May 3rd, so technically it's already past due. So can you file it by next? You have a copy of it now.
I just have a copy, correct.
Right. How about next Wednesday, the 21st?
Yes, I can do that.
All right, so we'll.
And I
set
have a
that aside.
question on that as well. Can I make an objection on the sealing? Can I ask under what law or rule or statute that this motion was sealed under?
They've requested to file it under seal because of the nature of the motion and the contents of what that incident is, not needing to necessarily be in the public eye. So if you want to include in your motion an objection to it being filed under seal, you can do that as well.
Okay.
So you'll file that no later than May 21st. I don't need a reply on that. I'll deal with that, I guess, probably our first day of trial or so.
So you're not going to set a 609 hearing?
This is not a.
Oh, not the 609, but a hearing for Tammy Lachik?
I can listen to oral argument when you filed your reply, but I don't believe I needed any sort of hearing on it. So I'll deal with that May 29th or 30th, I suppose. All right.
Then we have the defendant's motion for no restraints in trial dated May 6th. I don't know, in your motion, I don't know where you get the idea that the sheriff's office recommendation ever was that you have no restraints at all. Their minimum recommendation was that you wear a rack belt.
Well, I have it right here and I copied it verbatim.
Yeah, you said, what it said was my recommended minimum requirements as listed above, and those were to wear a rack belt.
It said, or the recommendation of MCSO was that they could have a unarmed detention officer and an armed deputy sheriff if I was to not have any restraints.
Right, but that wasn't their recommendation. I received the defense motion. I received non-party Maricopa County Sheriff Jerry Sheridan's response.
On the MCSO security justifications, my understanding is that was his recommendation.
Your Honor, Joseph Vigil for the sheriff's office.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm.
You see how she spends her
deny the motion from the defendant. The same
narratives
conditions will be set that we had in the first trial, that being you wear the rack belt, no leg brace. There was one incident during the trial where you asked to take a break because a strap was hanging down behind your jacket. We did that. We rectified the situation. There's been no indication whatsoever that the jury noticed the rack belt or anything like that. So I think those conditions are appropriate and will remain for the second trial.
I like this.
The jury was not polled to see if they noticed anything either. Was that correct?
Right. There was no request for that. All right. So next we have defendant's motion to consult with advisory council and team during trial dated May 6th. I don't know. I guess what exactly are you requesting? Are you requesting that during the lunch recesses you be housed somewhere where you can meet with your team?
Correct.
Okay.
And I know that it's a DO situation, and I know that our DO has his other obligations to do. So I didn't know if another officer could if something could be arranged so that I would have time with my team during those breaks and during lunchtime.
We did accommodate that.
All right, Blue, we'll be here. We're gonna watch this for a little while until
during the trial
court comes back.
To the extent that it doesn't delay the jury getting into the courtroom and resuming the trial when we need to, like when we take the 15-minute afternoon recess, that will continue. You'll have an opportunity to meet with them briefly. Over the lunch hour, I think is the real question. I did receive a response this morning from the sheriff's office, which indicates they don't really have an objection to that. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. There is an area on the fourth floor in the South Court Tower where she can be taken to meet with her.
I like to get the updates with Colby.
And they'll work that out.
All right. I don't have a problem with that. So if you need to meet with them when we break for lunch, just indicate to the DO that's what you need to do. There may be a day where you don't need to meet with them, but I'll essentially.
Can someone tell me how her hair?
Assume you have it.
Like perfectly curled.
Right. So I'll grant the defendant's motion on that she can meet during the lunch hour. Again, the only restriction on that is that we're not going to delay bringing in the jury at 1:30. We'll expect everyone back in the courtroom to start on time. All right, let's talk about the trial schedule and the screening. I received in the state's pretrial statement.
Our court is supposed to be back on it. 1:40. It's 1:43. Yeah, they're still not on.
The state's pretrial statement indicate there was some witness scheduling issues. If we get the jury sat
I'm watching it there, you
30th
guys.
And impaneled on the 30th, the last Friday in May, and we have our opening statements and begin testimony and evidence Monday, June 2nd. You indicated that the
I
state
mean,
indicated you would
unless she's tying them with socks and doing air.
run out of witnesses
curls.
either Wednesday or sometime Thursday.
Correct. That are available that week, yes.
Right, and then so we'll definitely go dark on Friday the 6th. I had initially indicated we would be in trial on that day, but if we can't have any witnesses here, we'll be dark on that day, and we'll indicate that for screening purposes for the jurors. I think we'll still indicate that we'll be in trial on the 5th, and we'll have to play that by ear. Maybe we will be dark, maybe we won't. But as far as when you resume on the 9th, you said you thought you would have 3 witnesses left at that point?
Correct.
Do you have an anticipation? Are those witnesses that would each take a whole day, or?
I think it's possible I could finish that day.
So ultimately what I'm getting at is trying to drill down the schedule and screening for the jury. Do we not need to screen them for the week of the 23rd?
Obviously, I just received the defendant's 15.2 that lists 2 different expert witnesses. I did request that they actually comply with Rule 15.2 and give me any information about any of these experts. They've also listed other witnesses. So because of that, I would still screen them for the other week.
Well, maybe we should address that. Is there still no report from Lonnie Dworkin that the state's received?
I've received nothing.
Do you have some sort of expert report you were disclosing?
We will, Your Honor, yes.
When?
Well, when is that going to be? Because it's way past due.
So the state did receive the affidavit from Lonnie explaining the things, which is why they turned over late discovery in the middle of trial. So we did have that. He's working on a few things for us as well now, and I will get with him as soon as possible and get that report to you as soon as possible.
All right, well, it's
What does
depending on what's in that report, it is likely to be precluded at this point, but I'll keep an open mind on that, and I guess we'll wait and see. Let's talk about, for the purposes of scheduling.
Your Honor, and just there's one other person that I'm Googled.
I'm going to ask her about the other witnesses. I received your supplemental witness list, I think yesterday. You have, in addition to Mr. Dworkin, you have Weaver, Barkman, again, Detective Moffett, Jeffrey White, Melanie Gibb, and Zulema Pastanas.
Zulema Pastanas.
Okay. Was Detective Moffett also involved in this case?
He was involved with the case agent of this case while he was the case agent of the other case, correct?
Okay. So he may or may not have, he may have relevant information. Again, I guess that's a wait and see. What about, who's Weaver Barkman?
So he's a ballistics expert.
Is that an expert? So that's an expert. Do you have an expert report that's been disclosed?
Not yet, Your Honor. We're working on it.
Your Honor, since I've not noticed a ballistics expert, that's a big problem, because if I get something, then I would have to do that. So the defendant's, again, extremely late violation of all rules of criminal procedure is a problem.
It is a problem. Who's Jeffrey White?
My investigator.
Oh, okay. And do you have an idea of in what capacity you think he would be called?
Well, we had made a request from the state for the car door and the window that the bullet supposedly hit, and we were going to have him inspect that as well. We have recently found out that those 2 things do not exist. So I'm not sure what they're going to be putting up as far as ballistics in their case in chief. So I was trying to have someone who could be able to look at whatever reports they're trying to put up and rebut anything that they're saying.
Is Mr. White an expert in that area?
Mr. Weaver?
No, I said Jeffrey White.
He's my investigator.
Right, that's who I was asking, who has relevant information. What's Mr. White's relevant information for why might he be called as into trial?
Because he's interviewing the witnesses as well. the defense witnesses.
So is it some sort of extrinsic impeachment if they,
Correct.
what about Melanie Gibb?
So Melanie Gibb and Zelina Pastenas were both initially noticed in the state's 15.1. They have not noticed them again. I don't know if they can still call them if they're on their list, but
Have you,
they have relevant information to this case.
have they been presented for an interview by the state?
They've both been interviewed multiple times by the state.
I mean, not by police officers, I mean by either the prosecutor or someone in her office in preparation for trial.
In this case,
Yeah, in either case,
not that I'm aware of.
have they been subpoenaed?
The subpoenas are out.
What relevant information would they have?
Trust
They
me,
have
Wayne, we feel the
relevant
same.
information to Brandon Boudreaux
Okay.
and around that
What
time.
is the nature of that relevant information?
It will come apparent if they have to get up and testify, Your Honor. I will only call them if I need
Well, they're gonna
them.
be precluded if you can't give me some minimal, what relevant information they have. Just saying that they're relevant doesn't make them relevant. Okay?
Yes, and is this procedure that I have to say what each of my witnesses are relevant ahead of time and give my whole case in chief over to the state? It is?
Yeah.
That's
just
how
like-
it works?
like
That's
this.
the rules of law?
Stop.
Wow.
Yes. That is the rule of law. That's just what the state does. They tell you what relevant information each witness has. So my answer is yes.
He gonna preclude all
If
that
you
stuff.
Tell me what relevant information they have, they'll be precluded.
They both have had dealings with Brandon Boudreaux and Alex Cox. So
Okay, so does someone, that was a server for them at a restaurant. It doesn't make them have relevant information as to this case. Anyone who came into
Oh.
contact with Mr. Boudreaux or Mr. Cox had some interaction with them at some point in their lifetime does not make them a relevant
I like this
witness.
judge.
So
She is
what
cute.
is their relevance?
the state had them on their witness list and they're saying they're not relevant?
Apparently not. Are you calling them?
No, they're not on my,
Police interview however many people they interview because they're working on the case. They don't know who has relevant information, who doesn't have relevant information. All the people that they interview don't end up being relevant. So because they're listed in a police report somewhere, doesn't necessarily make them relevant.
Okay, their relevance lies in if they have to rebut something that the state puts on in their case in chief. They're just called in case they need them. They're subpoenaed in case I need them.
All right. It sounds like they don't have relevant information. However, I'll include these names on the potential witness list for screening the jurors if the jurors have any knowledge of any of these witnesses out of an abundance of caution. That's really the purposes for today is the questionnaire that goes out to the jurors. So I will include these witnesses. Again, Mr. Dworkin, Mr. Barkman, if they're expert witnesses that haven't provided any sort of report or expert witness testimony, they're likely to be precluded as witnesses. But I'll include them on the witness list. I think what I'm hearing is you said you might finish on the 9th or the 10th?
He does. He's close.
I'm going to indicate
Judge Krasinski here in Orlando is Sarah.
Trial is likely to end
He had patience.
by June 13th, Friday, June 13th. However, I'll include that Monday, the 23rd and kind of say, if needed or if required, might go to June 23rd out of an abundance of caution. So I'll finalize that questionnaire. It's pretty much done and it's pretty much the same as the last one, except for the names of the witnesses, the specific allegations. And then I remove the question about viewing medical examiner
She would have said sustained.
Because that's not needed in this case. But
I
I'll
have
give-
grave concerns.
Send you guys out a copy. Actually, I could probably finish it in the next couple minutes and print out a copy so you have it before you leave here today. That questionnaire, I need to get with the jury office. I think we were talking about sending it out the 22nd and cutting it off the 28th or 27th. And then we'll meet again on the 29th in this courtroom to go over the responses. That'll be it.
This is her just something to do, honestly.
1 p.m. on the 29th.
Your Honor, in light of
Be
the
relevant.
juror misconduct or the alleged juror misconduct, I have to object to us having so much information go out about my personal information in that jury questionnaire. Do you not think that was a problem?
What personal information?
The state versus Lori Daybell.
What's the name of the case?
Yeah, but you don't put that on anyone else's questionnaire or one other person that's ever had that questionnaire ever put out with their name on it. They just don't do it.
Do it in every trial I've done.
Then the people are just going to Google it, and then we're going to have the same exact problem we had getting a jury for that case. We're going to have the same exact problem.
Are you done?
Ooh.
You're just going to keep. Okay. How do we screen for if people have heard about you if we don't include your name? You have a response to that?
I'm just saying, you gave them the name, and they're just going to Google it.
They're instructed not to Google it. All right. And if you'll recall, when we had all the jurors come in person, one of the first questions I asked them in the afternoon was, who has looked up this case since you filled out the questionnaire? And we had 2 or 3 people raise their hand, and those people were excused. So I have to include your name to screen out for the people that know about your case. And we released about 100 jurors last time because of their answers to that. If we don't include your name, that's 100 extra jurors we have to go through in person and ask if they know you. And in fact, that increases the risk of tainting the rest of the jury pool. If we have someone stand up and say, yeah, I know about her case in Idaho where blah, 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 in front of the rest of the jurors, that'll burn the whole panel. We'll have to start over. So I'm going to include your name in the questionnaire. I don't think there was any other personal information or background information about you in that questionnaire other than your name. So was there any other issues you had with the questionnaire?
She's like a child.
So the schedule will be, we'll meet 1 p.m. to go over those answers on the 29th. On the 30th, we'll meet at 10. We'll have walk-in jurors that morning that will fill out the questionnaire. And then the people that survive are screening on the 29th, and those that survive the morning of the 30th will come in the afternoon of the 30th. This will be back in the courtroom we were in last time, 5D of the South Court Tower. Again, I expect to seat that jury at some point that afternoon. And then we'll plan on going Monday through Thursday, June 2nd to June 5th. Then June 9th to June 13th, and if need be, June 23rd.
Your Honor?
Yes.
I have to ask that you would recuse yourself from the obvious personal bias that you have against me and send us
What?
the calendar for this scheduling of a trial.
And what personal bias is that?
A lot, obviously, the personal bias that you're showing right now and that you've shown on the FTR several times during the trial.
Okay, well, I don't have any personal bias, all right? I've over accommodated you on when you have to disclose things. In fact, your expert should be
All right,
summarily
Henry, it's
concluded
coming
today,
back.
and I haven't done that. All right, so.
Questions and attempting to introduce the taillight housing. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And you mentioned there were a number of items in that bag.
that's correct.
And during that break, did we have a chance to look inside the bag,
Yes,
accompanied by counsel for the defense?
yes.
When
Okay,
items
hold
are
on.
stored in a bag, is it common for them to be transferred to other locations other than your evidence locker? Questions and attempting to introduce the taillight housing. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And you mentioned there were a number of items in that bag.
that's correct.
And during that break, did we have a chance to look inside the bag,
Yes,
accompanied by counsel for the defense?
yes.
When items are stored in a bag, is it common for them to be transferred to other locations other than your evidence locker?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that
Sure.
information?
When
that
you
question?
store a piece of evidence in an evidence bag and you put it in the evidence locker for safekeeping, does the evidence sometimes travel to other places?
Yes,
If it's tested for other types of information, maybe DNA or biological fluids, can that item be transferred to another department?
yes,
Is sometimes that item brought back and forth to court for other proceedings?
yes.
And do you know if this item has been on different travels over time?
I do know that it went into several different units within the laboratory, yes.
When you opened up the bag and you said the housing was in that bag, the other items that were in the bag, do you know when they were put in there?
No, I do not.
Do they appear to be pieces that are consistent with the taillight housing?
I can't testify to whether or not they're consistent.
Okay. Do you, when you saw the pieces, do you know whether or not any of the pieces broke off that taillight housing?
I do not know.
The taillight housing, did it have any loose pieces when you first retrieved it from the Canton Police Department?
No, it did not. It had missing pieces, but nothing was loose on the taillight housing itself at the time that I collected it.
And the loose pieces on the bottom of that bag, they were in the bag when you opened it this morning?
Yes, that's correct.
The loose pieces, last time you had an opportunity to open that bag was how long ago?
The only time I opened that, the packaging for the taillight housing was in the laboratory when I first examined it in 2023.
And do you have any indication this has passed many hands or hands since then?
I do know that that item went to the trace unit after I examined it.
Those loose pieces in the bottom of the bag, I'm going to ask you to keep them with the taillight housing.
Okay.
And I'm going to move that piece of evidence. Evidence, I may have one moment. Okay. One last question. When a bag is opened by somebody who's examining it, if there are small loose pieces accompanying the item, is it ever packaged in separate baggies or containers?
In the criminalistics unit, so I can only speak for myself and my individual examination, if there are loose items within the item that's packaged with it, I would separate it and potentially separate into a smaller package and put it inside the larger container so that it doesn't get lost.
In addition to the loose pieces in the bottom of that bag, do you see separate small containers, packaging of smaller pieces?
Yes, there were 2 smaller containers within that larger bag.
And those smaller packages that are separate from the actual larger item, did you put smaller pieces in those small bags?
I did not do that.
It's done by somebody other than you.
At some point, yes.
Okay. I now move to introduce that into evidence.
No objection, subject to the explanation and cross-examination, Your Honor.
Okay.
Could you present that?
Yes.
Yes.
I didn't need to display it, I think it's provided first.
The whole bag.
Yes. And you can keep the gloves on, I just want to be able to show the small.
Oh, okay,
separate
that's fine, I was
packages
hidden here.
after it's marked.
Sure.
Exhibit 146.
You've already showed us the housing. Can you show us some of the small pieces in the bottom of the bag and also the small separate packaging that you did not package?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you explain what those are?
These are two small glassine envelopes that were in the container.
Any markings on those envelopes?
Yes. Would you like me to read them?
Please.
Some of it is illegible to me. I didn't write it. I'm sorry. It appears to be at least the second half of the case number. It's possible that's the 2202184. 3-1 pieces E, G, I'm not sure if it's an M or an H, I, S, K. This also has a case number 22-02184, 3-1.
And was there any pieces that weren't packaged other than the housing in that bag?
Yes.
And could you show us, please?
This item was also located in the bag. And these two items were also located in the bag.
Thank you very much. May I approach?
Yes.
I'll take that.
Thank you.
When you brought the taillight housing back to the lab, did you take it out of the bag and do anything with it?
Yes, during my examination, I did remove it from the bag to look at it.
After you looked at it or during your observations, did you take any samples from it?
Yes, I did.
Explain to us what you did.
I took a polyester swab, I moistened it with sterile water, and then I applied that swab to the external front areas of the taillight.
Why did you do that?
My goal was to collect any potential biological material that was present on the exterior of the taillight.
Did you engage in that procedure pursuant to your training and experience?
Yes, I did.
If we could have former P-187 back on the screen, which is now an exhibit. Could you use the pointer and the television to your right? Could you show us or show the jury where you took a swab, what areas?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I took my collection from this upper right-hand corner, the red apparent plastic, as well from this area down here, another piece of red plastic, and then these clear apparent plastic here on the front of the taillight housing. Basically, any areas that would have been exposed when the taillight was intact.
Why do you take the swab and go to multiple different parts of an item?
The goal of this collection was just to determine if there's any biological material in that area, and there's no forensic relevance related to if it came from the upper right or the lower left. I took that collection as a whole, and in addition, there was a very small surface area to begin with.
When you took the swab, did you run it along the breaks in the red part?
Like the edges here?
Yes, the edges.
It's possible, yes, that I collected from those edges.
Do you have a memory of what part you actually swabbed?
I remember swabbing the external areas of the taillight, those that would have been on the outside prior to any damage being done.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. After you engage in the procedure of taking a swab, what do you do to preserve that swab?
That swab is air dried. It's then repackaged in a small glassine envelope. A portion of the swab is also put in a clear plastic tube, which is sent forward to the DNA unit.
Did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Why do you go through that type of procedure? Why do you take that many steps?
I'm sorry, may I correct my answer from the last question?
Please.
My apologies. So in this particular instance, the entire swab was cut up and put into plastic tubes for further testing.
Why did you do it that way?
This item was quantity limited. The swab itself was quantity limited, meaning that they'd have to use up the whole swab in order to run DNA analysis.
Did you do DNA analysis on the swab?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I don't work in the DNA unit, so that is the job of a different analyst.
And at some point, did you take that item that had been preserved and put it into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Were you shown a bag full of red plastic cups with an item in it when you were at the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I was.
Could we have Exhibit 56, please? Thank you. This is a photograph that's been marked as an exhibit. Do you recognize what's in that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Those are 6 red plastic cups that contained frozen red-brown stains.
Did you do anything relative to the content of those cups?
I took a collection from one of the cups using 2 sterile cotton swabs.
Can you just briefly explain what that process entails?
Yes. I allowed the frozen red-brown stains to thaw. I applied sterile water to 2 cotton swabs, and then I applied it to one of the red-brown stained cups to collect the material from inside.
How do you preserve and maintain the integrity of whatever sample you collect?
That sample is then entered into a glassine envelope, a larger manila envelope. It is then sealed with my initials and date. It is given an independent item number and stored within the proper unit within the lab.
You can take that down. Thank you. At some point, did you look at clothing?
Yes, I did.
Where did you look at clothing?
I examined the clothing from this case at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
Was the items brought to the crime laboratory?
Yes, they were.
Did you have a chance to unpackage them?
Yes, I did.
When you received them, how were they stored?
They were stored in brown paper bags and potentially boxes. I don't remember off the top of my head.
And did you look at a number of different items of clothing?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of 4 photographs. I'm going to ask you about each one of them individually. Do you recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph I took of a gray sweatshirt.
Does that photograph accurately depict the sweatshirt as it appeared to you when you looked at it?
Yes, it does.
You look at the second photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is an additional photograph of the front of the gray sweatshirt where I had put some markings on the sweatshirt.
Why did you put markings on the sweatshirt?
These markings specifically are noting areas of damage.
Third photograph, please. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And what's in that photograph?
This is a close-up photo of the area of damage that I denoted as 1.
And a fourth photograph, please. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a close-up of area damage 1.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what you saw that day when you examined this particular item?
Yes.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
I could just see them quickly. No objection, Your Honor.
So let's mark them 1 exhibit A, B, C, D, please.
Exhibit 147, A, B, C, and D.
Thank you. With the court's permission, could we please show former P-190 to the jury?
Yes.
Is that one of the photographs you just recognized?
Yes, it is.
And could you explain to us what you see?
This is the exterior front of the gray sweatshirt. There is linear damage between the top and bottom of the sweatshirt, as well as linear damage across each sleeve of the sweatshirt.
Do you see the cut down the front of that sweatshirt?
Yes.
Did you distinguish that cut as any different than the damage on the arm?
I did not do any damage analysis on that particular area of damage.
Why not?
Typically in these type of events, you'll see those types of damage associated with clothing being removed from emergency medical technicians, so they're not forensically relevant.
Thank you. If we could turn now to former P-194. Is this the same sweatshirt?
Yes, it is.
There's a little bit differences, markings or tabs on it?
Yes, that's correct.
What are you doing there?
I put tabs on each of the areas of damage on the sleeve and 2 on the chest that I was going to examine further.
When you put the tabs on, do you write a report or mark it in any way to memorialize it in case the tabs fall off?
Yes, in this case, they were marked tabs 1 through 9. Those are not permanent on the sweatshirt. They're actually just pieces of filter paper that I use to mark it.
Could we, Ms. Gilman, zoom in on that right arm, please? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. What is written on those tabs?
Each tab has a number on it that corresponds with an area of damage that I examined.
And when you write a report, when you memorialize it, is that keep an accounting of each?
Yes, that's correct.
If we could turn now to former P-196, which is 147C. What does that depict, ma'am?
That is a close-up of the area of damage 1 that I did further examination on.
Could we zoom in a little bit on the circle part? Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what it looked like when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And finally, if we could have P-197, which is Exhibit 147D. What are you doing there?
That's a close-up photo of that same area of damage 1 with a scale included.
We just saw a close-up of one of the holes that was marked number 1. Did you do the same analysis for each and every one of those areas that you marked?
Yes, I did.
And did you look close up at each and every one of them and measure each and every one of them?
Yes, I did.
Are there photographs showing all of those different angles for each and every hole that you went through?
Yes, I took numerous photographs of each area of damage.
You could take that down, please. In addition to that sweatshirt, did you look at any other clothing items?
Yes, I did.
Court's permission, can I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm showing you 2 photographs. If you could look at the first one, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is item 7-17. It's an orange T-shirt.
Is it a fair? Should I write? Thank you. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
And the second photograph, please, could you take a look?
Yes.
Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is the other side of the orange T-shirt.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the T-shirt when you examined it?
Yes, it is.
All right, remove these 2 photographs of evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Exhibits 148, A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show P232 to the jury.
Okay.
Could you tell us what you see?
That is a photograph of item 7-17 is the back of the orange t-shirt.
Could we zoom a little in on the numbers on the bottom, Ms. Gilman? What's that on the bottom?
That is the case number, the individual item number for that t-shirt, my initials, and the date that I examined it, or the date that I took the photo.
So you had obtained this item on that date, or this is when you examined it and already had it?
That is the date that I opened it up, examined it, and took the photo.
And on the left, what's that ruler used for?
That's a scale just to show the size of the item.
Could we zoom back out and get a full look at that? Thank you. If you could turn next to P233, Ms. Gilman. What is that, a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the front of the orange t-shirt, item 7-17.
Ms. Gilman, can we first see the bottom left-hand corner, zoomed in a little bit? Thank you. Why did you place a marker there?
I used markers on this item to note areas of staining that I was going to do further analysis on.
Did you do further analysis of that stain area?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that? Any different than the swab you talked about before?
This I screened for blood, and I'd have to check my notes for any further testing I did on it.
When you screened it for blood, was it a positive or negative result?
That was positive.
Do you know if you did anything further with it?
May I check my notes?
With the court's permission? Thank you.
Can you turn the lights up, please? Thank you.
Please.
Yes, I also performed a confirmatory test for blood on that stain.
So what's the difference between a preliminary and a confirmatory test?
A screening test, other types of materials may cause a positive reaction. For the confirmatory test, it is confirmatory for blood, as well as it indicates human blood, although you might get a positive reaction from primate blood or ferret blood.
Can we now turn to the top right and zoom in, if you would? We see 3 tabs there. What are you looking for in those areas?
Those are 3 additional red-brown stains that I performed further testing on.
And do you have the results of that testing?
So I performed a screening test on each of those tests, and each of those screening tests was positive. I performed a confirmatory test on stains A and C, which were also positive. I did not perform that test on stain B due to its small size.
If you could zoom out just a little bit, please. Similar to the sweatshirt, there's long cuts through the front of that t-shirt. Is your analysis and opinion any different than the similar cuts that you saw on the sweatshirt?
Yes, I did not perform any additional analysis on those area of damage due to the fact that they're most likely attributed to the emergency medical technicians or medical personnel removing that item of clothing.
Thank you. You could take that down, please, Ms. Gilman. And for the final piece of clothing, did you have a chance to look at pants?
I did look at a pair of jeans, yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I handed you 2 photographs. The first one, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is a photograph of the front of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Could you look at the second photograph, please? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph of the back of the pair of jeans, item 7-1.
Do both of those photographs fairly depict what you saw when you examined the clothing?
Yes, I do.
I'd move these 2 to evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibits 149A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd show P242, which is 149A, to the jury.
Okay.
Was there anything of note when you examined these pants?
These pants also had linear damage between the top and the bottom, which would be consistent with cuts made by emergency medical personnel when removing the item.
If we could zoom in to show those cuts, Ms. Gilman. And could we scroll down, please? Thank you. If we can next show P243, which is 149B. Could you zoom in on the top part of those pants, please? Do you make any observations or notes about the pants?
May I look at my notes, please?
With the court's permission, please. Thank you.
I noted numerous red-brown stains on the clothing, as well as dirt and debris on the clothing.
What part of the pants did you note the dirt and debris?
It was just a general observation. I didn't specifically denote where it was.
Ms. Gilman, could you scroll from the top to the bottom of the pants, please? Thank you. You can take it down, please. Did you perform any additional testing relative to the clothing that you examined, that being the sweatshirt, the t-shirt, and the pants?
I performed numerous tests on each of the red-brown stains on the items that I marked.
After you completed examining the red and brown stains, did you do any other type of testing or evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Yes, I did.
Could you share with the jury what you did as far as further evidence collection relative to the clothing?
Can we take it item by item? How would you
sure
prefer
can.
to do it?
Let's start with the sweatshirt.
Okay. So in addition to testing the red-brown stains, I collected any stain that was positive or confirmatory for blood. After performing that collection, I also performed a collection around the tears on the right sleeve of the item. That's using 2 cotton swabs moistened with sterile water, which I vigorously rubbed around the areas of the teared areas on the sleeve. I also performed an additional scraping and swabbing of the unstained area of the sweatshirt for any potential skin cell recovery. In addition, I performed a debris collection from the sweatshirt.
I want to stop you there. I want you to explain to us in some detail, what is a debris collection and how do you undergo a debris collection?
After I've completed all the testing that I'm going to do on the item, I remove any large items that may be present on the item, such as apparent hairs or fibers, anything that I can pick off, I can visibly see with a pair of tweezers. Once that is done, I will do I did a general debris collection where I took a large metal spatula-shaped object and scraped the clothing, or in this particular case, the sweatshirt. And any debris that came off the sweatshirt was put into a glassine fold and preserved.
Before you tried to scrape off any debris that was on the sweatshirt, could you, to your own eye, see any debris in the sweatshirt?
May I check my notes? Yes. In this particular case, I did pick off a couple of pieces of what I termed black debris. I made no additional analysis of that item. I packaged that separately, and then the scrapings themselves, I did not make any observations of anything contained in those scrapings. So there was nothing of note that I could have put in my notes to further classify them.
When you do the scraping, is there a table or a desk that you would see small pieces or difficult pieces? How do you contain what you're scraping from an item?
I lay out a piece of glassine paper, which is approximately 6 inches by 6 inches, and I scrape the debris into that glassine, and then I fold it up and put it in an additional envelope to prevent anything from falling out.
So if there's any debris, you would fold it in the glassine and then put that in a separate envelope?
Yes, that's correct.
And did you continue to study and scrape the other pieces of clothing?
Yes, I performed that same type of scraping on the orange t-shirt. That scraping was combined with the scrapings from the sweatshirt. I performed the same scraping on the jeans as well as the boxer shorts.
In that scraping process, did you acquire debris?
Yes, there was some visible debris.
How small were the pieces?
I did not make any measurements of it.
Why not?
That's done by a different analysis unit, so I didn't do any type of analysis on that debris.
How small or large were the pieces of debris that you scraped from the clothing?
I did not take any measurements of them.
How did you store the debris that you scraped from the clothing?
It was put into a glassine fold, given a separate item number, and then put into a larger glassine fold so that it could be tracked throughout the laboratory.
Do you have that item number?
Yes, I do. So the debris from the sweatshirt and t-shirt was item 7-18.18.
I'm going to ask you one more time for that number.
7-18.18.
And that's the debris that you scraped from the shirt and the sweatshirt.
Correct.
Did you do any debris scrapings from the pants?
Yes, I did.
Was any debris produced from the pants?
Yes.
Was it similarly packaged?
Yes, that's correct.
Was there a different item number given for the pants?
Yes.
And what was that item number?
May I check my notes?
Yes.
Thank you. That item number, the debris from the jeans, was 7-1.8.
Those two items, the debris that you acquired from those clothing items, did you send them anywhere?
I put those in our secured storage unit, and they were later forwarded on to the trace unit for analysis.
They later went to the trace unit?
Yes, that's correct.
When you arrived at Canton on February 1st, 2022, do you recall what the weather was like outside?
I don't recall. I just know that it was winter.
You said when you first get to a scene, you have a conversation about the investigators' information to help your assessment. And I don't want you to discuss what that conversation may have been, but did you have a similar conversation?
Yes, I did.
When you're looking at an item that's been stored, like in this case, a car, does the weather conditions, ice, cold, snow, ever preserve or maintain evidence on an item longer than it otherwise would stay?
I'm sorry, can you ask that one more time, please?
Does ice or snow or the weather ever maintain evidence longer than otherwise would stay? For example,
I don't have any data or information to that.
have you ever had an opportunity to view videos of the Lexus when it was first stored and the condition of snow and ice on it and the thawing process of that?
I don't believe that's the part of the video I saw, no.
You saw a video after the snow had already melted?
I don't know if the snow had melted. When I saw the vehicle, it did not have snow on it.
Okay. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach the
Yes.
witness? Thank you. Your Honor,
Show
pursuant to.
Mr. Brennan what you did. Okay.
Pursuant to a stipulation with the Commonwealth, we stipulated into evidence various documents. So what I'd like, with Your Honor's permission, and for the clerk,
Great.
have them marked as next in order, and then I'll proceed from there.
Thank you. Should any be marked A, B, and C, or are they each separate?
Separate, please, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibits 150 through 153.
In your honor, there is one more exhibit that we had pursuant to stipulation. I'll bring that evidence up. Next in order.
Exhibit 154.
In your honor, if I could just show Mr. Ward this to make this more efficient for the last one. Thank you, your honor. Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. And if I could, please, I'll leave these here. These are all going to be published with Your Honor's permission, but obviously the witness is going to need them.
So you can put them right on the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. And lastly, may I approach for the witness? Thank you. You may leave this.
Sure, thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hartman.
Good afternoon.
Is it acceptable to you for me to refer to you as Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. You were dispatched to the Sally Port at the Canton Police Department on February 1st, 2022 by former Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You understood at that time that Michael Proctor was the lead detective, the person who was in control of the investigation?
Yes, that's what I was informed of when I arrived.
While you were there, one of the things that you did initially was to conduct an overview of the vehicle meaning the black Lexus SUV that you talked about extensively on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
That was important to you, given the limited information that you had at the time about what was contended to be a potential motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
That is something that I would do in any type of exam where I'm looking at a vehicle. I look at the overall vehicle.
So you were looking for anything possible that would rise to the level of investigative concern regarding that vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're familiar with the parlance investigative concern, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's why you noted various items, for example, scratches on the vehicle?
Yes.
You didn't draw any conclusions as to where those scratches came from, though, did you?
No, I did not.
The dent that you noted and photographed that you discussed on your direct examination, you likewise made no conclusion as to the source or cause of that dent, correct?
That's correct.
And you did therefore not make any or draw any conclusions as to whether that dent was caused by any motor vehicle or pedestrian accident, correct?
Correct.
You're a forensic scientist too for the Massachusetts State Police Department, as I understand it?
Yes.
With regard to the taillight that you spoke about rather extensively on your direct examination, you likewise were not able to, and you make no conclusions as to the cause of that broken taillight, correct?
That's correct.
And you draw, therefore, no conclusions with regard to whether that taillight became in the condition that was discussed on direct examination pursuant to any alleged motor vehicle pedestrian incident, correct?
Correct.
The dent, the scratches, the broken taillight on the Lexus to your knowledge, as you sit here today, could have existed before February 1st, 2022, when you went to Sallyport, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And to your knowledge, the dent, the scratches, the broken taillight could have existed before January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You also looked for, as you stated, tissue, blood, biological material, and things of that nature on the vehicle, correct?
Yes, I did.
In that inspection of the vehicle, you didn't see any visible stains or tissue on the vehicle, did you?
No, I did not.
You were told, Ms. Hartnett, that there were wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And at the time you went to the Sallyport on February 1st of 2022, you were not shown a photograph by anybody of the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe, were you?
No, I was not.
However, you've seen since then a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe and the wounds on that right arm, correct?
Yes, I have.
With your Honor's permission, if I could publish Exhibit 1 in evidence?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'd ask you to take a look at that, and you recognize that what's depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
Yes, I do.
And you've seen that pattern of wounds on the right arm as depicted in a photograph of the decedent before, correct?
I've seen this photo before, yes.
You cannot state whether the wounds on the right arm as depicted in Exhibit 1 are from a motor vehicle, can you?
That would be on the scope of my expertise. I don't make any conclusions on injuries on the person.
So the answer is you cannot and do not make any conclusions with regard to the source of the wounds on the right arm as Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in that Exhibit 1, correct?
That's correct.
And you're also not able to state whether you observed anything on the vehicle.
Mr. Alessi, can we put are you done with this?
I'm not yet,
Okay.
Your Honor, but I will let the court know. It'll be shortly. Thank you. And you cannot state that you observed anything on the SUV that would cause the wounds on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe as depicted in Exhibit 1, correct?
That is not a type of analysis I would perform.
So the answer to that question is no, you cannot state that you observed anything on the vehicle that would cause those wounds to the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Sustain.
We can now take that down, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you look toward the top of the lift gate of the Lexus vehicle when you were at the Sallyport Kent Police Department on February 1st of 2022?
Are you referring to the exterior or the interior?
Exterior.
I don't recall specifically looking at that area. I did an overall examination of the vehicle, with exception to the actual roof of the vehicle. So I don't remember specifically looking at that area.
So as you sit here today, there is nothing notable with regard to that area of the vehicle, correct?
I had nothing in my notes regarding that area, no.
And as you sit here today, there's nothing you're recalling that is notable about the tap part around the lift gate of the back of the SUV, correct?
That's correct.
Did anyone ask you to examine that area?
Not that area specifically, no.
Do you understand what I will refer to as the undercarriage of the vehicle?
Yes.
And what, just for the jury's better understanding, what are you referring to when you refer to the undercarriage of the vehicle? I know it may be common sense, but just to be clear.
What I understand the undercarriage to be, where if I was laying underneath the car, what I would be looking at, include the muffler, various pipes, but that's the extent of my knowledge of vehicles.
So if we're talking about the back of the vehicle, and if we go sort of top to bottom, top where we were talking about the lift gate going all the way down, and then go to the bumper, and then go under the bumper, and where it curls under the bumper, then what's the bumper and underneath and more a little toward the front, is that what you're referring to as the undercarriage?
Yes, just the general area underneath the vehicle, extending from under the bumper to the front of the vehicle.
Right, so the undercarriage is not merely from the back, but it's underneath all the way toward the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you refer to all, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. So all that area you refer to as the undercarriage?
Yes.
Did you notice anything of note in the undercarriage, as you just described it, of the vehicle?
No, I did not.
And as regards sampling that you discussed on your direct examination, did you take any samples of that undercarriage area of the vehicle?
I did not collect anything from the undercarriage, no.
And is the reason you didn't collect anything because you didn't see anything of note that was worthy of collection?
In addition to that, I also performed some testing of that area.
And what testing of that area did you perform?
I performed screening tests on some of the lower lying areas of the undercarriage, on the tire flaps, the edge of the bumper, the muffler pipe.
And what were the results of that testing, that screening testing?
Those results were negative.
And negative for what?
It was a screening test for the possible presence of blood.
So on the entire undercarriage, from where we started in the very back, all the way underneath, all the way up to the front, the screening test came back negative for any blood or other biological material or anything else of note that would be part of that screening test.
So I did not perform a screening test on the entire undercarriage. I just performed the screening test on the lower lying areas, and those were all negative. And there was also no visible staining in that area, so that is correct.
What I'd like to do now is to talk about sort of overall what we just discussed. So you discussed certain damage to the vehicle. You had no way on February 1st, and you have no way today of knowing whether any or all of that damage was pre-existing before January 29th of 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So it's possible that all the damage that you've discussed could have existed before January 29th of 2022.
Yes, that's possible.
Are you aware of the odometer reading of the Lexus when it was in the Sallyport garage?
No, I'm not.
If we showed you a document in evidence that would have that on the mileage on the odometer, might that refresh your recollection as to what the mileage was?
That's not something I made a note of or even observed on the day that I was looking at the vehicle.
Okay, so you were there with Trooper Clark on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Are you aware of whether Trooper Clark observed and took a picture of the odometer? Are you aware if that happened?
I'm not aware of that specific picture.
The mileage on the vehicle was of no interest to you in your inspection as a forensic scientist too?
So my role as a forensic scientist too is to look for potential biological fluids and trace materials on an item. The mileage would not be something that I have ever made note of in any of my examinations of the vehicle.
So but you do analyze damage, correct?
I perform damage analysis on textiles and softer materials, not on vehicles.
But you performed the damage analysis on this vehicle, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So you observed damage on this vehicle, correct?
Yes.
But although you observed damage for your role, your position is that the mileage is of not of interest regarding your role. If I got that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Moving on to another category, you spoke on direct examination about solo cups and 6 solo cups, and there were depictions put on the screen. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
So on February 1st, in addition to taking some swabs from the vehicle, you also mentioned that you took swabs of, as I recall it, frozen red-brown stains located inside the red solo cups?
Yes, that's correct.
Other than in this case, did you ever have to take swabs of red stain material from solo cups that people usually use for other purposes?
I've never performed a collection like that, no.
So this is the first time you ever performed a collection like that, correct?
I mean, the collection process itself is standard, applying the sterile water to the swabs and putting it in a potential stain of interest. However, no, I've never collected a sample from a red solo cup before.
Have you ever taken a sample from a red solo cup since that February 1st?
No, I've not.
How many swabs did you take with regard to the red solo cups?
I took 2 swabs.
How did you choose which of the 6 solo cups that you were going to take? And I understand you took 2. Did you take 2 swabs?
2 swabs, but they were considered the same sample. They were taken from the same cup, same stain.
That was what I wanted to get at, is you took 2 swabs, but they were from the same solo cup.
That's correct.
Do you recall how you chose which solo cup you were going to take the swab from?
I don't recall.
Could that be of significance, which one you chose and why?
In this particular case, I did not believe it was significant at the time.
Did you confer with anybody as to what might be the best solo cup from which to take the swab?
I did receive information about where those solo cups were collected from, which helped me in making that decision.
As a forensic scientist too, you're aware that blood stains can contain, these red-brown stains here, could contain multiple contributors, correct?
In some instances, that is correct.
What's a multiple contributor?
A multiple contributor, I believe the term more used in the DNA unit. However, having many contributors to a particular stain just mean there may be multiple sources of that biological material.
Do you know which red-brown stains that are contended to be found at the scene relate to which solo cup in the bag that these solo cups were in?
The information I had at the time were that these were collected from the same single stained area from beneath the victim.
But you don't have personal knowledge of that, correct?
No, that's correct. I was not present at the scene at 34 Verrier.
If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you would have no way of knowing whether the swabs were taken from the same stain, correct?
Can you rephrase that, please?
Sure. If the swabs were taken from multiple stains, you wouldn't know where the swabs in particular came from?
So are you speaking of the swabs that I took?
Yes.
So the swabs that I took, I know came from one of those 6 cups. And I was informed that those 6 cups of red-brown stains came from a single stained area underneath the victim.
That information you just spoke about, was it put in any note that you read?
It was something that I had in my notes.
Did anybody else convey that information to you at the Sally Port?
I got that from an officer on scene at the Sally Port, but I do not recall which officer relayed that to me.
So it was verbal information you got from
That is correct.
person. Did that person show you any note or chain of custody or other document to support his or her statement in that regard?
No, they did not.
Ultimately, once you did take those swabs from a single solo cup, what did you do with the rest of the evidence in the cup?
That evidence was left with the Canton PD.
So you left the rest of the brown stained blood evidence from the solo cups with the Canton PD. You didn't take it back with you to your officer lab.
Correct.
DNA testing was not done on those swabs, was it?
I don't believe it was. No, no testing was done on those swabs.
So as we all sit here today, there has been no confirmation of whose blood those swabs relate to, correct?
At this time, those were not tested for blood at all, so I couldn't confirm that they're blood, and no additional testing was done. That is correct.
So therefore, we don't know any person or persons they might relate to.
That is correct.
And thus, we don't know if there were multiple contributors to those stains.
Objection.
Sustained.
You testified that the remainder of the contents of the solo cup that you swabbed from, as well as the other 5 solo cups, were retained at the Canton Police Department, as you know, before you left. And that investigation, as you said at the time, was being headed up by former Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is correct.
Michael Proctor was at the Canton Police Department Sally Port location at the time you were performing your work on February 1st, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did Michael Proctor take control of those solo cups?
I do not know who took control of the solo cups. I know that I turned them over to a Canton police officer. I handed them to a Canton police officer.
Might Michael Proctor have taken control of those solo cups?
To my knowledge, it was a Canton police officer at that time. I don't know what happened to them after they were turned over to the Canton PD.
Why is it that you believe a Canton police officer had control over those cups rather than former Trooper Proctor?
Just from my actual memory, I remember turning them. They had collected the frozen red brown stains in the cups, so it was technically their evidence. I took the sample I needed from them, so I just returned it to the officer who had presented them to me.
So therefore, after you presented them, you don't know who took control of those cups. Is that a fair conclusion?
Yes, that's correct. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay. My question probably wasn't all that clear. Ultimately, during your work and inspection of the vehicle, the SUV, the right rear taillight housing was removed as you testified to on direct examination, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified that a Canton police officer sort of helped you with the last stage of the removal of that taillight?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether that officer was wearing, do you have a distinct recollection that that officer was wearing any special protective gloves?
I only know because I have seen the videos recently that he was wearing gloves.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
I only know that he was wearing gloves because I have recently seen the video. I do not have a firsthand memory of that.
You said you recently saw a video. When was that?
Monday.
And what was
Maybe, I'm sorry. Let me correct myself. What day is today? I saw it Thursday, excuse me.
And what was the circumstances under which you were reviewing a video?
I had just recently found out there was video, and it's just something I wanted to see in case I was shown it on the stand so I knew what it consisted of. I hadn't seen it prior to last Thursday.
Did you testify to that on your direct and I missed it, or did it not come up? Reviewing a video.
I'm sorry, yes, I believe I was asked if I had seen the video, and yes, I had.
Okay, thank you. Now back to the tail light. Mr. Woke, if we could have Exhibit 145 published.
Okay.
With your honor's permission.
Yes.
Thank you. We have up on the screens, and I know you went through this on direct, so I'm going to shortcut it. This is the tail light at the lab that you were talking about on direct, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the tail light housing that you submitted to the lab that you had obtained from the Sallyport garage, right?
Yes,
So
correct.
just to cover quickly some basics, there was one swab taken that you mentioned on direct of that tail light.
Yes.
And you testified, if I remember correctly, on direct that you, well, it's better for you just, if you could with a pointer, is just show the areas you covered with that one swab.
So I collected the swab from any of the, what would have been exposed areas of the taillight when the taillight was intact.
And if you could please, just give like a perimeter full, I know it's not a circle, but whatever it is, just full perimeter so the jury can see the entire area that you swabbed.
Sure. It was this upper right-hand red area, this portion down here, I believe it's red. And then there's also a portion of clear area in the front here that was swabbed. And that was all contained on a single swab.
Thank you very much. So I want to keep this up if I could, Your Honor, but we can have the lights back on if that's acceptable. Just, so, thank you. In terms of the swabbing, you did not swab, therefore, any other area of that taillight, correct? Including the area to the left of where you just drew the circle, if you will, around, correct?
I would just say it's difficult from this picture to see if there's what would have been exposed when the tip. May I finish? I'm sorry. I don't know specifically on the left from this picture if there's anything that would have been there prior to the damage. If there was an external area, it would have been included in my collection. So I just didn't include any of the internal components of the taillight. So if I'm missing a piece over there that would have been on the exterior, then I apologize. can't see it in the picture if it's there.
Let's just assume my discussion and my questions. You don't have to assume this. My questions are just with regard to the inside of the taillight, because you've very nicely governed and talked about the outside of the taillight as you described it, where you swab. Now I want to go to the areas that you didn't swab.
Okay.
Whatever you best can do to describe the areas of the taillight that you did not swab.
Okay.
And if you could use the laser pointer, if that
Sure.
helps you.
So I did not swab the internal areas of the tail light. So here where the light bulb would have been, or down here where it's gray.
And focusing on the more, is it okay to call it the inside part of the taillight? Is that acceptable?
Okay.
So the inside of the taillight, to be clear, you didn't swab that area.
No, I did not.
In terms of where you did swab, given that you swabbed with one swab the entire area, you are not able to say precisely where any DNA might have come from?
Just that it would have been present, if there was DNA present on that swab, it would have come from the external exposed area of the taillight, should the taillight have been intact.
But again, on the inside, because you didn't swab the inside, you had no evidence of DNA on the inside of the taillight, correct?
Correct. Did not swab the inside.
With regard to the, what we'll call the outside where you did swab as opposed to the inside where you didn't, you cannot define whether the DNA was to the upper right, to the outside of the taillight lens, or some other place in that area, correct?
No, I wouldn't be able to narrow down where on the external portion, external front. I mean, I didn't swab anything in the back that was attached to the vehicle. So anything in the external front, I would not be able to narrow down any further where, if any biological material was present, where it was recovered from, specifically on the external area.
You did not find any glass on the inside of the taillight, did you?
Are you referring to like loose pieces?
Any kind of glass at all?
I did not note anything unusual inside the taillight.
I'm speaking, thank you for that answer. I am speaking specifically about glass. You didn't find any glass on the inside of that taillight when you were at Sally Port for your entire inspection on February 1st, 2022, correct?
I'm just want to make sure that I understand your question. I didn't find anything that was not inherent to the taillight inside. I don't know what the taillight's made out of. So if there's a portion on the inside that's made out of glass, it may have been there. I didn't see anything that was out of place on the interior of the taillight.
Okay. So using your terms inherent, you mean by that something could have been on the inside of that taillight that was part of the taillight that could have been glass. But other than that, there's no what scientists call exogenous or outside glass or glass that doesn't belong as part of the taillight, correct?
I'm hesitant to answer that specific question. I don't perform glass analysis, so I just perform collection. So if there was something that apparently looked like glass that had been loose inside, if that's what you're referring to, I can answer that question. But I can't say specifically whether a material is glass.
I understand. My question is a basic one.
Okay.
Which is, you found no glass that would not be associated. Let me strike that. Did you ever observe in this taillight any glass as part of the taillight that's part of the taillight? Anything glass that you observed?
Again, I can't make the distinction on material being glass, so I think the premise of the question I'm having difficulty answering.
Okay, so last part of the questioning, you didn't make any note that said you found glass inside of that taillight, correct?
I wouldn't make a note that something is glass inside a taillight because I can't draw a conclusion to what a material is, because that's just not part of the analysis I do.
And to wrap this part up, and then we can move on from this item, you didn't find any DNA on the inside of that taillight.
My analysis would not include DNA analysis because that is a different unit, so I can't answer that question.
To your knowledge, as you sit here today, is there any information from anybody that says that there's any DNA in that taillight?
I have no information of that.
Thank you. So what I want to do now is, if we can take that down, Mr. Wolk, I want to move on to what is sometimes referred to as touch DNA. I know you're familiar with that concept, right, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is, for the jurors' understanding, what is touch DNA?
When skin comes into contact with an item, potentially skin cells can be left behind, which is commonly referred to as touch DNA, when in essence it's these skin cells from the person being transferred to another object or item.
So is this a fair example that if I walk by the podium and brush my hand against it like that, I could very well leave touch DNA on that podium from what I just did? Okay.
Sustained without more foundation from this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. So is it possible for me, as I'm sitting here talking, based upon your knowledge, to leave touch DNA on this podium?
Same.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Are you familiar with the process by which a person can leave touch DNA on the surface?
Yes, I commonly defer to biological material because that is what my expertise is in. Skin cells can be transferred to an item, and skin cells can potentially provide DNA.
So do hands, palms of hands, produce skin cells?
Yes, they are made of skin cells,
And
correct.
if a hand is on, for example, a podium, can there be a transfer of skin cells to the podium?
Yes, there can be.
And therefore, can the hands on a podium that have skin cells transfer DNA?
Yes, again, I'm not a DNA expert, but generally that would be the source, would be skin cells. Could be, yes.
You also indicated that you collected apparent glass from the rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you use the term apparent glass, as I understand forensic science, because at the time you're not really sure what it is, right? So you use the word apparent glass, and you can't take away the apparent until there's a confirmation that it is glass, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And on your direct examination, you went through a discussion, so I'm going to shortcut it a little bit, about apparent glass that you located on the rear bumper of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, with your permission, can we publish Exhibit 141, which is in evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Wolf? Ms. Hartnett, I'm showing you what is Exhibit 141 in evidence. And I know you know this, and I know it's been discussed. Could you just give a brief summary of what is depicted in Exhibit 141?
This is a close-up of the right rear area of the bumper where I noted the pieces of apparent glass.
And you remember discussing this on your direct examination?
Yes.
Now, I just want to cover some basics with regard that weren't covered on the direct examination. You're a specially trained person, and that's how you get your forensic scientist 2 title, correct?
Yes, it means that I've gone through all the training within the lab.
And all that training and all of those procedures are important and necessary because the collection of evidence is important, correct?
That is one of the reasons, correct?
And if those protocols aren't followed, then that can lead to incorrect conclusions, correct?
Depending on what portion of the protocol isn't followed, but yes, it's
But
possible.
certainly, at a minimum, it increases the risk for an incorrect conclusion or observation, correct?
Again, it depends on what part of the protocol isn't followed, but it's possible.
I assume it's therefore important to you that the protocols are followed so that the best result and the best collection and therefore the best analysis occurs, correct?
I make every effort to follow the protocols.
Is the quantity of the material you observe and collect also relevant, perhaps not to you, but to other persons in the investigation?
Yes, it can be.
And therefore, it's important not only to get the type of material correct, but to get the quantity correct.
In some instances, yes.
And with regard to your work on this vehicle on February 1st, do you recall discussing the collection, the observations you made with regard to the rear bumper?
Did I discuss, I'm sorry, can you ask that question again, please?
On direct examination, you talked about glass on the rear bumper, correct?
Yes, apparent glass.
You talked about what you observed, you talked about what you put a sticker on, you talked about what you collected, you talked about the transport of it, correct?
That is correct.
And you put it in your notes and you talked about it on direct examination, I assume because it was an important part of the work that you did.
Yes, it's a piece of evidence that I collected, correct.
And therefore, it's important for you to have made correct observations and to make correct collection, correct?
Correct.
With your Honor's permission, if we could publish Exhibit 133. If I could have a moment with Mr. Wolk just to do this efficiently, Your Honor? Thank you. With your Honor's permission, if Mr. Wolk, you could zoom in on the stickers, right? So, Ms. Hartnett, on your direct examination, you stated that there were 2 stickers and that there were therefore glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So 2 stickers and glass associated with each sticker, correct?
Yes, correct.
In fact, there's only 1 sticker, and the second sticker is merely a reflection of the first sticker, and therefore, you have doubled the stickers and you've doubled the amount of glass on the bumper. Can you see that? Can you determine that from the photo?
No, can I see the other photo, please?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we could, Your Honor, with your permission, go to Exhibit 133.
Okay.
You asked to see this one. Can you now make a determination, having seen both of them, whether there is in fact just 1 sticker and therefore 1 volume of glass associated with it?
No, I cannot. You're saying this is a reflection?
I can't testify,
Okay.
so I'm asking you. With your honor's permission, if we could go back to the other picture,
Okay.
and you could zoom in. Do you see a reverse B in that picture?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I'm sorry, a reverse B as in Bob?
No, could you zoom in on each of the stickers for me, please?
We'll do whatever you would like to do to answer the question, so.
Sure. Okay. And then if I could just see the other sticker, please.
Absolutely.
Yes, I believe that is a reverse B, correct?
And doesn't that mean that it's a mere reflection and that there's only one sticker that you put on, and therefore only one volume of glass associated with one sticker?
Can you say that question again? I can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I will stay by the microphone. Is this microphone
That's, yeah.
picking up? So therefore, can you now conclude, because of the reflection and because of the reverse B, that there is only, in actuality, and there was only in actuality, one sticker and one B, and therefore one volume of glass associated with this bumper?
I don't know specifically that it's a reflection. It's not unusual for me to use the same letter on a sticker if I'm going to collect the items of evidence together. So if I had written it, on top or on the bottom of the scale on one of them and on the top of the scale on the other one, that is a possibility. It's difficult for me to tell by this picture. What I can tell you is that all the items of glass or apparent glass that were present on the bumper were collected together. So I can't say specifically by looking at this photo whether I just label two separate areas to make the photo show the pieces better or if it is a reflection. I can't say.
So from what we just went through, you're not able to tell that that is a reflection and therefore a duplication, is that correct?
I'm
Sustained.
Do you have any doubt whether there is a reflection on the photo that is on the screen at this moment? Do you have any doubt?
Oh, I would say it could be a possibility, yes.
Right. So you have doubt.
Sustained.
So you believe it's a possibility.
Yes, correct.
Is it more than a possibility?
Sustained.
You would agree that it's important to have the accurate answer to that question, correct?
I think that, yes, obviously, understanding and knowing exactly what I'm looking at is important, but it would not change what I would have collected and how I would have labeled it.
So with regard to what others might do and conclude from that, it could be important to them, correct?
Yeah. Sustained.
Let's go to these, we can go back to the, none of these pieces of apparent glass were embedded in the bumper, correct?
No, they were resting on the bumper.
So by not being embedded and just resting on the bumper, you therefore did not make a notation that they were embedded in your notes. You just put that they were on the bumper, correct?
That's correct.
And sort of as we're elaborating here, you're elaborating, they were just, as your words, they were just resting on the bumper.
Correct.
If we could, if I may confer with Mr. Wolk on the video. Thank you.
Do you need the lights on to do it?
10 seconds. Thank you for that opportunity, Your Honor. If we could go to Exhibit 124, Mr. Wolk, and with Your Honor's permission, if we could publish it.
Yeah.
Ms. Hartnett, there had been various weather before February 1st in the area. Is that correct? You testified to that somewhat on direct examination.
Yes, that's correct.
And are you able to discern from what is on the screen now that there is some type of precipitation that is on the back window of the lift gate of the vehicle?
Yes.
And is that consistent with what you observed when you were in the Sally Port on February 1st?
I don't believe I observed the precipitation on the back of the vehicle by the time I arrived.
But does this refresh your recollection as to whether there was, in fact, that precipitation on the vehicle at that time?
Can you ask it differently so you need it clearer?
Yes. Do you recall when you were at the Sally Port on February 1st, any precipitation on the rear window of the lift gate of the SUV?
No, I do not recall.
And does this depiction refresh your recollection on that point?
I'll allow that. Does it?
No, I don't recall seeing any precipitation on the vehicle, and I don't know when that photo was taken, so that does not refresh my memory of that instance.
Is there a date of January 29th, 2022 on that photo? We can enlarge it if that would help. And again, this is in evidence. Do you see what is at the bottom of the photo?
I do.
Now, if we could play, with Your Honor's permission, this video. And if we could stop it at certain points, Mr. Wolk, that would be helpful. May we, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank you. If you could wait, Mr. Wolk, until the sirens pass. Mr. Wolk, if you can go back just and wait until the sirens pass, please. Thank you. I think they passed. If you could accelerate it just a little bit, Mr. Wolk, without overly accelerating all that's happening. And accelerate it a little bit more. And that's good. And if you could bring, yes, thank you. We could have the lights on and take that down, please. Can you describe what you just saw?
Whatever the white material was present on the back of the vehicle was falling off
And where was it falling onto?
the ground.
And did it hit anything before the ground? For example, did it hit the bumper before it hit the ground?
I didn't take note of that.
That was on January 29th, 2022. You were at the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So that occurs on January 29th. You come to the Sally Port on February 1st, yet there is glass on the bumper on February 1st that, as you have described it, is just perched on the bumper, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know generally where Dighton, Massachusetts is?
Yes.
Do you know where, and you obviously know where Canton is?
Yes.
How far away would you say Dighton is from Canton?
Time-wise, maybe 30 to 45 minutes.
And therefore, roughly, if someone were to go the speed limit around 30 minutes away?
Sure.
Not holding you to any exact time, just generally. Your notes indicate that the vehicle was recovered from Dighton, the one we've been talking about, the Lexus, and towed back to Canton and placed in the Sally Port garage at the Canton PD before you started your examination, correct?
That's correct.
And you were made aware before your inspection or examination on February 1st of 2022, that the alleged incident in this case took place in Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So you knew you were looking at this vehicle, when you were looking at this vehicle and doing your examination, that the vehicle, by definition, as to what we had just covered, went from Canton to Dighton and then towed back from Dighton back to Canton, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So it ends up back in Canton after that journey, correct?
Yes, that's where I examined it, correct.
So, as I understand your notes, the glass pieces that were just perched on the bumper would have traveled about 60 miles before you saw them?
Is that what you're saying?
No.
Well, when do you believe the glass appeared on the bumper, if you know?
I don't know when the apparent glass appeared on the bumper.
So you believe it's possible that the apparent glass appeared on the bumper after January 29, 2022?
Yes. Sustained.
Do you know the weather conditions that were in the area? We talked about it earlier. You talked about it on direct. In the general time of January 29th of 2022.
Yes, I do.
Do you know when the vehicle took its journey that we talked about, Canton, Dighton, back to Canton? Do you know what day that occurred?
No, I do not.
Let's assume it was on January 29th. Okay?
Yes, okay.
For purposes of my questioning. Do you know what the weather was, including wind speed, on January 29th?
No, I do not. I knew general weather conditions. Sorry,
You knew generally, but not specifically, correct?
correct.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 60 in evidence.
Okay.
And if you could go through to the top, Mr. Woke, of the title first. If you could go before that to the very, very top title in the center as to, so Ms. Hartnett can see what the, okay. And then if you could now go down to the part of the document that would show the date and then go from left to right for Ms. Hartnett, please, and the jury. And show which column go up above what the 29 relates to. And if you now then can proceed to the yellow line and go over to and hit the relevant categories. Thank you. So we have a 15.7. If you could now go up vertically as to what that number relates to. And can you highlight what it relates to? And if you could now go down to the, and go up above 1, just above the average, is to yellow highlight what's above the column up above average speed. Yes. Okay. And if you now can go down to the respective columns at the bottom for January 29th. Do you see those two numbers, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection at all about the average wind speed and gusts of wind that were occurring on January 29th of 2022?
I have no firsthand knowledge of what the wind speed specifically was in those dates.
So if we could go back to Mr. Woke, the exhibit with regard to glass on the bumper of the vehicle that. So these are your observations on February 1st. And we've talked about the journey that the vehicle went on. We talked you talked generally about the weather.
So, try and ask a question without too much.
I understand. Understood, Your Honor. Thank you. In your experience as a forensic scientist too, is it possible for glass that is perched on a bumper to travel 60 miles and be subject to average wind speeds of 15.7 and still remain on the bumper?
Objection.
So it's sustained without a proper foundation.
Understood. Have you ever had experience with analyzing glass on any surface, an outdoor surface, and correlating that glass to weather conditions to make a determination as to the likelihood that glass could be or not be in a certain place on a certain date and time? Have you ever done that?
No.
Based upon what you know about this case, just based upon what you know, and from your role as a forensic scientist too only, do you believe that information would be relevant to your role as a forensic scientist too?
Sustained.
How did you recover the glass? What tool did you use to recover the glass on the bumper?
Tweezers.
How difficult or easy was it for you to take the glass off that bumper with, did you say tweezers?
Yes, that's correct.
How hard or easy was it for you to remove those pieces of glass with tweezers?
It was not difficult.
So it was easy.
Yes, correct.
You can take that down, Mr. Wolf. Thank you. Moving on to another category, Ms. Hartnett. You testified on direct examination that you located an apparent hair on the rear right quarter panel of the vehicle, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And again, we say apparent hair for the reasons we've discussed. You didn't know at the time, so you use the word apparent, and you don't take away the apparent until testing confirms it's hair, correct?
Correct.
So the apparent hair was not sitting on the horizontal bumper, but it was on a vertical portion of the panel. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's the quarter panel, right?
Yes.
And that's a smooth surface, right?
Yes.
That hair wasn't secured to that panel, was it?
No.
It in fact wasn't secured in any way on that quarter panel, correct?
That's correct.
It wasn't taped?
No.
It wasn't glued? It wasn't stapled?
No.
It was not affixed in any way whatsoever?
No, it was not.
You found this apparent hair at the same time you found the glass pieces on the bumper, correct?
In the same general time, yes, that's correct.
When you say same general time, it was just one day you were there, correct?
Yes.
The range of time wasn't that broad, was it, correct?
No, it was not correct.
What was the range of time between finding one versus the other?
I don't know specifically. I was there for approximately 2 hours, so within that time
So
period.
within just 2 hours, you found the pieces of glass and the apparent hair. And within that time, you did your examination, you made your notes, all of that done within just 2 hours.
Yes, that's correct.
You remember the journey we talked about of the vehicle that you spoke about with regard to Canton, Dighton, Canton? You recall that?
Yes, I do.
So do you know whether, do you have any knowledge whether that hair was part of that journey? Do you have any knowledge?
I do not.
Do you know when the hair was deposited on the vehicle?
No.
Was it easy or hard to take off the apparent hair from that quarter panel?
It was easy. Again, I picked it up with a pair of tweezers.
Didn't give you any resistance?
No.
With your honor's permission, I would like us to look at a depiction of the hair. May I, your honor?
What exhibit number?
It is, I believe we're going to start with 144B.
Okay.
And if you could zoom in, please, Mr. Wolf, for the jury and for Ms. Hartnett. Do you still have a laser pointer, Ms. Hartnett?
Yes, sir.
Could you kindly use that and draw a circle around the apparent hair?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to refer to that as a J shape. Is that a fair description of it, or do you have a better description of it?
I see two ends of the hair in an arch, so I'm going to say more of like a C shape.
Okay, so you would refer to that as a C shape?
Correct.
And would that be a reverse C? Then if it's a C shape?
In that picture, it's difficult to tell if the ends are making contact or if they're coming off the vehicle. So I'm not sure.
Whatever way you would describe it, a letter or shape, because then what I'm going to do, it's not a trick here, but I'm just going to show you another picture of it, of that hair that might be in a different location or different shape. So I want to give a contrast. So whatever term you want to use that's fair to you.
So I think it looks like a C. I can't say, it could also be like a U. I'm not sure which way the ends are facing from this perspective.
Can you once again, just so we're clear and the jury's clear, just draw a circle around it again, what you're talking about, and we won't give it a name, right? We'll just do the contrast. Right.
Okay.
So if I were to just say there looks like there might be a little hook at the top and then there's a vertical line, is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay, so can we go with that? A little hook at the top and then a straight or a line, that vertical line that comes down?
Sure.
And that hook is orienting left, correct? Of the vertical line, it's to the left of the vertical line?
Yes, I do see it from this perspective to the left. That's correct.
Very good. And that's the apparent hair?
Yes.
And you only saw or found one apparent hair, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, if we could, Mr. Wolk, now go to Exhibit 144A. And if you could zoom in on that for Ms. Hartnett and the jury's benefit. Could you draw a circle now around the apparent hair? Thank you. And isn't that apparent hair now oriented almost 180 degrees, the opposite, with the hook orienting right?
The photo's taken from a different angle, so do you see the hook? Are you talking about the hook at the top? Looks now, it appears to be on the right, but I can't, they're taken from different angles, sure.
How do you know they were taken from different angles? Did you take the picture?
No.
Are you speculating that it's taken from a different angle?
I mean, I'd have to see them side by side, but it's just the orientation of the, my marking. Can you put them up side by side?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Would it be helpful to you answer your questions? Happy to do.
Potentially, yes. Thank you.
Mr. Wolf? Maybe we could zoom in if possible to each one so we get it. Would that be helpful? We zoom and get a side by side of this.
I mean, even from the overalls, I can tell that they're taken.
Let's start with the overall first, that you would like, and then we can, okay. Is that where you wanted to start?
Yes, just by looking at those, to me, it looks like one is from slightly to the side of the vehicle and one is more directly head on.
Right, so one's slightly to the side and the other's a little bit more head on, but that's the only difference, correct? It's
Yes.
still the same from top to bottom. It's still the same from side to side. It's the same orientation, correct?
The vehicle didn't move, but the camera angle is different in both pictures. That's what I was saying in the other one. So the camera angle is different. The one camera angle appears for who's ever taken the photo to be standing off to the right of the vehicle. The second photo looks like it's more directly head on.
The 570 is oriented the same way in both pictures, correct? You see the 570?
Yes, yes.
On the left, and you see the 570 on the right, correct?
Yes, I do.
There's same orientation, right?
They're in the same location on the vehicle, but I don't think they're at the same orientation. I think one looks.
If you could, I want to make sure you finish, but if you could just, my questions are rather narrow.
Okay.
And then if you need more time to answer them, I'm happy to do that.
So let's just ask the question.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So isn't the 570 in each picture oriented the exact same way?
If you could just explain what you mean by oriented, I think that's where I'm confused.
They're the same, you can read the 570 horizontally. It's the same horizontal plane, correct? It's the same straight across, like one doesn't have the 570 upside down. You can read it from left to right, a 5, a 7, and a 0, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, if we can, Mr. Woke, now zoom in and get the largest depiction of each one from a zoom in. Are you saying the difference in how that hair appears is from a different camera angle?
No, I'm not making that conclusion. I'm just saying I can't make I can't make any other conclusion because they're from different angles. I don't feel that I can compare the two.
Is it possible that the hair moved when someone took a photograph?
Can you answer that question?
Again, I just can't make that conclusion because I didn't take the photo and the photos look like they're from different angles.
In your experience, you've taken samples many times of apparent hair, correct?
Have I taken samples
Yes.
such as that? Yes, that's correct.
Has it ever happened that when you're taking a sample, the photographer or someone breathes on it and the apparent hair moves? Does that ever happen?
I'll allow that.
I've never had firsthand experience with that. So that if somebody breathes on an item of evidence, that would be something I would note.
Other than, and is it correct that you're speculating as to what could be causing this difference? Are you speculating?
Sustained. I'd like to see Councilor Taiba for a couple of minutes, please.
Mr. Wolf? Your Honor, with the court's permission.
Sure, you can put it
that-
back up on the screen.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience, Ms. Hartnett. Do you have any explanation that you're certain of with regard to those two depictions?
Regarding what, sir? I'm sorry.
The two depictions that are up on the screen.
Do I have any explanation of what?
Of those two depictions that you're certain of.
Those are both a depiction of the same apparent hair that I collected from the vehicle.
Thank you.
All right, so turn on the lights, please. Jurors, I'm told with council this is a good place to break. So we're going to break for today. Please, those same cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be very careful with your social media. We'll see you tomorrow. Mr. Hartnett, we need you back tomorrow as well.
Okay, thank you.
So you can walk out at the end of the meeting.
Yes, please follow me. Please rise for the jury.
Yes, can I see counsel at sidebar while the jury's filing out, please?
My favorites. She has to come back tomorrow. You got to go back, Amy? Oh, you got to go back and watch. I was like, you got to go back? What? I'm gonna invite you guys up, whoever wants to come up for a few minutes today for afterwards. If nobody comes up, then we'll just go ahead and we will stream. Or I will end the stream. Okay, so she did not test the inside of the tail light or swab it for blood or anything like that. She found no blood on the undercarriage. She said that, what else? She also said that, thanks, Rozzy. Love having you here. She tested the genes and found they did test positive for blood on the genes and stuff. That she, the hair, oh no, the glass. She said it was not embedded. The glass was not embedded into the tailgate or bumper. She just pulled it off it was just sitting on there with her tweezers. There was 2 stickers showing that there was 2 pieces of glass, and come to find out it's actually a reflection. And so there's only 1 piece of glass, not 2. And on the tailgate. And then the what was the other part? I was going to tell you. Oh, just now it was the hair, where he was like, how far is Canton from Dighton, and then back to Canton? How would, here's the wind speed. What's the possibility of it staying on there? Yeah, she testified it was 2 pieces of glass on. Lucas, get up here. I'm trying to remember all this stuff by myself. She testified, well, I'm not going to stay on very long if nobody comes up. She testified that, Amy, come on. She testified that she did not swab the inside of the taillight. She testified that the parts that she did swab the taillight were just on the outer edge. It wasn't on the towards the other side of the outside, towards the inner side of the car tailgate. All right, baby, I understand. And then she said that, thank goodness, I'm helping myself today. All right. So she also testified on direct that she had 2 pieces of glass, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
She said there was 2 identified by the 2 markers.
Yeah.
Now,
But it ended up a reflection.
When I didn't see this, it just hit me like a hurricane. When Alyssa said one's a reflection, and it was obvious it was, I went and looked up a load of pictures of an LX 570 tailgate door, and it's just paintwork. So it is a reflection. 100% without a doubt, it's a reflection.
I swear to God, this man stares at these pixels of pictures every night before he goes to bed. That's how in detail he had it.
Mm-hmm.
And then with the hair, that hair was like on one direction. That angle was not going to change that hair. She's like, well, it's two different angles of the car taking a picture. It literally was just slightly to the right. It's not going to change. Bye, Dee Marie. We'll see you tomorrow. It's not going to change the way what that hair actually looked like, because when it was on one way, it was super short and a small C, backward C. And the other way, it was long with another flipped over.
There's no way that from the angles in the pictures that the hair could be positioned so it looks mirrored, or you guys say inverted.
Inverted.
It would be the opposite. You know, from
Go ahead
the
and
angles shown.
Answer a phone call talk.
From the angles shown, it wouldn't have been as you see it. It would have been the opposite of what you saw, because the angle was further round to the right, which would mean that the arc of the hair would either be greater, there would be a greater curve on it, or it would be straight, depending on the position of the hair, but it wouldn't be completely opposite. That would only happen if the angle was to the left. In fact, no, if the angle was to the left, it would be
Hey there,
even
Karen
more
Reed.
curved. So Alessi is unbelievable. That was brilliant. I mean, I never thought of that. I wasn't aware that there was two photos with two different angles, but the reflection, and it never even occurred to me. And the piece of glass on the bumper, when they asked Maureen, what's her name, Hartnell, how easy was it to collect with the tweezers? She said, oh yeah, I just picked it up with a pair of tweezers. For a piece of glass in that position, because it's on the top of a ridge of like an undulating footplate, for the glass to stay there and don't forget, from the CW's story, it would have been there from Karen hitting John to going home, to going to Jen's, to going back to Meadows, and then from Meadows to Dighton, and then being picked up in Dighton on the back of a recovery truck and driven back to Canton.
It also, so it went at an angle to be pulled up. So the front end was higher than the back end. And if it was just sitting there, how would it stay even to be pulled up that too?
No piece of glass would have, even covered in snow, a piece of glass wouldn't have stayed on. Because as Alessi mentioned, the winds were between, what was it, 15.9 and 39 miles per hour?
Yeah, he showed the wind chart.
Winds, blizzard winds.
Yeah.
You know, so the hair would definitely not have stayed. If it was that easily moved and that easily removed with a pair of tweezers, it would not have stayed on the car body. No way. No way.
No, I don't think it would. I mean, hell, we get lizards on our cars, like the little itty bitty lizards that we have everywhere in Florida. I don't know if you know what they look like. They're just tiny little things. And they'll get on your car and they barely stay on your windshield and they're heavier than that piece of glass probably. Like as soon as you take off and you start going more than 25, it's like off. And it does look like two different hairs, Sherry. You're right. It look like two different hairs to me too. And the way that there's no way that she could say that angle is why it flipped. There's no angle like that. It's not possible.
I think it's the same hair. I think somebody's manhandled it.
Moved it around.
How?
I think somebody's just grabbed it, moved it, and not taken account of two different pictures.
Possibly. I know that like when they first tested the hair, didn't it come back that there was it wasn't human hair, but then all of a sudden they said they tested it for mitochondrial DNA, which is the mother side of DNA, and then it came back that relative to Peg or something like that. I don't know. But I mean, even at that, they were together for 2 years. I mean, he rode in that car all the time. Even if there was a hair on that car, I mean, I can guarantee you, I have my kids' hairs in my car, my hair's in my husband's car. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That just don't. That to me, that doesn't. It doesn't make it right. I don't. It just doesn't. It doesn't fit. What do you think that he's going to start with tomorrow with that? Do you think he's going to go further, or because I don't think she was done?
She's definitely turning up tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
I think he's got more to go at because this forensic investigator, whatever she is, Turtle Boy reported on Maureen Hartman, whatever. I can't even remember her name, Maureen. In 2022, Turtle Boy put a post out on X, and it was about this woman failing her DNA certification. She failed the exam.
Right.
And she was asked not to collect or do any DNA forensic testing, but she still went ahead and did the collection when she was asked not to. So I think that's where Alessi's going tomorrow.
Yeah, like bring up her certifications.
Yeah.
I just know that like I thought she was. I actually thought she was gonna cry there at the end because she was. I mean, you could see his aha moment, and she was like, and she started stumbling on words.
Well, she said to Alessi, she said, I can't, we call it apparent glass because we can't say whether it's glass or not. And yet she was testifying under direct that it was glass. You can't make this up. It's either one or the other. It can't be both ways. And she was telling it both ways.
Sherry, are you asking about it? How? I don't understand. Oh, sorry, Siri doesn't understand. Are you? What are you asking, Sherry? Are you asking about the reflection and how that actually happened?
Yeah, that's what she means. Because Maureen said it was two pieces of glass with two tags to identify the two pieces of glass. And she said that when she was under direct, but when Alessi got on cross and said, this is a reflection, it's only one piece of glass and one identification tag.
Right. It's just, yeah. I don't think, I mean, he's definitely discrediting her evidence collection.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, isn't it, Sherry? It's just Hank Brennan all over again.
He is
deception and bullshit, and this is how it is because we say so. It's unreal.
And he likes, but he thinks, people are stupid, they're not going to see it. I mean, even at that, when I read the niece's testimony that was put out by Christina Rex earlier, and that's like she was just so brainwashed on that sense. Like you can tell, all of a sudden she didn't remember anything about like their fight in Aruba. I'm gone. Huh? I don't understand. What did Melanie say? I don't know what he said.
I think the lesson Brennan can take away from this is that he needs to be honest and fair or not play the game at all because he's crap at it. He got owned today. He got absolutely owned by Alyssa.
He's been owned by every witness. I don't think he's had one witness that they have been successful at not discrediting or proving that they lied.
I think the
maybe.
the troopers today, they were honest. You know, they were straight up. They didn't.
Yeah, I don't think the
especially
stores that were up there today, I don't think they'd lie for anybody. The way they looked at it, the way they sounded.
You could tell straight away when Brent was speaking. He answered straight away, and he answered with conviction. You know, he knew what he was talking about. He didn't have to ask to see a report, and he didn't have to manipulate the person questioning him into giving him a different answer. You know, he was totally professional, that guy.
Right. It's just, yeah, I am shocked. I think that the niece being called up today was a flip around move by Hank at the last minute to get sympathy after Bukaki screwed everything up.
Could be, but they're just grasping at straws. Anything they can use, absolutely anything they can use to win this case. Because it's not about justice for John O'Keefe. It's not about doing the right thing for Karen. It's about winning.
And apparently Paul left the courthouse.
Costs.
Paul left the courthouse early.
Paul did?
Yeah.
Maybe he went for a haircut.
Might have. Or to get a drink. To see his girlfriend. Because he likes to date those bartenders around there.
That's his choice.
Yeah. So, and those clips they played today, those really had no bearing on anything.
Yeah, just play half a sentence that makes Karen look bad and then cut it off. You know, just cut off mid-sentence and leave it at that and expect the jury to swallow that. I mean, come on.
To me, that would say that's not the whole context. Like, I would know that that's not the whole context of what she said.
If I was Alessis, it was Rogue Towney. Rogue Towney said in another channel, he said, if I was the defense, I'd get up and play the whole video. And I said, good idea.
Yeah. She said, look, the Maureen's face was similar to O'Hare's last week, and they realized they were effed over by the Commonwealth. Yeah. No, I mean, I thought, from my understanding, that the defense will be playing some of those, like the worst ones. They're gonna play like the whole context of it. Is what I was under the impression. What Elizabeth Little had asked to the judge.
You can't do that. You can't do that because to do that would be a nothing burger. People would think, why are we watching this? It's just
right. I mean, it's not like the only thing I think that was even remotely looked bad to her was because the mortally wounded comment. If you think about it, it's in the beginning. That's when she saw him. She never, even if she were to have even want to hit him, she never got out of the car. She left him. He didn't look mortally wounded to me. How would you know if you didn't get out of the car? So she would only have to see him in the morning. That would be what makes sense. But the other comment for me was the Peggy comment. Peg. But I mean, Peg, you could tell when they put her on a stand, doesn't like her, and she's not the nicest person in the world. And to me, I don't think Peggy gained any sympathy for them. If anything, it was just kind of a flat thing.
I've said it before. You've got to leave everything about Peggy out of this because she's lost 2 kids. She's now looking after her grandkids, and
Liam, turn it down. No,
for me, she can say what she wants. She can.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think that it hit the way Hank thought it was going to hit. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay, Kelly. I've got to go, but thanks for letting me on. I'll catch you later.
Oh. Okay. Well, then. All right. Well, I will I don't know. I hope I didn't do anything wrong. I don't know if something happened, if it was me. If it was me, I apologize. But I guess I'm just gonna go ahead and end the stream. So, all right. Talk to you guys later. Love you guys.